Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the SLO CAL Open at Pismo Beach. It's day number 6, second to last day of the event, and today's schedule: women's QS quarterfinals, men's QS quarterfinals, junior women quarterfinals, and then concluding day 6 with junior men quarters. So for the qualifying series, heat time's 25 minutes. For the junior, schedule at 20. Good morning, Jeffrey Baldwin.
Good morning, Mitchell Salazar.
And 5 minutos, 5 minutes to start. 5 minutos para comenzar.
What a week we've had. Day 6, can you believe that they fly by so quickly? 7-day event, and we are into quarterfinals of the Saturday version. We've got finals day tomorrow and crisp conditions, 49 degrees out there this morning, low tide at 7:30, high tide coming up around 1:30, so not a big swing in the tide today.
But a bit more swell out there today. Yesterday, remember that first heat of the morning where both Kai and Yang and Giorgio Gomez lost? It was pretty complicated to be able to find a proper set wave. They waited for a long time, and now just in the free surfs alone, Jeff, we've seen a good amount of consistency.
Well, yeah, and these first heats are head-to-head matchups for the QS side of things. Going into the juniors, women and men to finish, those will be back to 20 minutes and 4 surfers in the water at a time.
Yep.
So exciting stuff. 2 young, ripping goofy foots out here in the first heat. About to come, Reed Van Wagner in the red and Ruby Stringfellow in the blue. I was saying the contrast in styles and stature, the lines they pick on the wave.
Well, and experience, too. Major experience difference and advantage for Reed. Ruby, a young up-and-comer out of North America. Going to be a great way to start off our women's quarterfinals at the QS level. So free surfers start clearing the lineup, and quarter 2, you can check in Maddie Stanton, Ella McCaffrey. That'll be an all Seaside Reef heat in quarter 2. And then our third one, Eden Walla, Chelsea Tuak. And then quarter 4, Happy Sager, Alana Lopez.
Yes, the lot. It's just so easy to pull in and surf. There's so many waves there at Seaside. Parking lots, Palisades, and the reef, and all the waves that bounce around. So it's a hyper training center for the best of the best in North County.
So about 3.5 to start, surfers, about 3.5 to start.
Well, and being that this is stop 8 of 9 on the women's qualifying series, you know, some big points if you bow out here, and some bigger points if you move on, obviously, into the semifinal, a jump from 950 points to 1,220. Makes a big difference when things get compressed at the end, especially coming into a 6,000. It's a 6,000, correct?
That is correct, yeah. In our last event in Barbados.
Yeah, so I was talking to Jim Hogan and Cannon Carr yesterday after he bowed out, and he's like, man, I was just properly disorganized out there, you know, not in the flow at all. But Jimmy was saying, hey, you know, you get that good result in Barbados and climb right back up the ladder.
Oh, and now extra incentive and motivation, too, right there. So free surfers clear the lineup. Just over 2 minutes to start. Luca Messina's coming in. He's going to be surfing later in the men's quarters.
Well, what a show he put on yesterday. He could not get out of the rhythm. Somehow he had locked into those seemingly whatever wind-swept lefts and then turned them into a series of 8s.
So 2 minutes, and Reed and Ruby, if you could give a thumbs up that you can hear everything accurately out there. Thank you. Best of luck, ladies. So remember, quarters for the QS, 25 minutes. Quarters for the juniors will be 20. And despite it being a bit bigger today, Jeff, definitely do see a little bit of feathers out there, so wouldn't be surprised to see the wind pick up a bit earlier today, but still very contestable and fun. So a minute to start, surfers, 1 minute.
Yeah, the wind sweeps up over these hills of the national park and blows right down the valley and creates this nice offshore. It's deceiving because north and west is at the point of land out in front of us.
So stand by, surfers. 30 seconds. Stanton McCaffrey, quarter 2, quarter 3, Eden Wallace, Chelsea Tuak. And then to round out the women's QS quarters, Happy Sager, Alana Lopez. Ten seconds to start. Best of luck, everybody, today on our second to last day of the event at the SLO CAL Open at Pismo Beach. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Let's do this, Mitch. All day action. In the red, Reed Van Wagner. In the blue, Ruby Stringfellow. What a heat it will be. Quarterfinal number 1, kicking off Saturday in Pismo. Crisp morning, 49 degrees. Maybe a bit chillier with that wind chill.
Yeah, well, it says 49, and then it's like feels like, something else, right? So I kind of feel like it's at 30 right now. My bones are shivering, Jeff.
Well, they put us in the coldest spot on the whole beach right here.
In the shade.
In the shade and the wind.
But it is a beautiful morning. I mean, you just look up the coastline. Sun is shining. Everything's green right now. We've had a lot of rain so far this winter, and very, not only fortunate to be able to live in a beautiful place like California, be able to visit a place like this quite often. I mean, in the last, 4 months, we've been here multiple times, Jeff, and for good reason.
3 times in 3 months, being up here in this beautiful region in the SLO CAL province, from here to Morro, and adventuring on and going to different spots. I was telling you about the Madonna Inn and what a historical site it is, a part of California Central Coast history. So if people haven't gone to the Madonna Inn, go check it out.
And do want to say a big thank you to the 3 hotels that are putting up us, including the rest of our staff, the Vesper Resort on Pismo Beach, Autograph Collection by Marriott, the Shining Star of California Central Coast, 124 rooms and suites, heated outdoor pool, restaurant bar, and over 4,000 square feet of event space.
Ruby gets the first one. A quick 2-turn right, looking very focused and on point. First thing in the morning in the chill. Talking to Taj Lindblad yesterday, he was saying he was too hot. Yes, here's the nice first replay. Carried the speed very nicely on that wave. It wasn't a powerful wave at all.
Yeah, but setting, not only the scale, but also the standard for a wave that size today. Best Western replay from Stringfellow. Scores coming through, Ruby. It's a 4.75, so Blue opens up with a 4.75, Jeff. Here we go, Reed.
Well, on her forehand, riding that Borst that she loves. That one found this sticky spot in the hole there. And Blue will get back out in the lineup first with a score on the board and priority, and maybe swing again. Nope.
Yeah, with these 2-person heats, so much space to cover here at Northside Pismo Beach. Got to be thinking that in 25 minutes you're at least going to have 5 to 6 different chances, Jeff. Now, the one thing I will say with this slight northwest wind that we do have early this morning, it stands up the left super well. Here we go, Van Wagner again. Setup carve, potentially one more section in the shorey, and she's going to hammer it shut. So,
and go into what she knows, Mitch. Big finish turns.
Yeah, and her brother Jack was able to win the LQS here in November. Here's the replay, Jeff.
Yeah, I've seen him a couple times. Yeah, the way she eyed this wave up, knowing it was going to reform and run on that inside sandbar. And does well to skate through the flat spot and put the power into the first turn, setting her up for the finish.
And red, 5.75. So best of the heat, Reed, 5.75. Yeah, and blue, you're open to Ruby, 4.75.
Yesterday I was having a little quick chat with Jack because he has this magic longboard. One of the
Takayamas, right?
And doing all the longboard events, those are the ones that I pick up, and they're a fantasy board. They're hard to come by.
They are.
Long wait, and They don't even, there's not a lot of used ones out there.
And shortboards are already, pricey, but you're paying obviously for quality. And then longboards, because you're making less, it takes way more time for you to make them too. They're usually up there in price, but they'll last forever, especially Michael's boards. And he's from down in your area too,
Yeah.
not that area of San Diego, North
Oceanside.
County. Yeah, great surfer himself too. And it's nice. I mean, Reed's kind of the same way. You have people that are good longboarding, people that are good shortboarding. They complement each other. And I always tell people, the more you can do as a water woman or as a water man, it'll just help in competition further down the line. Here we go, Jeff Reed.
Wow, again, picking this little running left, carrying much more speed on that opening part of the wave. Again, finding the inside connection. So another quick score on the board for her. This heat settling in nicely so far.
So here's the Best Western replay. Van Wagner, another left. So this one a bit steeper right here at the end, a bit larger in size. Her second score came in as a 5.75, Jeff. Let's see where this one goes through. 19 minutes 30 surfers. 6 points. And go ahead, Jeff.
I was going to say, right in that wheelhouse, that wave, a little different than the first. The opening turn had a ton of speed, and then the finish turn wasn't quite as strong as the first wave.
So red, you have a 6 on your last, a 5.75 on your second. You're in first. Blue with the 4.75. She's needing a 7-point ride or better, Ruby. 19 minutes.
What a way to start. And from here, where we are up on the pier, elevated, it looks smaller than once they take off, that was chest-high wave there for Reed.
Yeah, well, a lot of these surfers, especially the surfers that are pulling double duty within the juniors and the QS, they know how to grind out a couple of scores at a beach break that can be complicated at times, and especially, somebody like Van Wagner who had 16, 2 years in a row that she's gone to the World Pro Junior. She's on the Challenger this year. One of the most accomplished surfers in the history of junior surfing at the moment. And Stringfellow, we talked about her being on the rise up. Quarterfinals at the very least guaranteed here. And she's in her mid to early teens, Jeff. So this is a major accomplishment. We talk about a confidence booster, especially with the possibility of still doing well in the juniors as well.
Yeah, I was just looking at the sheets, of course. So she will be double dipping, surfing in both events, as many of the young women are.
So 1745 surfers. Red, your low score, 5.75. Blue, you're needing a straight 7 or better, Ruby.
Yesterday, I felt so silly. Ruby was standing off to the side after a heat, and I go, what is that little red sticker on your board? She goes, it's a ruby. I'm like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. I get it now. I see it. There we go. And that's why she goes with the pink boards also.
And here we go, Stringfellow. Spoke it into existence, Jeff. So the setup car for Ruby, looking for something big right here at the end. And that'll be another solid wave for Stringfellow.
So climbing back up the ladder. It seems like where they are tucked over there by the pier, even if you go on your forehand, you're not going to have that sun blinding you at all, which is nice.
So strong 2-turn combo right there for Ruby. At least if she improves on the 4.75, that'll make the requirement less.
Yeah, well, her relationship with Timmy Patterson, the board's looking great under her feet. I like seeing these athletes that work with their shaper for years and years and settle in, read on those bursts out of Oceanside. And
it does not improve, Blue. It's a 4.35. You're still needing a straight 7 or better, Blue. 16 minutes on the clock. Red, your low score read is a 5.75. So Blue, you're still needing a 7 or better. Your last one was a 4.35. You're going to keep the 4.75 as your top. 16 minutes. Next heat, Maddie and Ella. Oh, it's in what? 100, maybe 200 miles. You have 10, 15 of the best shapers in the world right there. So there's options to pick from. And, I mean, props to Al Cleland Jr., our colleague Joe Turpel, also on the Timmy's longtime team rider for him. And it just goes to show that Patterson's, for about 40 years now, have been at the high mark, and really maybe one of the more underrated shapers worldwide. And his son Keone actually making a good amount of the boards today.
Yeah, groomed into it. And Timmy Patterson himself, people have maybe forgotten, but an incredible surfer.
Oh, he rips. He shreds.
And he's an unsung hero of ripping. You always got to trust shapers that rip, right? Here we go. Reed Van Wagner on her backhand now, so gets into the fray with a right. Will that better the 5.75?
15 minutes. Yeah, and Scotty Metzner as well, the team manager, shop manager over there for Timmy. He's also a shredder. Longtime member of the Timmy Patterson family himself.
Yeah, I got to work with Timmy quite a bit. Here we go, Reed. And I was saying how the sun maybe not in their eyes, but I could have been wrong. There was some sun across her face as she took off. That's always an uncomfortable feeling. Surfing blind. So Ruby got the 2 vertical turns.
Yeah, that was her 4.75 on the opener, and then they're just comparing it to Red's last year.
Gosh, that board just popping off the lip for her, that finish turn, and picking up speed through the first.
I think we should bring back, the Surfers Roundtable where they actually surf against each other, too. I feel like if we did an event with all the shapers, there'd be a good amount of competition going on. 4.6 Red, so it doesn't improve. You're going to keep the 5.75 as your low. 14 minutes. Blue, you're still needing a straight 7, Ruby. Yeah, just imagine. Timmy, Wade Tokoro is also one of the biggest shredders that there are. John Pizell, Matt Biolos, obviously a great shredder too. And then if you go even deeper, Tim Stamps and company. Ooh,
and that's just on the West Coast, yeah. Well, California Dreamin', you're right. There's a lot of incredible and historic surf brands up and down the California coast, going back to the early days of the industry and Doheny and Hobie Alter and all that.
One of our judges, Gordon Lawson, also a great surfer shaper combo. He'd be in the mix as well for the East Coasters. Matt Keckley, can't forget about Keck.
Can't forget about Skeletor, but he lives in Hawaii right now.
Yeah, Richie. 13 minutes. Blue needs a 7. Red, your low score is the 5.75, Reed. And next heat, Maddie and Ella. Well, and how influential have they been, too, when it comes to development of a lot of the fin systems as well, and how much they've integrated their board usage and the knowledge of their boards into what we've seen and to become modern technology of fins.
And it's such an amazing experiment to take different fins and put them in the same magic board and feel how different it rides. It either is a dud with these certain fins, or it's better, or really makes a difference. We've got 12 and a half minutes left. Surfers, Reed out in the lead. Ruby with priority, looking to get a bigger score on the board, needing a 7 at the moment. There's a nice view for the crew at home.
Oh, yeah.
That's the new Pismo Pier, 3 years in. And we are on the north side. You see that little right breaking in towards the pier, and you can kind of just barely see the surfers up in the top corner.
It's a pretty long pier, Jeff.
It is.
It's a good walk back and forth. You do that, 10 times a day? That's already a very good workout.
Oh, yeah. I'm getting my steps in.
It's like those videos back in the 80s. Let's get physical.
I brought my leg warmers and my headband.
Oh, you've been getting physical then. 11:30 to go, surfers. Potentially something here. Gonna let this wave go. So we talked about the Vespera, where you're staying at Sandcastle Hotel. They got the deck, beachfront bar, and the bistro. That's only a block south from the pier. Oceana Dunes right in front as well, and really close to the downtown restaurants. And the one you love the most, the Sea Venture, very 80s, got the teal color, private hot tubs on each balcony, and sunset views at the Sea Venture Bar and Restaurant, Jeff.
And Bud, our co-commentator, validated my comment that it looks like a ship, a cruise ship, and he sent me a text saying the architect intended that, wanted it to look like a ship.
which is cool.
And it very much does.
You obviously want to stand out in any kind of way that you can. There it is on screen.
There it is, the turquoise Sea Venture with private hot tubs in every room.
And it's got
or
a
on
nice
the deck, excuse me.
piece of beach right in front of it, too. Right in front.
And a very cool 80s themed bar up top.
We should shoot a movie there.
Would it be a horror movie? Would
Oh,
it be
no.
a creepy movie? Would it be a surf movie?
Michael Mann's doing Heat 2 pretty soon, and I feel like we should do a scene of Heat 2, maybe De Niro's son or something like that, right in there. 10 minutes, red leads, 5.75 your low score, Reed, and blue Ruby with priority. You're needing a straight 7 or better.
I was thinking they were going to do a North Shore 2 and we get Paige Giannakki back on film.
What's the brother's name from Arizona?
I don't know. I forget the surfer friend. Look, that's becoming reality, right? That was foreshadowing the future of wave pools.
Laird Hamilton's Rick Kane, right?
There we go.
Yeah, and then I watched it a few months ago. I don't know why I'm blanking on it right now. But no, those movies are cool. I'm still waiting on Surf's Up, too.
Sorry. I love that.
And I know I'm not the only one either.
Here we go, Reed Van Wagner. She got a 4.6 on the right, and now she finds another left. Will it better? One of her low scores, 5.75, is what she's looking to better. Out the back, Mitch.
What a Stringfellow.
Ooh, this is what she was waiting for. A beautiful wave for Ruby. Back in the game with 3 solid turns and doesn't ride out. You saw that little convergence right there.
So this is where it gets interesting. If Blue is able to improve right here, is it?
And the paddle battle.
Yep.
The surfers are neck and neck, so the priority judge will give priority to the surfer back in the lineup. Usually it goes to the surfer who didn't just ride a wave.
Right. First out of the exchange, but if it's obvious that the other surfer was able to beat them out, then, you know, that is a case too. Man, incomplete right there at the end for Ruby. She was extremely close.
She was on her way to the score.
Getting it. So
yeah.
priority goes red, blue. Last of red, 5.45. Reed, it does not improve. You're going to keep the high 5. And last of blue, 4.7. So you're still needing a 7 or better, Ruby. 8 minutes to go, Jeff.
And look at this little outer bomby washing through. Both of them have to duck dive. And what do you think Reed was thinking watching her competitor come at her, tag off 2 turns, and literally 10 feet in front of her?
Well, at
dodged
that point,
dodged one right there.
Thinking, hey, well, if they're going to beat me, they better beat me by surfing and not by mistakes. And that's the cool thing about having surfers that are from a similar generation out there in the first heat of the morning, both extremely talented, and they both want it. They're looking for success from the very start. 7.5 to go. Red, your last was a 5.45. Van Wagner, you're still keeping the 5.75. And Blue Stringfellow, your last was a 4.7. You are still needing a 7 or better, Ruby. Down to 7 minutes. Oh, it's Saturday and it's packed on the beach already.
I know. There's a lot of people that are used to the weather up here because I see a lot of shorts and T-shirts. But it's one thing if you're running, and obviously we have a skewed version of how cold it is since we're in this shady ice box. They're out there in the sun. Yeah, I love it every weekend that I'm up here when I get to be here. The beach is packed. The families are out. There's people fishing. There's people cycling, flying kites, playing soccer. Like, it's active and good family vibes.
That is
6.5
no
minutes, surfers.
Well, you got everything here. I mean, look, there's a good amount of surfers out there north of the competition area. There's some fun waves available. The sun's out. You got all the eateries right here. So to me, perfect combo is you come and surf a little early in the morning, then you go and have breakfast or brunch with the fam right afterwards downtown, Jeff.
And there's a lot of options,
Yes,
a
there
lot
are.
of delicious food up and down, and then not just here right above the pier on Main Street, but all through town and
All
up
over
into
SLO
Shell
County.
Beach and Avila and San Luis Obispo proper. I was watching Guy Fieri and, you know, the food as he goes around the country. talking about different restaurants, and he did a feature on an Italian restaurant right up in San Luis Obispo proper.
Do you remember the name? I'm going to have to
Yeah,
check
it was called
out.
the Flower House.
The Flower House.
FLOUR House. Fresh made pasta, delicious spin on Italian food. A Italian guy met a woman from up in that area. They fell in love. He moved back. They opened a restaurant.
That sounds like the life right there. Just over 5 minutes. 5 minutes remaining. Priority with red. Blue needs a 7. Next heat, Maddie and Ella. And then quarter 3, Eden Walla, Chelsea Tuak. Quarter 4, Happy Sager, Alana Lopez. And then we go into our men's quarterfinals on the QS side. First one will be Luca Messinas, Lucas Austin, fireworks from the start.
Nothing but fireworks. I was thinking about the interview with Alana Lopez, and her answer to why she surfs so well is, well, I've been doing it a really long time. That was such a good answer.
Ruby, double up on the inside for Stringfellow. Great combo right here into the lip. So this one much better already for Ruby.
Ooh, with the extra finish for the judges. What a wave. That thing, got better than it looked from the start. So she definitely saw something down the line.
Best Western replay here, Jeff. So it was the first poke on the outside, a really beautiful wrap on the second one, and then straight up into the lip for the surfer out of San Clemente. So stand by, Blue.
Now Reed gets to lock into one also as we finish the replay. Here we go. Reed Van Wagner throwing, ooh, overcooked it a little bit there. You could see that side rib kind of. So she'll settle back out in the lineup, I think, for priority.
So
we'll
just
see.
under 4 minutes.
Drum rolls. Where will this score go for Ruby? Found the wave she was looking for. That's the beauty of priority in a longer heat, 25 minutes.
So this is the 6 right here of Van Wagner that we're watching on the replay.
Well, I'm sure we both have our thoughts.
And then this last one here from Ruby.
She put herself in all the best spots and had really clean rails, kept the flow. It was that turn, the money turn. I like how even the finish, she got that little knock knee float at the end to just say, hey, judges, clean and complete. Priority is red, then blue. We're just under 3 minutes. Surfers waiting on that score to come in for Ruby. She needs a 7.
And it's coming through right now. It's a 5.8. So blue, it's your best. You now need a 5.96. And here we go, Jeff Reed, the heat leader in red. Surfer out of Carlsbad. And she gets the combo on the backhand.
Well, she explodes the fins, drifts the fins a little bit. Will that go into the top 2?
And here's the Best Western replay with just over 2 minutes. So I had the setup on the outside and then was able to get a few pumps in, and then, as you said, get those fins just slightly out of the water. So 2 minutes. Last of blue was a 5.8. And last of red, it's coming through right now, and it will not improve red. So you're going to keep the 5.75 as your second best. It's a 4.25. So blue, you're still needing a 5.96, pretty much a 6-point rider better, Ruby. 1 minute 45. Good way to start off the morning, Jeff.
Really fun, and I love the contrast in style. Right now, Reed just getting a little more punch off the top. That last wave of Ruby's getting the 5.8 didn't give her the first impact section. It was, carved down, good setup, roundhouse, then the money turn. So the judges keeping that scale tight, wanting the opening turn to be really critical, as well as the finish.
And then Ruby now with 1 minute to go, surfers.
She's got the back push. She's going to find her way into the finish. So did well to get around that whitewash section and come up on the green face.
55 seconds.
So time winding down quickly. This is an important score for her. Found the first section to kind of tack into. Looking for a 5.96.
30 seconds, surfers.
Red with priority, waiting on the score. It comes in as a 3.95, not enough for blue. 20 seconds to go. Red with priority, she will paddle on over to Ruby and hang out with her for a bit.
Well, by the time she gets there, probably not going to be enough time as we're down to 10 seconds. And we're counting down, Jeff, our first heat of day 6. 4, 3, 2, 1. So it'll be red advancing into the semis. And great effort, Ruby in the blue. We'll take a quick break on the broadcast and be right back with quarterfinal number 2.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Catching a wave. It never gets old. No matter how many times you've done it. The tide is meant for surfing, and your vacation is meant for memories. You'll enjoy both at Best Western Hotels in California and Hawaii. Our coastal locations make every getaway unforgettable. So go ahead, binge the beach. After all, life is just better when there's another wave and another vacay on the horizon.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Heat 2, quarterfinal number 2. Jeff Baldwin and Bud Aquino here. Mitch taking a quick break. We've got Maddie Stanton in the red and Ella McCaffrey in the blue. We just saw Reed Van Wagner moving into the semifinals. What a consistent year she had here at stop 8 of 9 on the women's QS, and she's in the Pro Junior also coming up later.
Yes, that's one of the themes of the day. Many of these athletes you'll see pulling double duty. In the QS event, they will be head-to-head in their heats, but then in the afternoon as we go to juniors, there will be 4 surfers in each heat, so a little bit of a different format throughout the day, but ultimately we're going to see some good surfing.
So Bud, you surf here for many, many years. In the morning with that rising sun that could be blinding, does the pier kind of shadow it? You know how when you go right at other places in the rising sun, you're blinded?
I heard you speak about that in that last heat, and yes, when the sun is low in the morning, those rights in the pier, it can peek through there, and then it kind of flashes at you because as you're moving, the pylons block it out. It's a bit easier if you're on the forehand. For me, who's on the backside, a goofy footer, going right in that sun, looking over the shoulder can be pretty tricky. I know in the last heat, Reed was the goofy foot, so that's what got you guys talking about that. So there is a little element in the morning of that right in the pier. When the sun is really low, it can get a little tricky with the lighting.
Wow, I didn't even think about that, like a strobe light, the way that it's as you're moving and
Correct.
It's flashing through the pilings. There we go. There's the drone kind of showing that glare straight through. I know that down south, at this time of the year, the angle of the sun is like that for most places. Lowers is notoriously hard in the morning.
Yeah, I surfed uppers just a month ago, and similar. I mean, it's kind of, the right-hander's straight into the sun. And like I said, being a goofy foot looking over your shoulder makes it even tougher. If you're facing it, you got peripheral vision, you've got all that. But
here we go.
Ella up and riding, surfer in blue, first wave of this quarterfinal number 2.
Well, 2 friends from down my way. Not in this heat, though. A goofy foot and a regular foot.
Well, you mentioned friends, and it is refreshing to see the sportsmanship and how they all kind of hang out on land. But like you mentioned, once the jersey goes on, the time for chit-chat is over. Because both of these surfers are looking to get to tomorrow. Tomorrow we've got semifinals and finals, so tomorrow is finals today. Tomorrow is finals day, and you got to get through today to get to the semis. We've already got one surfer in the semifinals, Reed Van Wagner. So we'll talk to her in a moment and get really up to speed on the conditions out there. Meanwhile, we have 21 minutes and about 15 seconds, so a little bit of time off the clock, just that one wave ridden by Blue, and now Blue is up and riding again, Jeff.
Nice quick start for Ella McCaffrey. Oh, this is going to be definitely something to keep in the score line for the first part of the heat. The first wave comes in at a 2 on the left. As we anticipated, it was a very flat wave, but that right, breathing a little life.
Yeah, with the tide coming up in the morning, there's the replay. You can see she gets going, finds a little snap, and then buttons it up with the end turn.
Well, super good flow between transition of the rails, and now our goofy foot surfer, Maddie Stanton.
She got one turn done on the front side, but she got out of there quick and is going to try to turn around and paddle back out to get priority. But it looks like they're about the same level, and priority usually goes to the person who rode the first wave in the exchange. So there's the replay. One turn ender, had some impact on it.
Well, I like it. We saw, I think it was maybe 10 waves in total ridden in the last heat. So the swell small but clean, consistent.
We got some scores in. Maddie, your first wave was a 3.25. Red, that was a 3.25. And Ella, your last wave was a flat 5. So Ella McCaffrey has priority. She's got a 5-point wave and a 2-point wave. Maddie's in second priority with a 3.25. And about 19 minutes and 40 seconds left in this quarterfinal heat number 2. Yeah, I was out there on the pier during the first heat, kind of sizing it up. I was out there with Chelsea Tuock. She's coming up a little later, so we were just kind of listening, just talking about what we saw out there and what waves we think are kind of breaking. So, the competitors and their coaches, they're out there taking it all in, assessing the situation. So it's kind of neat to get inside the head of some of these athletes and their coaches.
Yeah, and she's coming up in the next heat against Eden Walla. So another stacked quarterfinal. Heat number 3 right now in the water, Ella McCaffrey and Maddie Stanton. Ella with priority, a 2 and a 5 in her score line. Look at that left ripping off. I love going out there where you were saying by the Airstream, which is where a lot of the coaches are, on that second diamond of the pier. It's such a good view looking down at the right, and it's intimate. The surfers, it's easy for them to peek up if there's hand signals or flags or whatever the coach might be using to communicate their message.
Yes, and the coaches.
And they can scream at them and give them encouragement.
And they're doing that video analysis, like you said, up close and personal. So when the surfers run up to check the video, they can actually see what the board is doing real up close and personal from kind of a, overhead view. So yeah, it's a really neat thing to have the pier open for both spectators, also for our speakers so they can hear us, and the coaches. So it's really kind of a trifecta of goodness to have the pier up and running again. They just rebuilt it, and as you mentioned, it's only been open for 3 years, but we're excited to have a place to set up a home base right here on the first diamond.
Oh, it's so nice to be able to drop the mid-state container like we do, and set up shop, break it down quick, set it up quick, and thanks to the city of Pismo, I know there was kind of a moment where we didn't know if it was going to be on the north side or the south side. There were some benches that were out here that, anyway, it all worked out, so we love that they worked with the WSL to put on this SLO CAL Open. And, as far as the ease of the event without the sun and the glare, which was a huge factor in years past on the south side this time of year.
Well, we also lucked out, too, because this right-hand pier channel thing has been the most consistent wave on this stretch of beach, and lucky enough we have the permit, and we have got to utilize it all week. 17 minutes, ladies. Blue still in priority with a 5 and a 2-point ride for a total of 7 points. Red in second priority with a 3.25. So yeah, we were talking out there about there's a little bit of breeze today. Man-on-man heats are a little slower. Do you want to sit? I mean, typically they come with more patience because you have to get the best waves, but at the same time, is there merit to kind of keep it moving because this brisk morning wind can kind of cool you out if you're sitting for too long?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I I wonder, I was going to ask Reed if it's really chilly out there or if the move just paddling around in a 4-3 is good or if that's too much wetsuit. I know yesterday Taj Lindblad was saying this wetsuit is too warm. He was kind of feeling huffy and puffy in a 4-3.
Well, that was one of the discussions I had with some of the surfers doing double duty. With 4 surfers in a heat, there's constant motion, so the thinner suit might be the way to go. But if you're in the man-on-man heat, you might sit for 5-8 minutes or so just still. Do you need to wear the slightly warmer suit just to make sure when it is time to engage that your muscles stay warm? So equipment choices, they involve surfboards, wetsuits, fins. A lot goes into the puzzle.
Maybe they're doing some deep breathing work out there, some fire breathing to keep that belly warm and the focus up.
The Wim Hof technique?
Yes.
Are you a subscriber to that? The Wim Hof stuff? The cold plunge and the breathing?
I have an ice bath at home, and I've done it for so long. It was before it was even Wim Hof. I don't know.
Okay.
I've just been doing it for so long, and the breathing work. I work with a good crew. I do a lot of video work, not video work, but with Tom Carroll over in Australia.
Yes,
and
yes.
we have sessions, and yeah.
Very cool. Yeah, Tom Carroll, kind of a
new
third life in pro surfing with the board, board tests and a lot of, commentary and putting in, people going to him for his opinions, not only on pro surfing, but big wave surfing, fitness. So, yeah, he's really kept himself in the mix, and he deserves to be because he's one of our great champions.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to send Jeff down to talk to our first semifinalist of the event, and we'll see what she has to say about the morning conditions. Meanwhile, we have 14 and a half minutes left. Ella McCaffrey still has that 5-point as a high score, and she's looking to get rid of a 2. Maddie Stanton still has that 3.25. Priority is blue than red. So like we talked about, a little more spread out time between waves because there's 2 surfers and because the conditions are a bit smaller, so there's a bit of a more slowed down pace today to some of these heats, especially the man-on-man. Okay, it looks like the non-competitor is on his way in, so you guys, you non-competitors to the north, we need you to stay north of that flag on the beach. They're not, the competitors may work their way up there a little later, so we have to kindly ask you to cooperate. We appreciate it. Thank you. We'll be done by mid-afternoon tomorrow, and it'll be all yours once again. But today we have quarterfinals of QS women, QS men, pro junior women, pro junior men. So we are using up the lineup today. Okay, we are going to go talk to the first semifinalist of the event. Take it away, Jeff.
Yeah, I'm here with Reed Van Wagner. A great result already into the semifinals. Super focused, kind of challenging, soft, cold, offshore, small.
Yeah, made it to semifinals in Morro Bay, so I'm hoping to get a little bit further in this one. Waves are definitely tricky. Some of them looked like they were going to be super good and would just all of a sudden mush out, so definitely tricky to tell which ones were going to be the best, but just stoked to get a couple and make it through.
Well, you made it through indeed. And working on, I don't know, the way you're coming into the lip, you're getting so much projection and pop. Obviously, that's you. Been working on it, but the board too.
Yeah, this board's been working so well. I absolutely love it. Thank you so much, Chris, for getting this one in. Yeah, it was definitely soft out there, so super lucky to have a board that'll get me through sections. Had a hard time on the rights to tell which sections were going to be good, but yeah, having a good time.
And is this the board you had in the Philippines also?
Yes. Yeah, it is. I've been riding this constantly. Definitely favorite board of his so far. So it's actually called like a experimental, but the Reed model. So super stoked and can't wait to keep trying them out and keep getting better.
Well, what a great year. Consistency is key from the Philippines back to here to another semifinal in the, SLO CAL region.
Yeah, I love it up here. Just this place is amazing, and I love how there's so many contests here and so many places to check out. Just hopefully keep getting better and keep going further in the contest. Still got juniors today, so gonna go get warmed up for that.
Well, there you go. Have a great semifinal. Back to you, Mitch.
She loves her board, she loves the area, and she is the first semifinalist, so we'll see her in the QS semis tomorrow and in the juniors later today for their quarterfinals. Meanwhile, Maddie Stanton just got her second wave, and so we'll have another score to drop. We're just over 11 minutes to go here. This is quarterfinal number 2. Here's the replay for those of you at home. She gets that first turn, gets to the end. No, that's not the end. She gets another snap and finds the inside, so gets 3 turns done. She had a 3.25 prior to that. So the judges are watching the replay. And I have a little cleanup work to do because I was just informed that the Pismo Pier reopened on October 20th, 2018. So it has been a little bit of time. I guess my only explanation is that we've had so much fun at these events that it's gone by in the blink of an eye. We've had a lot of good SLO CAL opens here at Pismo Beach. So the pier's been open since October 20th of 2018. Maddie, your last wave came in at a 4. So Maddie Stanton jumps to the lead. She has a 4 and a 3.25. Ella McCaffrey is in second place. She has a 5 and looks to replace a 2. She requires a 2.25 to advance, and Ella also has priority, and we're at the 10-minute mark. So that's where we're at with 10 minutes left. Looking for a semifinalist to come out of this heat. Both Maddie and Ella represent the USA. So we're going to see which one will move on to the semifinals. As mentioned, Reed Van Wagener's already there. We're going to take one from this heat. We're going to take one from the next heat. That is Eden Walla and Chelsea Tuak. And then we've got the 4th quarterfinal coming up after that, followed by the QS men's. So that's the format for the next hour or so. Later this afternoon, when the juniors event takes hold of the lineup, they will be 4-person heats. Up and riding again, Maddie Stanton. She wants to stay busy. This time on her forehand, gets a nice slash. Gets to lean into that one and finds the inside track. So Maddie Stanton staying busy, found a little rhythm, and now she's going to have another score. Looking to improve on the 3.25 at the 9-minute mark. Oh, we got some Crave Donuts are back. So for those of you who are down here at the pier, the Crave Donuts is set up at the base of the pier. They're delicious, they're tempting, and they smell too hard to say no to.
I'm going to go home 10 pounds fatter after my all my delicious burgers and burritos and Crave Donuts.
Yeah, they take good care of us. Here's the replay of Maddie's last wave. She's looking to drop her low score of a 3.25, and nice first slash. She put a lot of rail into that. So then she gets the inside track and buttons it up. All right, Maddie, your last wave came in at a 6. So Maddie, you now have a heat total of 10 points. You have a 6 and a 4. Ella, you're looking for a 5.01 to advance. You have first priority, Ella, and there are 8 minutes left in the heat. So 8 minutes left to go.
So during that interview, I looked over my shoulder. I saw the 4 for Maddie, and now she just, as I came back up in, gets the 6. Ella with that priority now.
Yeah, she was paddling back out. She caught that 4, paddled back out, and lucked right into the 6. Here she goes again. She's found the rhythm.
So, yeah, sometimes just tucked in 10 yards more makes such a difference. Wow, she slid the fins on that over the roof and dropped out. Impactful finish turn there for Maddie Stanton on her backhand.
Well, now she's looking to replace a 4, a flat 4. We'll see if that happens. The judges are watching it, gets that setup turn, and like you said, nice job with the end. Gets a little loose on it. Adds a little excitement, a little flair for the judges to break down.
So I don't know if all her boards have that pink rail, but if not, I know she's been riding that board a ton because I saw her out owning some sessions at Seaside, sitting inside and wide when it was pumping and everyone was out. And she got the most waves of everyone.
That's often the smart strategy. Sit right underneath. You might not get the biggest set. You'll get some of the ones that hit the bar just underneath, kind of roll under. Here we go. Ella, use her priority on this right into the pier.
Ooh, wow.
Nice. Yeah.
Big.
A lot of
Big
spray.
hit there, yeah. And that offshore helping.
I was going to say the same thing, and it lit up. It kind of hit that when the spray went, the pier sun hit it. So she's looking to replace it too. We both like the way it looked. Now it's up to the judges.
Well, importantly, she's looking for a 5. So is that one big forehand jam going to get her the 5.91 she needs now, because that last wave of Maddie's was a 4.9. So Maddie extended a little bit, Ella needing a 5.91, and that changed while she was riding.
Well, Maddie heard us talking about that. Now the surfer in red's up and riding, Jeff.
Wow. These little left shoulders that run on the sandbar, deceivingly powerful for how small they are. Look at the speed she's carrying. It's small, but tough to ride out where it goes into that so shallow.
Well, it goes from a kind of a flat thing, and it's trying to build up. You're getting your speed, and you have to really dissect where to go. What do you see, Jeff?
Well, 5.5 minutes. Ella's score came in. Ella, it was a 4.25 on your last right. You still need a 5.91. You have priority, and here she goes, not waiting around. She's out of that one. Reestablish first priority. Wait on the score for Maddie to come in. It's a 3.5, Maddie, your last left, so it doesn't change anything. Ella still needing a 5.91. 5 minutes and holding priority. 5 minutes. Here we are.
5 minutes, so we'll flip over that disc, and they will have not only us telling them that, but they'll have the visual representation too. So like we've spoken about, we are delivering audio information, but they also have a priority board they can look up at, and they also have the disc that lets them know if there's 5 minutes left or not.
Yes, so a battle of Encinitas board riders, young women making their stamp out in the world. Here we go. Ella McCaffrey on her forehand, looking for a 5.91. Again, big old hack in the corner. You saw her tuck her chin at the end of that.
I did see her
a little
because
frustrated.
That one had a little more impact, and I think she knew it and we saw it, but then the wave just didn't help her back into it. So
red now with priority. Maddie in the driver's seat.
yeah, just that little soft section needed a little more give back to her because it didn't quite shoot her back into the wave. That just came in at a 1.
It's so tough sometimes. You know, she didn't have there wasn't a lot of power in the wave, not a lot of speed to carry, but knowing you really got to have an impactful one turn, and I think hoping to get speed out of it to redirect onto the left.
Yeah, on those little bumpy, foamy, mushy sections, the difference between success and not quite getting it done is so minuscule. She was so close to making that, but she's back out there. She's got second priority. Maddie's got first priority, 3.5 minutes left, and Ella still looking for that 5.91. So,
well, now, you know, the psychological game, she gets to potentially bait Maddie into a wave with priority, i.e. this one, depending. You know, Maddie gets that little redirect, but that was more of a protection situation. Ella paddled, Maddie had to go, and now within, not much time passed, Ella's got that priority again. 3 minutes to go, Ella still looking for a 5.91.
So just as you were mentioning that, they showed the replay, and that is what it felt like. But we've seen a bunch of those waves that don't look like much on the outside and then become something on the inside. So, she had to do it.
The wave that Ruby got in the last heat, that she got the 3 turns, kind of surprised me. It stood up more than I expected. And look at this.
Got a few lines approaching at the 2.5 minute mark. Blue with priority looking for the 5.91. Red in the lead looking to replace a low of 4.9.
Ella gets to pick her spot now on her forehand, wraps it. You can see how she's really moving those arms to keep her technique tight. Clacks it in the corner, and that's what the double banger, the redirect. So carve down, hits the oncoming left, and then the bonus rebound on the backhand.
Yeah.
Yesterday, who was it? Sorry.
No,
one of the guys got the forehand jam, then back up like the figure 8.
Well, here's the replay, and you'll see just that. Gets it on the right, then sees it open behind her, bang. So yes, nice job.
A minute and 40 seconds left. Red, you have priority out the back. Waiting on that score for Ella. It's a 6-5. Ella goes into the lead. Now Maddie needs a 5-5-1.
Yeah, so sitting there with priorities, we were telling her about what she needed. That wave came up, and you could tell it had a nice line on it, and she got the job done. So as of right now, she's doing the right work.
So Ella, you're in the lead now. That last wave was a 6-5. You're in first. Blue in first, red in second. Maddie, there's just over a minute. You have priority, and you need a 5.51 to retake the lead.
Yeah, just under a minute, so there is time to find it. She does have priority. We'll see how this all pans out.
It's so exciting. Quarterfinal heat number 2. Women's QS, stop number 8 of 9. Big points on the line, getting into the semifinals from the quarterfinals.
Well, Maddie's looking for a wave, and here comes a set. She's got 30 seconds left to find that
Oh,
5.51. But it's a split peaks. Okay, so Maddie gets the turn on her backhand, then gets the forehand, kind of the same figure eight, her version.
And Ella was looking down the line, saw maybe that left, but it was a little bit too fast for her. There is 15 seconds left. We'll have to wait for this score to settle in for both surfers. We know it's not it's a throwaway for Ella. We're under 10 seconds, but count it out right now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So Maddie got the little kind of low line backside snap and then a foamy rebound.
She's looking for a 5.51, which would be...
Score is in. It's a 3.15. So moving on through into the semifinal, Ella McCaffrey. Great event for Maddie Stanton. And surfers in the lineup, hold your position. When they give me the go, we'll count you in.
Meanwhile, we'll go to a commercial break and be right back.
Thanks.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Our men's quarterfinals. Welcome back, everybody watching online. So quarter 3 in the water, Eden Walla, Chelsea Tuak. Quarter 4 coming up, Happy Sager, Alana Lopez. And then we go into men's quarters, but Luca Messinas, Lucas Osen, our first one of that round.
Luca versus Lucas.
Yes.
You might have to call last names to avoid confusion when we get there. But right now, we're in final number 3 of the women. Ella McCaffrey, Reed Van Wagner already booked a ticket to the semifinals tomorrow. So who's it going to be here? Eden Walla in red or Chelsea Tuak in blue? Interesting contrast. You know, Chelsea grew up in the warm waters of the Caribbean, so this is a little bit of a different vibe for her in this cold weather. Weather, both kind of combine the words there.
Yeah,
you get the drift.
She's been on the championship tour, competed many times in a lot of big international events, Pan Americans and whatnot for Barbados. Then Eden Walla, great accomplished surfer out of the North America region. And potentially our first wave here, bud, 23 minutes on the clock.
So early start in this one. Some of the heats have started a little bit slow, but someone's going to get it going right now. So blue comes away with the first wave, Mitch.
Yeah, Chelsea on the backhand. So she gets the 2-turn column on the backhand and potentially a little bit more. That wave's just going to fizzle out, so it'll be a start for Tuak.
Yeah, I was sitting out there on the pier during the first heat with her, and she was talking about that. How, well, here's the replay. She gets that nice first snap, stays open for her, and then cleans it up at the end. So she's on the board. Score will drop soon. We were talking about how her growing up in Barbados, you know, surfing reef breaks, taking off in a specific spot, it was a bit of an adjustment when she started traveling to the East Coast and figuring out beach breaks.
Yeah, for a lot of the surfers in the Caribbean that do NSSAs, it's an adjustment, but eventually they end up doing very well at the QS level because that 4.5 blue, 4.5 Chels, priority with red, Walla, 22 minutes. Yeah, but we've seen that, you know, with Alan Burke, Josh, his son, of course, Jake as well, and a lot of the other surfers out of Puerto Rico. They tend to go to the northeast or southeast events over there in Florida as well, bud. Mostly beach breaks in that region, as we know. Can get pumping, though, certain times of the year, but for the most part, you're tending to have to grind through plenty heats. It's good for you, and it humbles you in a certain way that once you go back home to the perfect spots, makes you really appreciate where you're from.
Sure thing. And like you said, yeah, if you grow up in the Caribbean and you want to get involved in the contest scene, you know, moving to the East Coast is going to provide you more opportunities, more support. So it's a necessary move if that's where you grew up. And if not the East Coast, if you have the ability, you know, San Clemente, Seaside, you know, a lot of people move to those zones when they have young up-and-coming surfers. So to advance and get seen, you have to sometimes move to areas where there's a little more of a surf competition going on.
Yeah, well, there's exposure, and we see Chels right here on the inside in the blue.
Like you said, she's got a lot of experience, so she knows it gets slow out there at times, and she's staying busy. She's now going to have 2 scores with less than 5 minutes gone.
So here's the Best Western replay. Just the one here, but has a backup already. So the 4-5 on the left and waiting on this one for Tuak.
And keeping moving, too. We saw that in some of the earlier heats where if you sat out there, you almost got lost. But like in the last heat, if you start catching waves, you get in that rhythm, and you might find one of the mid-sizers paddling back out that stands up.
Correct. And he stay warm that way, too. Here we go, Red, Eden on the backhand. So gets the setup and looking for one more. She'll find it. Slides the fins on the second one.
Yeah, nice little tail drift for an accent at the end of that.
20 minutes, 3 points, the second of blue, Chels. And now waiting on the first of red, Walla. Here we go, bud, Best Western replay.
Yeah, she waited a while, but she made the most of it, gets that first snap, and then I like the ender, little extra expression in the tail, kicks it around. And, you know, she's been doing that all week. That's why she's here in the quarterfinals. But she's got to get past Chelsea to make her way to the semis. Looks like the score is making its way in. 6.25, Eden. 6.25.
And here's blue now. Chelsea gets the setup. Once again, this wave potentially doubling up here. And she's going to stick with it and fit in a few more.
Yeah, that feels like her best to me. We'll see if the judges agree. But now Eden's posted that 6.25, so things are starting, the level's starting to rise.
So watching Tuak's last. Her high mark before this, a 4.5. Stand by on this one. Not just that, also a lot of surfers from the Caribbean. I mean, this is the 4.5 that we're looking at right now. For them, they tend to have to travel quite a bit. So really appreciating these moments of being at a location like this in SLO CAL, trying to gain some points and potentially requalify for the tour. 4.1 blue and red 6.25 Eden, down to 18 minutes. Blue first with a 4.5 and a 4.1 Tuak. And red, you have the 6.25. At the moment, you're needing a 2.35 or better, red. You do have priority, down to 18 minutes. Checking in next heat, Happy Sager, Alana Lopez. And Bud, if you're ready, take it away with Ella.
Yeah, I was just talking to Ella about she skipped the morning free surf. She said it was a little bit chilly, so you just kind of stood up there and kind of timed the sets and took in the conditions?
Yeah, I got down here really early planning to free surf, and it was freezing. So I thought getting in the water would probably just make me colder, so I sat and watched it for a while, and yeah, tried to figure out the sets.
Well, it worked out pretty well for you, so kind of waiting, and about 2 minutes left, you had priority, and that open face right came in. That had to put a smile on your face to know you had the chance.
Yeah, that was a good battle. Maddie rips. We surf seaside together all the time. We both surf for Encinitas Board Rider, so it was nice to have a heat with her. Yeah, she definitely put me against the ropes. I needed a score in the end and was really happy to find that set. And that was like one of the few sets that came through in that heat, so saw that one coming, was definitely stoked.
Yeah, I got to imagine it's a little tricky when your friend's on land, but then, against them in the water. So it seems like you've got a good crew and a good backing. Anybody you want to thank?
Yeah, shout out to my parents. Thank you guys for all your support from home. Shout out to my brother. Thank you to my coach at home, Jake Halstead, and shout out to assistant coach Big 20.
We're going to see here later on in the semifinals tomorrow. And then are you surfing this afternoon?
No, I'm not in the junior.
Okay, well, good luck tomorrow. We're looking out for you.
Thanks, bud. Congratulations, Ella. So a couple waves being scored right here. 16 minutes on the clock, surfers. Next heat, Sager and Lopez check in. As watch the Best Western replay. Eden went right. Got the combo on the forehand. Then had another wave after that, too, on a double up on the inside. It's the wave that we're talking about. So 2 scores owed for red. .575, the second of red, Eden. And then the last is a 4.4. So red, you're in first. You have a 6.25 and a 5.75. Blue, now in second, Chelsea. Your top score is a 4.5. You're needing a 7.5 or better, Blue, to retake first. And we are down to 15 minutes on the clock, bud.
Yeah, this morning is flying by. I mean, we're already into the third heat of the day, but the surfing's been so good, and it's been back and forth, so it's when you're having fun, time flies.
And while just a quick in and out right there, do want to say a big thank you to all of our sponsors here at this event. Of course, the 3 hotels that are putting us up. But stop 7 of 8 for the men on the QS side, 8 of 9 for the women. So last event coming up after this one at the end of February in Barbados. And that'll be the last chance to have qualifiers for the Challenger Series for 2026, 2027. And priority goes to blue. Blue needs a 7.5. Red, your low score, 5.75.
Well, here comes one of the nicer looking waves of the morning. Blue looking for that 7.5, and she's up and riding. Yes, this is a nice looking left, one of the more drawn out ones, so she's getting a lot of work done, needs a score, and this wave just keeps giving. So right when she was looking for a wave to come in, it came to her. Going to be interesting to see where the judges go. Can she get the 7.5 to jump into the lead? There's 14 minutes left.
And here's the Best Western replay. So the turn right in the pocket next to the whitewater, another one. And as you said, she found a gem out there right now at the Chelsea. And even the little double up at the end too. So stand by the 5th wave of blue. Another angle here, bud.
Yeah, it's nice that we have multiple angles so you can see really what the board did.
So it's a straight 7, blue. Blue, it is a straight 7, Chelsea. You're still in second, but you now need a 5-point ride. And red, the heat leader, Walla, your low score 5.75, Eden. 13 minutes 20, good heat.
Good, really good heat. So Eden's out there. She's still in the lead, but Chelsea made her requirement a lot less. Only needs a flat 5 now, but Eden's going to look to improve on her 5.75, and it looks like there are a couple bumps rolling in out there. She doesn't like the look of that first one. Red does have priority. Eden Walla has priority out the back, so any wave that comes is hers. While we've got a little downtime between the waves, you were mentioning our sponsors, the great hotels, the Vespera right behind us, Sandcastle Inn, Best Western's they've got an entire chain of hotels across the Central Coast. You can see them on the screen right there, their logo. Visit SLO CAL, the tourist board, Pismo Beach, Chamber of Commerce. Peak Wi-Fi, they help us beam this production to everybody across the world. We've got Low Tide Spot, the delicious Oklahoma smash burgers. Mid-State Containers, they provide us with the mothership that we judge and commentate out of. Beach and Biscuits fed us. Chowa Bowl has got us some delicious poke yesterday. And also Taqueria El Güero up there on the corner, they provide us with some nice asada earlier in the week. So
Yeah, they did.
a lot of good sponsors that help make this dream a reality for the Central Coast surf community.
12 minutes, surfers, 12 minutes. Red still first, 5.75 your low. Blue, your last was a 7. You now need a 5, Chelsea. Next seat, Happy and Alana. And then, Bud, we go into men's quarters. Our first two will be Luca Messinas, Lucas Ostin. And then quarter 2, James Swerkowski, Hayden Rogers.
Yeah, I saw both Luca Messina out there getting a little warm up. Jabe got himself a nice one. Then I saw Louis Oostin heading out there with his coach, Jim Hogan. They're on the diamond, kind of taking it all in. Kind of like Ella spoke about, there's a risk-reward factor to free surf this morning with that brisk breeze. You don't want your athlete's internal body temperature to cool down. So whether you free surf or not before your heat today is a little bit of a question.
Well, it all depends on what kind of lineup you have in terms of what heat you're surfing into. If you're one of the 3rd or 4th of the round, good potential for you to get out there and at least catch maybe 10 to 15 minutes of a free surf. Just get warmed up and feel your board, especially with the cold out there at the morning. If not, might as well just wait and try to paddle out straight into rhythm, Bud. 11 minutes to go, surfers.
Yeah, a lot of surfers. Jeff was talking about yesterday, he was watching the different, pre-game warm-ups. Some are in music. Some are sitting there listening to music, kind of meditating. Some are doing the stretches. Some are just kind of high-fiving their friends and finding the vibe that way. So different athletes, different approaches, different pre-games.
Blue potentially inside double up. Tuak gonna let it go. One, especially as a coach, all those people that work with all these different surfers, they need to know how to strategize around that too. You can't necessarily treat one person the exact same way because don't know if it's going to work out in their favor. Here goes Blue, Tuak. Inside double up going right now.
Yeah, she was sharking around on the inside, found that right-hander that stood up.
And now Red behind her. Fades right, eventually goes left, but a quick in and out for Walla. So stand by. Blue's 6th wave, just under 10 minutes. And she needs a mid-range score here, but Best Western replay on screen.
Yeah, she gets a nice start, sets it up, and then it opens up for again to finish up. A touch sticky at the top, but she's only looking for a flat 5 right now, so we'll see where that one goes. 2-turn combo, though, and that's gone a long way this morning.
Well, not just the 2-turn combo, also good variation right there. Had the carve and then a lip line hit, and they're looking at a couple of waves before that. So this is her 4-5, her initial wave. And then this last one.
Comparing and contrasting. So should be interesting. Just under 9 minutes left. Eden has held on to priority. She kicked out and stayed out there to hold on to priority, so she's waiting to see. They're both waiting to see the score drop.
And it's coming through, Blue. It falls short. It's a 4.3. You're still needing a straight 5 or better, Chelsea. 8.5 on the clock.
Yeah, that score was right there. Not to critique, but I think that little sticky spot when she hit the lip, she pulled it off. But there was just a slight moment of hesitation. So that's the fractional amount that, between getting the score and not. And by no means are we talking down, but at this point in time, there's subtle differences. There's man to man, so you have to really discern the fine details about what sets different waves apart.
Yeah, well, every wave in itself, I mean, you look at the scale, it goes 0 to 10. You got to be thinking that every wave has the potential to go up to a 10-point ride, but a lot of it, as you said, happens with the 3 majors of the criteria: speed, power, flow. You involve those, and you're typically getting something at least in the good range, a 6 or better. 7.5 to go, surfers. 7 minutes 30. Blue needing a 5. Red, low score 5.75, Eden. But in the end, you know, these two surfers extremely experienced. Tuak, a former CTer. Eden on the come up within the region and worldwide.
Yeah, that's an interesting contrast. The somewhat of a veteran versus somewhat of an up-and-comer. And like you said, opposite ends of the spectrum, but both of them have surfed a ton of heats and have a real sharp heat acumen. So you don't see too many like mistakes come from these two as
Not
far
at
as
all.
priority or paddling for waves. So you don't, these surfers don't beat themselves, these two right here. I mean, none of these do. That's why they're in the quarterfinals. So you got to really be tidy and sharp with your decision making.
Well, once you're on the championship tour, I mean, everybody rips. There's some separation between the people that are probably the very top of the food chain elite-wise, and then everybody else is still as good as it gets. There's a reason why they're on the championship tour and they've qualified. They've maintained consistency enough to be able to get there, first of all. But most importantly, in the heat of the moment, they're able to convert on those scores that are necessary. Now, that being said, of course, it is much more difficult to remain there than it is to get there. So both these surfers know that. They want to be able to come out with a victory tomorrow, get 2,000 points on the board, and then eventually head to Barbados with a better chance of qualifying for the Challenger Series. 6 minutes. 6 minutes, surfers.
Yeah, like we've mentioned, this is the second to the last event. So it's getting down to the point where it's time to get going. If you've had a bad year to start, it's got to happen now or the next event. Some people are trying to remain consistent. So like you said, trying to get to the next level. And
See when they're 10 or 11, then make it into the event afterwards. Here we go, but 5 minutes 20, Walla up and riding.
yeah, she's looking to replace her low of a 5.75, getting a couple snaps done, a foam climb, a little extra coping on the inside. Little double up for a couple extra whips. So looking to stretch out her lead right there at the 5-minute mark. 5 minutes left, ladies. We'll see where that score comes in. Did Eden Wallace stretch out her lead? Here's the mid-state containers replay on screen. Yeah, gets a lot of turns done, and like we talked about, even it looked over, but it kept a little coping, a little bit of room for her to move.
And then they're watching a couple other waves. So really good pressure by Chelsea to make her go on that wave with priority, use it. So she's trying to improve in a high 5 here. Stand by, Red. So once you commit to the paddle, that's what you were saying. You want to minimize any kind of mistake you could potentially make. And Eden looking at a couple other waves. So that was the 5.75, the right that she had. Then this is the last one that we're watching on the replay, 4 minutes. So did as well as she could have. Let's see if she improves or it'll fall short of the 5.75. She's up again though, but inside her, quick one.
Well, like we spoke about, sometimes you get that wave, and on the way back out, you find the one that kind of rolled through and stands up on the inside. So we're going to talk a lot about rhythm today, and rhythm is when you get kind of in tune with the ocean and get on the right timing and find yourself just without even trying, locking into the best waves of the day.
5.15, Red, it doesn't change. You're going to keep the 5.75 as your second best. Blue with priority, Chelsea, you're needing a straight 5 or better. 3 minutes and 20, surfers.
So Blue looking for that mid-range score. Just over 3 minutes left, has priority. Good stuff. Another good ending to the heat. Just like last heat, Ella, you know, she was looking for a score, and right about now had regained priority, and then about 2 minutes left, found the score she needed. So here's Chelsea. She's going to engage right here.
Yeah, well, this is a crucial wave at this point. Uses priority, and it's just going to be one that eventually closes out on her. So still going to be needing a 5 or better, and Red outside, but 2 minutes 40. She's going to retain priority on what seemed to be a pretty decent wave, but she's satisfied with just staying out the back and holding the position. So Red still first, low score, Eden 5.75. Blue still in need of the 5 or better, Chelsea. 2.5 on the clock, surfers.
Another exciting heat, man. This morning, Quarterfinals, well, that's why it's the quarterfinals. These surfers have been the form surfers of the event. They're here to battle for a semifinal berth, and this heat is provided. And we've still got 2 minutes and 10 seconds left to see if blue can come from behind to make the semifinals.
What a tight heat. 12 points for the leader, 11-5 for second place at the moment. But as you said, it's kind of been the case in the first 3 heats, back and forth, back and forth. One turn, one wave will make a difference.
Well, that's exciting for the spectators, that's for sure. And it's exciting for us to sit here and get to watch and describe the action to everybody on the beach and at home, whether you're watching on WSL.com or through YouTube. So if you can't make it here, you can access it on the World Wide Web.
Here we go, double up 90 seconds. So blue with a chance here. Couple of setups, looking for something major at the end. She's gonna kick out 1 minute 20.
And with that little amount of time left, this is where the priority game starts to happen. She's gonna get out there. There's a good chance Eden will probably, you know, get pretty close to her, keep her in range to make sure she can keep her off any wave with potential. That is, unless Eden sees a wave that she feels she can improve on. It's kind of that enough time left to where it can go either way, but it looks like she's gonna go through this one and hold on to priority.
50 seconds. So next heat, Happy and Alana, and then we go men's quarters. Messinas and Osen to start things off. Swerkowski and Rogers will be quarter 2, 30 seconds. Blue needs a 5. Red with priority. Low score Eden, 5-7-5. 20 seconds, bud.
Yeah, there is a small separation and a line coming in, but it looks like Red is going to go ahead and
she's going to close this one out. 10 seconds and do the honors, bud.
I sure will. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So just runs out of time for Chelsea Tulloch, but we're going to see Eden Wallet in the semifinals tomorrow. Next heat, hold tight, and we will go to a quick commercial break.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
All right, we are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
Catching a wave, it never gets old. The tide is meant for surfing, and your vacation is meant for memories. You'll enjoy both at Best Western Hotels in California and Hawaii. After all, life is just better when there's another wave and another vacay on the horizon.
Excited for this heat. I actually have some good info on both of these surfers. Yeah, so we'll dive into that. It's going to be an insane heat, so I'm really looking forward to this and announcing it with you.
Welcome back, everybody watching online. Happy Sager, Alana Lopez. Mitch joined by the great Kei Kobayashi. So Kei at the moment leading the Asia Men's QS region. And I believe there's still a couple events left over there, if I'm not mistaken, the Gold Coast and perhaps Phillip Island Pro.
Yes, sir.
So you're going to spend a good amount of time in Australia once you know, these events finish over here in North America. When do you head over there, Kei?
I head over there on February 10th, I believe. Home for a little bit, a couple more weeks, dial in some boards, and yeah, get everything dialed in.
So Happy Sager out there in the red. She's dropped a couple of major numbers so far throughout the event, Kei, and Alana Lopez. You've been a longtime Mayhem team rider. Alana's been the same case. Her dad, Corey, longtime member of the Championship Tour. What can you tell us about the not only competitiveness of both of these surfers, more than anything, the development that you've seen with the youth here on the female side of North America?
Yeah, it's actually every region, to be honest. The level the girls are surfing at right now is honestly so impressive, and we got a wave coming right here. This is Alana, first wave. Little inside right chip. Pumping down the line. What do you got for us? Dad's watching at home. Good little start. Get the feet in the wax, we'll say. But yeah, I actually got some really good info on both of these athletes. I actually called both of their coaches last night. Did my homework, you could say. And yeah, I hit up Alana's dad, Corey Lopez, one of the best surfers. You got the replay right here. Just nice little finish right there. Just good to finish your first wave off.
3.5 blue your opener. Alana 3.5. Priority with red. What did Corey say?
Yeah, he basically was just saying, stop giving me some gray hairs. Yeah, he was basically just saying she hasn't performed the way she wanted yet, and she's making heats. So yeah, you definitely want to put on your best performance on finals day, right? That's when you want to peak. And yeah, I watched a couple of her heats, and yeah, she was getting a couple sixes with one turn waves. So, and I believe she's on a pocket rocket squash from Lost Surfboards. And then Happy is coaching with Lucas Taub,
Yeah.
DP Surf Club. And
Your age, I believe, Lucas, right?
Yep. Yeah, Lucas is a full-time coach now. And yeah, I've actually surfed with Happy, and it's really cool. She's really nice. She absolutely rips and surfs for San Clemente High School, San Clemente Board Riders. And yeah, I think this, I believe, is her best result, is what Lucas Taub was saying. And I believe this is her best result in a QS, is what I was told.
Pretty impressive for their ages, isn't it? You had a developmental stage in your mid to late teens as well, where, of course, a lot of the events within the region dominated pretty much by Kalohan Dino back in the day. You have Ian Crane as well. But when you made the jump to the qualifying series, you found immediate success, Kay, and just looking at what SLO CAL has meant, how much has this opened the doors for a lot of surfers, not only within California and the region as well?
Here we
got
go.
Happy.
Happy on a good-looking wave. Wraps it back. Nice little end section right here. Bang, up into the lip, blows the fins. Can she ride out? Oh, super close. It's going to be a good heat. I'm excited to announce this heat.
I can tell. You haven't stopped smiling.
I did. I drove up. I woke up at 4 a.m. just to announce this heat.
So you drove up this morning then?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here's the opener of Sager, and as you said, good attempt right here on the Best Western replay, Kay. So SLO CAL, Pismo and Moro, two events that have been crucial right here for the development. What have you made so far of these two events, and how much they've impacted the region?
Yeah, that was actually my second QS win, I believe. And yeah, winning a QS at any level, 2,000, 4,000, 6,000, is so hard to do. And to make finals day, for me, is always the goal. I believe it's honestly probably every surfer's goal is finals day. And yeah, the waves look fun. I actually never got to surf Northside in a contest besides a Still Frothy event. That's Walter Cerny's event here. And the waves look so fun. Ripple right into the pier, and might have Alana looking at this wave. Nope, holds back. Yeah, but both of these girls absolutely rip. The level of surfing from the girls is so impressive. And honestly, like, I would have to bring my A game. I would get smoked if I didn't bring my A game. Like, these girls are ripping, so I'm excited.
3.5, your opener blue, Lopez, and Sager in the red. It's a 2-point ride. Once again, checking in men's quarter one, Luca Messinas and Lucas Ostin. That'll be a great way to start off our men's quarters. And then quarter two, James Swerkowski, Hayden Rogers, stand by. And Eden, when you're ready, Bud will meet you downstairs for the post heat. So you're on a surfing streak right now. How many days?
Yeah, so I surfed 2 years straight, which is
2 years.
Yeah, 731 days. Yeah, it's been a crazy journey. Yeah, I never thought I would surf so much in my life.
I would.
Consistently.
Knowing you, I would.
I just wanted to beat my dad, to be honest. I'm really competitive, and I feel like in the family it's more competitive than anywhere else, really. And yeah, I just wanted to beat him. I mean, I don't like to lose, but I basically told him, good luck, you got to beat 2 years, you know? And yeah, my whole theory was just one wave a day, which seems easy, but when you travel the world, it's not that easy.
How many days was Masaki on?
I think he missed 3 days, I want to say, out of 365 days.
That's a good streak, too. Your Pops is in his 60s now, isn't he?
Yeah, he's over the hill.
Yeah, so that's pretty impressive for somebody his age. So priority blue, your opener, Alana, 3.5. And red, Sager, your opener, a 2. So Kay here with the simulcast. Main priority, always the surfers. I know you've been involved in that in the past, too, and I know you're going to be doing a good amount of shadow judging during the event, too. Your brother Shaw was a longtime QS judge, and I had the chance to both compete and work with him.
Yeah, here we go.
Call it, Kay.
Oh, we got Alana Lopez, second wave. That was a nice wrap. Here comes the end section. Nice little Larry. I think that's better than the first wave for sure. Yeah, a little wave start for sure. But I think it's pretty low tide right now, but there's definitely plenty of opportunity. I know these girls have probably surfed smaller conditions, as Alana's from Ponce Inlet. And yeah, they're both ready, you know. They're here for a reason, right? They're here on finals day. They've performed. They've put in the work. So yeah, I just hope they get to ride more waves, honestly.
Well, it's somewhat good, too, though, that you get to see them with maybe the experience of having to wait for certain waves and demonstrate a bit more patience. We see the Best Western replay right here. Lopez, as you said, on her second ride.
Yeah, that was a nice layback finish.
Brother Luke the Dude, also a great surfer. He's coming up in the junior ranks. So it's a 5-5 blue. You're in first. Your low score is a 3-5. Red in second. You need a straight 7 or better, Happy. So blue, the heat leader, low score 3-5. Red, you're needing a 7, and you have priority. With 16 minutes, let's go downstairs. Eden Walla with Bud.
All right, another heat win for Eden Walla. A little grindy out there. How you feeling?
Yeah, it's grindy. The tide's super low right now, so I feel like that's making it a little tricky. But yeah, I was happy to get the job done.
Now, you're going to surf a little later in the juniors, so tell us, how do you downshift? How do you shift the mindset to go from man-on-man back to a 4-person heat?
Yeah, it's for sure tricky because, like you said, you go from 2 to 4 people. But, I mean, I've surfed a lot of both, a lot of 2-man heats and a lot of 4-man heats. So I'm just going to focus and, yeah, do what I know how to do.
And we were talking about the surfboard. Looks like it's working well. What is it and what model?
This is a Lost Subdriver. I really like it. I've ridden it at like the past 3 contests I've been in, so it's working great. Shout out to everyone at Mayhem, and yeah, best sports ever.
So this one gets put away for free surf, just gets pulled out for competition, right?
Yep.
All right, well, good deal. We'll see you a little later in the juniors, and we'll see you tomorrow in the semis of the QS. Good luck.
Thank you.
Back to you.
Thanks, Bud. Congrats, Eden. So 15 minutes on the clock. During the interview, Kay, a couple of waves on the Best Western replay. This one came in for blue, 2.75 with the incomplete at the end, and Sager getting a 2.35 on this one. It's her high mark at the moment.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. The happy wave went a little more fat than I thought it was going to do, and yeah, that's just Pismo Beach in a nutshell.
All right, you want to give us the breakdown here with the scores?
Yeah, so we got Alana Lopez. She's got a 5.5 and a 3.5, which puts her at 9 points. And then we got Happy with two 2s and needing a 6.65 to advance. Yeah, she just needs to get a good start going, and yeah, plenty of time, 14 minutes on the clock. So it's like an NSSA heat right there.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
With 15 minutes, I mean, you've done plenty of those trills in the past before, haven't you?
You got to.
How much have they prepared you for the big moments, especially under pressure?
Oh, yeah. I mean, Janice and Gayleen, honestly, they've been running it for so long, and huge credit to them and respect to them. And, yeah, I'm so grateful for all those times. And, yeah, it's like, honestly, I think it was the last time I got to compete against, like, Jake Marshall and Griffin, and that was the last time we ever had it at lowers, too. So, yeah, good times, and we got USA champs as well. So I actually never made a final besides mini groms at lowers. So, yeah, taking that memory to the bank.
Oh, it's a good memory for sure. Just competing at lowers, a big privilege. 13:20 to go, surfers. And Blue, she's looking to improve on a mid 3K.
Well, I like that layback. Alana's all about laybacks, and I love laybacks, so I approve. I approve for sure.
So Red with priority, Best Western replay. Red, Luca, check in. You got 13 minutes. So what you see here, Kay?
Little inside chip. She's got second prio, nice blow toe. I think that was the best turn of the out of her 3 waves she's gotten. It was on the smaller side, wave size, but quality turn for sure. So I'm excited to see what the score comes in.
So 12.5 on the clock, priority Red. Blue looking to improve on a 3.5. Next heat, Messinas and Austin. So we got 4 men's quarterfinals. And then we go junior women's quarters, junior men's quarters to finish off day 6. 5 points, Blue, Lopez. You extend your lead. That's now your low score. You have the 5-5 and a 5. Red, you now need an 8.15 or better, Happy. 12 minutes. Red needs an 8.15, has priority, and Blue, the heat leader, low score is a 5. So, Kay, when Ruby told me the other day that you were going to try to come and announce a heat or 2,
yeah,
but also doing the shadow judging, what piqued that interest right there, especially when you're doing so well in terms of the QS?
Honestly, like, I've just been wanting to learn. I want to learn. I want to be a better person than I was yesterday and just learn more and more, you know. There's every day they say you learn something new, whether it could be anything, right, in life. We'll go back to that. We got sets. I want to give the girls their first priority. Let's see. Happy's got first prio, so it's been waiting a little while for this one. Nice looking wave. Wraps it. Second turn. Up in the lip. Can she get a third? That's definitely her best wave. But going back to like both of these girls right now, like if we go back to Alana's 5-5, she did a wrap and then a layback, and then the 5 was just one major turn. So it just shows to show like quality maneuvers, right? Going back to the replay of Happy's right here, nice wrap and then up in the lip. Yeah, I like that 2-turn combo. It's like a little uppers right. It's looking fun out there.
She needs a low 8 at the moment, but only has a pair of 2s in her scoreline, so this one by far her best. 10.5 on the clock, Surfers. Priority with Blue. Red, 5-2-5, Happy. You now need pretty much the same score, 5-2-6 or better.
Yeah, and it just shows to show like completing your waves really matters. Especially at this level, like finals day, you get to the nitty gritty, right? Like every wave you want to complete and just put yourself in rhythm, right? And yeah, Happy's got a 5.25 now. She needs almost exactly the same way, right? 5.26.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's literally looking really fun out there and honestly, kind of frothing.
10 minutes. Blue leads. Low scores a 5. Red, you're needing a 5-2-6. Next heat, Messinas and Austin. So getting back to the judging talk, wanting to improve every single day, just from knowing you personally and also having, you know, the honor of seeing you grow up, even though you're just a few years younger than me. I see your Instagram stories, your posts. You work out every single morning over at DSC Performance with Mario Rossi. What's that been like, especially with the development of somebody like yourself through the QS?
Yeah, it's been a long journey. I've definitely would say I've grown up a lot since I was a Grom. Yeah, so it's, you know, it's pretty a blessing in disguise for me, like to see like, you know, how much I've changed, honestly, for myself. It's kind of weird to say that about myself, but yeah, I feel like I've grown up a lot and seen a lot of growth in myself. And yeah, just treating people with respect, and, you know, respect goes both ways and you don't always get it back. But if you have those fundamentals, I feel like life, you know, life is actually super short, you know, and you don't want to give that disrespect and you want to earn that, right? So yeah, just learning the ropes and learning along the road when I travel. And yeah, I actually don't work out at DSC anymore, but Mario Rossi is still one of my best friends. But yeah, he actually trains Lucas Austin and Cannon Carr and a couple of those kids. And yeah, he's one of my best friends. He's super knowledgeable. So I'm super psyched to see these men's quarterfinals and shadow judge. And yeah, I feel like my scoring is pretty good, I'd say. I mean, yeah, Bill Seitz has always hit me up to judge a couple events. And yeah, I got a replay right here. We've got Alana's. So I believe this is the 5-5, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's
wrap.
a two-turner.
Yeah, she didn't get the full extension like she did on the 5. If we go back to that 5, this is Happy's 525? Yep. So nice carve down and then up in the lip. Yeah, so this event I really noticed that they love, like every event you go to the lip, you're gonna get a score. And here we go, Happy under pile. So we got 750, situation still the same. Happy needing a 5.26 to take over the lead. Yeah, this is when it gets interesting, right? 740, like next wave, Alana's got to better the 5, right? You're always trying to better your scores, right? So this is where it comes down. And you also want to block the next person, right?
And why the decision to go from North America when you had already qualified for the Challenger to now competing in Asia, Kay?
Yeah, so that was a big change for me. Well, let's go back to it. Oh, we got Happy? Nope. Yeah, sites. Yeah, it was a big change for me. For me, it was easy but hard. Easy but hard for one of the hardest decisions I think I've ever made in my life, but one of the best decisions I've ever made. For me, I have a huge Japanese heritage back in Japan. That's where both of my parents are from. And all my sponsors, basically, probably 90% of my sponsors are from Japan. And Locomotion is my main sponsor. And from Japan is who I signed with. And yeah, that was a big reason why I switched and just wanted to change, right? Change is always good. It's scary. Change is scary sometimes, but it could really lead to bigger and better things. It wasn't that I didn't believe I could make the Challenger Series again in North America. It's like a saying, if you've done it once, you could do it again, right? It might be hard. It's not easy by any means, but...
It never is, though, isn't it?
No, the North America region's one of the hardest regions, and I'm not saying Asia is easy by any means, but North America is one of the hardest on paper, and that's why we have a couple CT guys. We got Happy under prio. She needs a 5.26 on this left. Nice little check down. Looking to the finish. Nice vert turn. I don't know if that's complete. I don't know if that's up to the judges on that one.
Well, you're going to be shadow scoring in a little bit, so I think you're on point right there. The best Western replay, Kay.
Yeah, just a nice cut down. Wave was really small and fat. She did really well to manage the speed. I don't know if that would have been the 5.26. Yeah, I don't want to guarantee it, but I don't know if that would have been it, even if she did ride out. That's just my personal opinion, and that's what judging is, right?
And that's why there's multiple people up there in the panel, too. So 215 red, you're still needing the 5.26 or better. And blue, your low score, the heat leader, is a 5. With priority, and Kay, you want to do the honors? We're at the what mark?
Oh, we're at 5 minutes and 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. So do we count it down at 5?
No. But you do the one voice to, like, you know how we do 5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, sick. Okay, here we
so
go.
So it's pretty identifiable by then,
we got
you know.
5 minutes remaining. I feel honored. Stoked to be here.
You're getting better.
Yeah, this is fun.
Well, look, I can tell you from experience, and Jeff will tell you, Bud will tell you, everywhere you go, there's always a need for a good beach announcer. Somebody that addresses the surfer what they want to hear in the moment. And I've had you in events where I'm beach announcing, and you can't be afraid to just fully talk to the surfer once they need their information, right?
Yeah.
You want to be very direct to what they're listening to, and in the end, you're informing them.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that.
No, for sure. Like, I love answering all the questions about me too, and like my journey. But the girls come first. This is about them, you know. And I honestly want to see them ride more waves. Yeah, we got 4 minutes left, right? 4 minutes and 5 seconds to be exact. This is where it really comes down, like, of nerves and nerves of steel, really. Like, you know, what you might get one wave that comes, and do you go on that wave or not, you know? And I know that Alana is trying to make that Challenger Series, is what her dad was saying. And of course, I think everyone here is trying to make that Challenger Series campaign and debut. And yeah, this is Happy's best result. She's got one really good wave. She's definitely in the heat. With 3 minutes 30, honestly, a lot can change. You know, Kelly Slater's done it at Pipeline. He's gotten like 2 9s or 2 10s or whatever in 60, 90 seconds, right? And yeah, you can always do it until the clock runs out. So never give yourself, like, never quit, really, because it's not over until that clock hits 0. So
blue leads, low scores a 5, Alana. Red in second needs a 5.26 or better. Priority goes to blue. 3 minutes, Kay. And, you know, as you said, it's been the waiting game, but the two of them have each caught 4 waves, though. So it has been even Stevens in that sense so far.
Yeah, I will say there's been a couple waves, and I feel like the positioning, there's been a couple off the bar, too. Here comes a wave. Under prio, happy up, little behind it, just an up and down. Over, we'll say.
Yep.
Over.
You're getting your judging terms down. The OFER, you know what BOH is?
No, I don't.
Best of heat.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I've thrown 10s. I actually judged finals at US Champs maybe 4 years ago. Yeah, I gave Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson a perfect 10.
Yeah,
Perfect
she dropped a 9.5 in that heat too,
yeah,
right?
I kind of, you know, I told the judge should have been a perfect heat, but, you know, I was coming in, you know.
Oh, they're going to have fun with you in there right now. 2 minutes, surfers.
No, but I know that I don't know everything. They've been doing it for decades, you know. They know what they're doing, and yeah.
But it's good. We need youth every now and then, so I think it's something that you're really going to enjoy. You got to be open to constructive criticism in there too, though.
Yes,
And
sir.
just like anything, you can't expect perfection from the very start.
Well, nothing's perfect in life, Mitchell. Nothing's perfect.
Is it me, or like have the last 3 years of you just like I've seen a growth in you, Kay? A minute 30 to go.
I'm just a happy person now. I just want to treat people with respect, you know. Okay, might have not given you the respect, but yeah, we got a minute 25 seconds left. This is coming down to the wire.
So blue looking to improve on a 5. Blue has priority, and red needing a 5.26. Next
Okay.
heat, quarter of men, Messinas and Austin.
Yeah, this was actually a really slow heat, really. It's cool, though. They both got the same amount of waves and chances. So it's always great to see, like, them get the same opportunity, right? We got 53 seconds. This is where it comes down, really. All right. What's going to happen? Ooh, a little out of position. So that's what I was talking about earlier. I feel like they might be sitting outside the bar or a little inside the bar. And Pismo, really, you have to be in the right spot. That's like anywhere in the world, but
What are we
30
doing
seconds.
on time? Yep.
There we go, 30 seconds, 25 seconds, okay. Wow, Alana Lopez is definitely giving her dad, Corey, some gray hairs right now, for sure.
All right, 15 seconds, Kay, and I'm going to have you do the honors with the countdown.
Wow, I feel honored. We got 10 seconds. We're going to count it down. This set's not going to make it in time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Thanks, Kay. Great work, and congratulations to Alana Lopez. She'll be surfing in the semifinals of the Women's QS tomorrow, and she'll be in the juniors later on today as well. So big thank you to Kei Kobayashi. Go have some fun doing some shadow scoring. We'll take a quick break right here and be right back with quarter 1 of the men.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
From lowers to awes, from small swells to the heaviest breaks, every mile, every moment leads to here.
At 805 Beer, it's more than a label. While some chase followers, we chase cattle, waves, and good trouble. Trend-proof, time-tested, ice-cold. Long live cold beer.
Saw him blazing through his heat yesterday up against Lucas Austin.
Yes.
So we got Luca versus Lucas.
Yeah.
2 regular foots who very solid surfers attacking in
Yeah,
they're in attack mode.
I saw Luca Macinas out there this morning getting himself a nice little warm-up. He was out early before the competition, so he's got a feel for the waves out there. Here's the replay, the peak Wi-Fi replay of that first ride. Both these surfers looking to book a ticket to the semifinals tomorrow. Tomorrow is finals day like we spoke about, but you got to get through today to get there. So we got a score coming in.
Well, and both surfers very consistent, obviously, from event to event through each round of this event. 3.25 for our opener of red. Luca, your first wave was a 3.25. Priority is with blue. Second priority with red. So the conditions have definitely mellowed out, calmed down. It's nice and warm in the sun. And that wind backed off a bit, that crisp offshore morning breeze.
There's that beautiful overview, the drone view of the Pismo Beach Pier complex. You can see the Crave Donut trailer right there. They are providing us with some delicious snacks this morning. Kei Kobayashi on the microphone right there for the last heat. Something tells me that young man, when this pro surfing thing is done, he's going to have a future in, or a second career in either broadcasting, motivational speaking, or writing books. Just really fine young man, fine young surfer. He shared some of his insight and knowledge with us, and now Luca Macinas up and riding. Luca, you got a 3.25 on your first wave. Luca, 3.25. So that was Luca, and now this is Lucas in blue.
Our surfer from down in Southern California, Carlsbad area, goes to town again. Every time he takes off on those rights, the finish, very strong. Both of these surfers, powerful, timing, electric, and explosive in the end of every ride. And that unique composite that Lucas is working with.
Yeah, we both noticed that board, the outline looks good, and it seems to be gliding across these walls. So he's picked the right equipment, that mayhem-shaped black blade that he's riding. So nice job. He's on the board, and the judges are liking it. It's starting to drop in, Jeff.
Yep, another strong start for Lucas Ostin, a 6.5, 21 and a half minutes left. Look at these sheet glass little peaks out in the lineup coming off the pier. We see our surfer in red going for it on his backhand, and that's a quick up and down, but Lucas coming toward the pier, same thing for him. That wave kind of faked them both.
Yeah, the tide is moving in now, so there's a little more water on the bank. Here goes red again up and riding. He's looking to replace a low score of a 0.5, and that one just doesn't stand up. So 20 and a half, a little over 20 and a half minutes left. A couple waves have been ridden. Blue has that 6.5 and that 0.35. Red with the 3.25 and just a couple throwaway scores. Priority is with blue. 20 and a half minutes left.
Let's see if... All right, our surfer in blue on his second ride. Big, quick, nice wrap to open this thing and finding his way through the flat spot, problem-free. And another slamming finish for Lucas Ostin. So heavy on the front foot and the back foot, but finding that rhythm between the weight transfer every time, and effortless and powerful.
Yeah, we spoke about it's a delicate dance between getting on the front foot and hopping over these sections, but then getting on the tail to smack it like that. So nice replay.
And a quick up and down for Luca Macinas out the back. Where are they in the lineup paddling together? Little replay of blue for the viewers at home. Thanks for joining us here. Best Western replay. This is Lucas Ostin's second wave. We were saying how he just finding the rhythm from rail to rail through those flat spots and then finishing with another bangarang.
Yeah, like I was saying, I was sitting up there with him and his coach, Jimmy Hogan. They really have a detailed game plan, really impressive to hear the fine details that Jimmy breaks down. He's been doing it for years and years, so it looks like what he's plugged in seems to be working. We've got a score dropping.
And priority with red. Here we go. Luca Macinas towards the pier now. Just the one turn. Will it reform for him? He gets around the corner and, wow, tucked up right against the edge of the piling. 2 turns for Luca Macinas.
So the last score locked in for blue. Lucas, your last wave was a 6. So you have a 6.5 and a 6. We're waiting for the score to drop in for red. Should we cut it down to the interview right now while we've got a second?
Yeah, thanks, Bud. Here with Alana. Congratulations. It seems like you're very chilly. We'll let you go quickly, though, because you got another heat in the juniors, too. Just talk about having the 2 5s right there, especially with the ability of getting that layback and getting the 5 right off of the bat right there, too.
Yeah, it was definitely a slow heat. Only had the 2 5s, didn't have much. I knew Happy could get the score at any given moment. She only needed a 5. Heat was really slow. We didn't have much opportunity, so I was super happy to come away with that one.
Yeah, when you see the lineup out here, especially with the juniors involved too, only 2 people in the quarterfinals for the women's QS. How does this change the approach now going in a 4-person heat at the junior level, Alana?
Yeah, we go from 25 minutes, 2 people, to 4 people and 20 minutes. So it's definitely a bit of an adjustment. But, you know, for me personally, the QS is like the main priority, and then the juniors, like, I mean, it's also a big thing, and I want to do very well in it. But, yeah, 4 people, it's definitely a little harder. You have to almost have more waves in heat, and you don't always get that. So it's less opportunity most of the time. But it's fun. It's different. It's always nice to get different kinds of heat practice and just surf.
Is challenging nice, especially when it comes to these events right here, where it goes from pumping the first few days to maybe a bit more complicated with the slow heats out here?
Yeah, I mean, we've been doing this for a while. Everyone here, contests, you know, you get good heats, you get bad heats. The waves, we're in the ocean, it's ever changing, and it's fun. It's always exciting to see what happens with the waves.
Appreciate the time. Best of luck.
Yes, thank you so much.
All right. Congratulations, Alana. Into the semifinals. To catch everyone up, blue has priority. Lucas in the lead with a 6.5 and a 6. Luca Macinas in the red, needing an 8.5 at the moment. Luca, you have a 3.25, and your last right was a 4. Looking for an 8.5, so sort of a restart. 16 minutes and 15 seconds. Blue in the lead, red in second.
Yeah, pretty interesting talking to Alana right there about the changes between the 2-man and the 4-man heat. I also asked Eden Walla about that earlier. So, yeah, a little bit of adjustment period, kind of a slowed down head-to-head matchup in the morning, and then a little more frenetic energy in the afternoon with 4 people in the water and less time. So interesting to see these adjustments, but like we've spoken about all week, that's kind of what surfing is. You do your preparation, and then you go out and adjust on the fly, whether it's conditions or just as soon as you stand up. You know, you can have an idea what you want to do out there, but the waves ultimately going to dictate how you go about it.
Yeah, the conditions play a big part. That priority, definitely a different beast in head-to-head than the 4-man heats. They want to move quickly. They want to catch waves. They want to get those 2 good ones as quick as they can. You don't have the time to be as patient, obviously, with the lineup more full with your co-competitors. 15 minutes left. Priority is blue. Lucas Ostin out to a good start with the 6.5 and the 6, and Luca Macinas ready to pounce.
Yeah, blue is in a nice spot with that early lead in priority, and now he's going to engage once again, looking to improve. This left is going to open up for him on the end, but he doesn't see anything down the line that catches his eye. He's on his way back out there. 14 minutes, 40 seconds. I don't see that improving on his total, so.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be an improver. It definitely was a defensive move, it felt like, with Luca right there, more on the shoulder, and here we go.
He's found the right-hander. This is that Pier Bowl right that's been the main feature all week. He's got a lot of heat wins from here throughout the week. He's got the speed, and he's got the turn to end it. 1 turn whammo.
Well, we've just gone up a whole nother notch, and it's mistake-free surfing. That is what the judges expect right now at this level. You can see both these guys just so much pressure and speed from rail to rail. There's no check turns allowed. There might be, and even in the setup turns, it has to be executed cleanly and powerfully. And every time they get up towards the lip, in the lip, just below the lip, I mean, it's complete rail engagement and perfect technique. That was a huge finishing turn.
Speed, power, flow personified right there. He had the momentum and the speed. It was just a matter of how he was going to adapt it. And, yeah, I like the look of it. Judges are comparing to some of Lucas's earlier waves to iron out the score and one of his big finishes right there. So we're waiting for a score to drop. Just over 13 minutes left. Priority is blue, red, and going to have some scores in a minute.
Like, and that amount of pressure that they both keep on the board in the right place doesn't allow them to, even when it starts to go slow, the board is gliding and there's no hop.
Yeah, the way both these guys end their turns, they're railing through it. It's not a snap, it's not a tap, it's commitment and speed.
They're not poking it. They are definitely engaging the rail all the way down. And then I was reflecting on that left that, well, we'll get back to that. It looks like a quick left for our surfer in red. Now he's looking for more scores. This is where he found his money waves yesterday. Kind of that left off the pier that he knows stands up. Look at this finish. Oh, commentator curse. More importantly, Luca, your last right was a 6.75. Red, your last right, a 6.75. Waiting on the score for that left. Priority is still with blue. Luca needing a 5.75 now.
Yeah, here's the replay of that last left for red. He was on his way to that 5.75 he needed, but that last turn just questionable, didn't ride out. So
a rare non-finish.
Yeah,
I would say
maybe one of those earlier in the week, but he's cleaned it up well. So he's right back out there. 11 minutes 40 seconds.
You know what it felt like to me too when Lucas took that left that I think was a bit defensive, even though he seemed like he was 60 yards behind the section. I don't think he's considering that. He's so confident in his ability and that board that he can make waves from way behind sections.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive to see how deep these guys can take off in the sections they make. It's the training, it's the equipment, it's the synergy of all that coming together, and that's why they're here in quarterfinal heat number 1.
Luca, your last left, a 4.25. Now you have a 6.75 and a 4.25. You need a 5.75 to move up into first. Lucas, you have a 6.5 and a 6. Just under 11 minutes. Priority is blue-red. Coming up next, Jabe Swerkowski and Hayden Rogers.
Staying busy, red. It's like he got started and now he won't stop, so he's still looking for the 5.75. Buttons that one up, unlike the last wave. 10.5 minutes left. Blue still has priority. He's going to wait and hear what the score is and then decide how he wants to approach the next couple minutes.
Well, that's the 9th wave written by our surfer from Peru. He was undoubtedly going to finish that with an exclamation mark, especially probably after he paddled out from the last left going, okay, I gave one away. Time to reset, reboot.
Pretty cool shot right there on the replay. The drone was right in front of him. We're going to have some excellent drone footage and the highlights. The guy's been flying around, getting us all kinds of angles from above and right out in front. So here's another replay of. So this is Blue's 3rd wave they're looking at on the replay for comparison.
Which was the 6. So, wow, as he finishes on the monitor, it looked like Macinas was, again, he gets to be very catty under priority.
Yeah, kind of sharking around in there, just looking. We've talked all morning about the incoming tide and how some waves will roll through the outside and stand up on the inside. So that's what he was doing for a bit. Still got one more score to lock in. Looks like now they're both settled into kind of close quarters for the time being out there.
Yep, waiting on the score for your last left, Luca. There's 9 minutes left. We will get you that right away.
couple numbers are in, waiting for a couple more so we have the whole picture. Both of them looking up, eagerly anticipating the news. Jeff, tell them.
It's a 5.5, Luca, just under. Now you have a 6.75 and a 5.5, but you are still looking to get a 5.75. 8 minutes and 40 seconds, and he is wasting no time. If he can get into this little inside right, sometimes they find the sandbar and run, but they can carry a ton of speed. Look at that tail drift. He drifted so far, almost re-engaged the rail, full commitment on a knee-high burner.
Yeah, you can't accuse him of not being committed, because watch this replay right here. Gets a couple pumps. This is the spot he chooses. Wham. Just kind of dug the nose a little bit. But the effort, the intent, like I said. Yeah, Blue's glad he didn't pull it.
And you could see in the camera angle, Lucas looking in, watching from behind.
Yeah, imagine seeing that from behind, kind of like.
Well, and in conditions like this where it's so small and clean and fragile, it's easy to peek in. Sometimes when it's bigger and more wishy-washy, you can't really see the back of the wave or where this other surfer is, your competitor riding.
Well, we also spoke about the contrast between 2- and 4-man heats. In 4-man heats or 4-person heats, that's a lot of 3 other people or a lot of stuff to keep like on your mind. You don't want to be paying too much attention to everybody else, more so what you need. Whereas in head-to-head, it's just you and him or you and her, just head-to-head. So you got to pay a little more attention to what's going on. And it's hard not to, just because, like I said, there's 2 of you. There's not a bunch of stuff happening at once. It's your turn, my turn, your turn, my turn.
And there's a lot of respect between all these competitors, especially as they've been going at it for quite a while. And Luca Macinas, a veteran, you would say, been on the World Championship Tour, headed over to Hawaii for the Challenger event at Pipe, and then on to the final event in Australia at Newcastle. Lucas Austin making his way through the qualifying series, wanting to get onto the Challenger, and this is a, potential great stepping stone in that direction.
Yeah, it'd be quite a scalp to take if Lucas can, take out Macinas, because like you said, Red has surfed every level of competition, ISA, Championship Tour, qualifiers, Challenger, and Blue is a up-and-comer, stellar junior career, making noise here. So it's kind of a convergence of 2 career paths right now.
Priority change. Red with first priority. Blue a second priority. Just under 6 minutes. Man, I was watching Hayden Rogers paddle out. He ran and did one of those skim out on his board, and he pumped like 15 yards.
Yeah, it's impressive.
In the flats. So coming up next, Jabe Swerkowski and Hayden Rogers, a regular versus goofy matchup.
Yeah, it's pretty wild how far some of those young adults can do that little skim on the way out, like you mentioned. Just take 5 big strides of running, jump on that skimboard out for about 20 yards.
And he was like pumping. Yeah. Hey, exciting news. Local surfer and legend, founder of Surfing for Hope Foundation, has just come out with a book. Bob Vogelin will be, I think there's a booth on the pier. He's doing a book signing from 10 to 2 today. You can purchase the book, a great story on a book he wrote that just came out called Riding the Wave of Hope, Surviving Life's Challenges and Cancer, one wave at a time. These events were in partnership with Surfing for Hope from the inception in 2017. Now it's just the WSL, but the longboard event in November will be. Up and riding, though, a split peak. This is massive for both surfers. Macinas tags it twice, got up and vertical. Even when there really didn't look like a proper lip, he was carrying so much speed through those frothy sections. And Austin on his forehand. Here's the replay.
Yeah, he got some work done. You were following Red, I was following this, so that first big turn gets a little foamy. He likes the feel of it, looking in, asking the judges the question.
Wow, interesting. So one big forehand turn and then carrying a ton of speed on his backhand, driving down the line turn, and then, you know, good technique, climbing the lip, getting 6-12 on his finish turn. Where will this go for our two surfers? Red with priority. Luca, you have first priority. Judges getting that score in.
Yes, this is going to be interesting. Like you said, the one turn into the right, or on the right into the pier, and the two turns going away from the pier. So yes, I'm really interested to see the way they break this down. We've got about 3 minutes and 20 seconds left. Red, you have priority.
Yeah, a critical exchange, you know, and if he gets the score, did Lucas at the same time better his low score, you know, and up the ante a little bit? Macinas, oh, he's found his groove on this one. That's twice.
Curse. Jeffrey.
I'm sorry. Okay, well, the first turn was blistering.
Yeah, we're still waiting for his last score to come in.
Ostin, yeah, clean up in out 3. Ostin with priority, out the back, just under 3 minutes. The scores from that last exchange, well, Lucas, the last right was a 5.95. That did not better his score line, so it remains the same. Macinas on that left needing a 5.75. That's the main score since he just went down on that right, although it was a beautiful opening carve. 2.5 minutes left.
So we're still waiting for that score from Red.
Yep, waiting on the left, the two-turn left from Red. Early indications, there is potential. He flips it. It's a 5.95. Macinas to the lead. Now Ostin in second. There's 2 minutes left. Blue has priority. Now requires a 6.21. Ostin, you need a 6.21.
That was a good-looking left-hander, just broke a little outside. That's one of the first waves today that is kind of capped on the outside, out of reach of the competitors.
Well, yeah, tough to be out there. I mean, you can see that where the whitewash line starts is 40-plus yards past where they're sitting. 1:40 left. Macinas flips it on the two-turn left.
Well, he'd been plugging away. That was he's ridden 12 waves this heat.
So we can't complain that it's not consistent, because it definitely is. And even when we go into the four-man format, you know, the four surfers in the water, 1:20. Here we go. Ostin has his shot. This left, Bud lining up for him down the beach.
He's looking for a 6.21. There is a racetrack on the inside. Ouch. It's like he was looking ahead a little bit down the line, and the wave just was kind of flattening out.
I think he was fighting that current that was coming up, and he had to be pressuring his front foot so much, and it was sticky.
Yeah.
So he goes down. Will he separate? Macinas charging over towards him, paddling with intent.
Yeah, he knows the game, and he knows how to play it. He's going to get nice and tight with Mr. Lucas Usted.
And for those on the beach watching, the reason Red paddled over towards Blue in the dying seconds, he has a higher priority, meaning he can pick any wave in the lineup, so he is going to shadow the surfer in Blue and hold that priority position. If any wave comes in, it is his choice to go. We're down to 15 seconds, Bud, and what a heat it has been. 10 seconds.
Count us out, Jeff.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So some nice sportsmanship right there on the screen you can see. However, it will be Luca Macinas in red. He's our first semifinalist. We'll see him tomorrow morning. Next heat, stand by, and we'll go to a commercial break.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
We start each day with one goal. With our state-of-the-art network, we provide reliable, high-speed internet to the Central Coast with no contracts and no limits. Visit peakwifi.com for plans and coverage of our rapidly expanding network.
Cal Open. We are in quarterfinal number 2 of the men's qualifying series. Hayden Rogers in blue, Jabe Swerkaki in red. Both these surfers have surfed their way through the early rounds in the week, and they're here in the quarterfinals looking to book their ticket to finals day tomorrow. We have red taking a look, Jeff. That's Jabe up and riding. I'm here with Jeff Baldwin.
Well, again, once you get to this end of the event, we are into quarterfinals all day today. This is where the big surfing happens. Big turns have gotten these athletes into this point, this round, and now looking to get on into the semis and hopefully become champion. Here we go on his forehand. Hayden Rogers, who's coming off a very consistent last bunch of events, winning in Mexico, semifinal in Morro Bay, and now he finds himself in the quarterfinals here. Jabe Swerkowski had a really nice event up in Morro Bay last month also.
So yeah, 2 surfers that have found a comfort level in these chilly and brisk Central Coast waters. Here's the replay again of Jabe. He's got that nice fins-free look. First wave for red, 5.25. Jabe, your first wave was a 5.25. Hayden, you have a 1.5 and a 0.5. Priority is blue, then red. 22.5 minutes left in this quarterfinal heat number 2. So red had second priority, so no harm, no foul. Had a paddle, no go. Meanwhile, with priority, here goes blue, Jeff.
This is looking like a nice, the best wave for Hayden Rogers. There's the chop hop. I heard you talking about the chop hop. I don't know, it was the other day. You wonder if it's a little bet between friends just to finish. Keep the fun, keep the flow. Most importantly, Hayden Rogers driving through every one of these turns. And now we got Jabe on his forehand. I love the contrast, goofy versus regular, and this little sandbar right, giving so much opportunity. Blows the fins, reverses, and rides out clean as could be.
Man, are these guys making it look easy?
Yes, very easy.
It's not, but they're making it look that way. That means they are ripping. Here goes the replay of Hayden on his first wave.
Take
on
off.
the backhand. Get some nice snaps done and just
Home
keeps
point
going.
updated.
No downtime, no slowdown, and chop hop it up.
And just a fun fact, they don't get the score for the chop hop. It just feels good. Replay of Jabe and all the speed getting into the end. Very comfortable on that Channel Islands. I'm not sure which one he's riding today, but it doesn't seem to matter. He's got 2 magic sticks that he relies on. He's got that epoxy and he's got the PU. And now blue again, Hayden straight into it. So this sandbar coming alive as the tide comes up. Tons of spray flying off his board. I have a call I want to make in a second there. Boom! Got a little bit stuck on the front foot. Those first 2 turns, I'm sure you are familiar with ace bucking.
Yes. Okay.
Something about it.
No, I got it. It's the form. It's the everything in the right place on those first 2 turns, and that's what Ace was, a technician. And up until that last turn, Hayden was pretty technical on that. Just lost the footing on the last one. Could be a little cold. Could be a little slip.
Well, that would have been an impactful wave for Hayden, but it doesn't matter. So last wave's ridden. Jabe, your opening wave, a 5.25. Your last wave, a 6. Hayden, your best wave, a 5.60. That last right, a 3.5. Hayden needing a 5.66, just under 20 minutes. Red with first priority. Looks like he's given the board a little wax.
So yeah,
or a little scratch or something.
Yeah, you see that on the camera, him kind of scraping up the wax, making some grooves, making some bumps. So I have to imagine just had a little slip on that last section, but he's right back out there. 19 and a half minutes left. Priority red then blue. So just over 19 minutes left. Red in the lead with a 6 and a 5.25. Blue in second with a 5.6 and a 3.5. Priority is with red. And it looks like they are moving around now. They're heading up a little farther away from the pier than where they started the heat. We've got a big spread. I've got about 400 yards to work with between the pier and the northern boundary. But this kind of central zone has been really where most of the surfers have been looking to do their damage. 18 and a half minutes left. Once again, this is quarterfinal heat number 2. Luca Messinas already booked his ticket to the semifinals tomorrow, so one of these two surfers, Jabe in red or Hayden in blue, will be the next to go. Red with priority, so blue has to get out of the way. A lot of energy on this wave for red. Gets one turn done, and then bango right at the end. That's been his moneymaker this week. But speaking of moneymaker, on the outside, blue up and riding. He's goofy foot, so he likes the lefts. Starts strong, follows it up strong, buttons it up too right there. So complete 2 nice scores, maybe a little inside bonus love down here on the end. So 2 scores to come, 17 minutes, 40 seconds left. We've got scores to come in for red and blue. Exciting stuff. Here's the replay of the 8:05 replay. Red gets that first snap. He sees the section coming and leans his body into it right there. And then he turns around to see this. Blue, Hayden Rogers on the forehand. Sharp first snap, gets loose. Follows it up with a second one. Loosens up the tail again, climbs the foam. So 2 strong waves right there. And the judges get to, here's one more replay from a different angle of blue. Red up and riding again live though. Jabe finding the groove. 2 turns, slides the second one. Cleans it up with a foam climb. So judges have a lot of work to do. Just under 17 minutes left. So Hayden, your last wave came in at a 7.5. Hayden, you jumped to the lead with a 7.5 and a 5.6. We're waiting for a score from Jabe. We got a little time right now, 16 and a half minutes. Where judges are watching some replays. They're going to iron out this score for red on his last wave. So the heat really starting to take shape now. Both these surfers have found their groove, starting to hang some scores. So yeah, Hayden Rogers with the 7.5 and the 5.6. He's in the lead. He's got priority. Blue has priority. 16 minutes left, waiting on a score. Let's go down to an interview with the last heat winner, Luca Messinas.
Yeah, I'm here with Luca Messinas making another amazing, consistent result into the semifinals here in Pismo. You've been coming up to these events for many years now. Does it feel good to be back in this position?
Yeah, so I feel it always feels good to make hits in any event. I've been coming here many times, and I like this wave. It's pretty fun, and yeah, stoked to make it. Stoked to be on the semis for finals day tomorrow. Happy with my performance too, my surfing. So yeah, happy.
Well, we're happy with it too. Yesterday we had a great time, or I had a good time calling the heat. You found those lefts in the wind yesterday, and then once again you found that same sandbar left sort of out there today.
Yeah, today I feel like it's a little different than yesterday in the afternoon, but the waves are fun. It's glassy, it's nice. Some of the waves look really good, but then they're a little soft. But if you have like the right speed and the right surfing, you can do some good maneuvers out there. So I was stoked to found a right and a left. So both were like one side and the other side. So yeah, stoked with my surfing in both sides.
And you had some waves that you just came unstuck. There was a left you didn't finish that probably would have given you the score to make you relax at that point. Lucas pushed you to the very end, and then, you know, it came your way.
Yeah, I found one left. I think that wave was really small, and then I got a left pretty far down the north. But in my last wave, it was a right into the pier, and it was like kind of like perfect. And I did a really first good turn, but in the second one, my foot like slipped off my tail. So I was really upset about that because I knew that wave was going to be good. Because I even didn't know if the wave before was a score or not. So yeah, a little mistakes, but I'm happy to make it. And those are things that I can do better in the next one.
Well, you're always doing good. And talking about doing good, 24th in the rankings on the Challenger Series, going from the cold here to different world in pipeline. There must be some nerves and also pure excitement.
Yeah, I'm excited for sure. I wanted to come here to be fighting on the region and to make also to be consistent on my hits. I've been out like not competing for like a month, so I wanted to start doing some hits. So I think it's helping me a lot to be back on competition mode. So I'm stoked. I'm stoked for Hawaii because I think the waves are going to be good. It's the first time there's going to be a challenger in pipeline, so I think that's going to be exciting for not only for me, for everybody.
Well, I know personally you are ready for those waves. You got the equipment. Your body's good. Great to chat with you, and good luck in the next round. Luca Macinas, moving into the semis. Back to you, bud.
All right, we've got live action on the screen. Jabe in red just came unbuttoned on that one, but let's get everybody up to speed. 13 minutes left. Hayden is still in the lead. Hayden, your low score is a 5.6. Jabe, your last wave came in at a 6.2. You are looking for a 6.61 to advance. So yes, in the lead still and with priority, Hayden Rogers in blue. His low score is a 5.6. And Jabe is in second priority, in second place, and is looking for a 6.61 to jump into the lead. And we are at the 12.5-minute mark in this quarterfinal number 2. Luca caught a lot of waves in that last heat. Like you said, there's no
12 waves, I think.
You can't say that there's no opportunities out there.
Well, and he knew he had sort of maybe given away one on the left, but really when he said, oh, that right, which was the one we talked about, he blew the fins, drifted the tail, was on his way to the bottom, and that little rib got him.
But that just shows the resilience, because you could tell it kind of hurt him a little, that he knew he was off to a good score, but then he bounced right back, got it, and advanced.
Well, you know, he dug deep into the veteran status, kept calm, and ended up, you know, taking it out over Lucas Osten, who'd been in the driver's seat up until the last 2 minutes.
Well, and those were both two of the form surfers of the event, so unfortunately only one can move on, so it's going to be Luca Macinas tomorrow, finals day.
Yeah, that's right. Into a Sunday. Look at these conditions. Blue has priority, can't get in. Red can't get over the edge either. So that one fades under both of them. Priority stays with blue.
So yeah, red is looking for that 6.61 to advance. Highly attainable. He's already got a 6.5 on the board and a 6.2, so it would split the difference between his two best waves right now. Bump it up a little bit.
Well, and here we are, you know, being in the quarters and talking about form surfers in the last two. These two also, the next two, obviously that's why they're in the quarterfinals, and they have been consistently getting above 7s and in the 8s, because the highlight packages that we do at the end of the day seem to be featuring all these guys.
All the usual suspects right here in the quarterfinals of the SLO CAL Open 2026 men's QS event. We had the women's QS quarterfinals earlier. Now we're in the men's quarterfinals, and then later in the afternoon, we're going to have both men's pro junior quarters and women's pro junior quarters. So we've got a lot of surfing left to go, but right now there's 10 minutes left, and Hayden Rogers in the lead. Jabe Swirkaki looking for a 6.61 to take that lead away. And I got to imagine that the end of this heat's going to have some fireworks, because both these surfers have already been providing. You can see on the screen right there, Hayden working on his wax job. A little bit cold up here. You got to make sure you got some good tacky texture on the deck of that board.
I don't think he has wax. I think he's doing what I do. He just clawing it with his fingernails like a wax comb.
Yeah, I do the same thing.
Yeah, I always make sure I got some nails just to scratch it up.
You know, what's it? The podcast, the Surf Splendor podcast, they were saying that it's a no-go on the scraping your wax with your fingernails. And I'm thinking,
why
if
are
it's
they
cold
worried
and
about?
I'm out there, I'm going to do it. I don't want to slip.
What are they worrying about breaking their nails from their last mani-pedi?
Yeah, I don't know.
What's the problem?
They have that barrel or nah, which is kind of like good or bad, and they both weighed in. I think they just thought it was yucky, but you know what? When I'm out there surfing, I don't want to slip. I want to get a full-on grip and rip.
Wow, if they're not into the fingernail scratch, are they anti-rubbing sand in your wax before you paddle out too?
How far does it go? Don't use a wax comb?
What about waxing your grip?
You know, I had a conversation with that with Josh Kerr a couple years ago, and he said wax it all the time. Here goes.
Always.
We're going to go with the replay. Here's Blue. This is that 7.5 that Blue had earlier, his high score. So we're going to look at that on the replay so those of you at home know like how we got here. And then this is going to be Jabe's 6.5 on the replay, so you can see the high score for both of the surfers. Compare and contrast, and now you'll know what the judges will be basing these next waves ridden off of. You know, they set the scale, then they go up and down based off the wave at the beginning of the heat, and those were the two best of our surfers. Once again, a beautiful drone shot brought to you by Mid-State Containers. They refurbish the sea trains and build living quarters out of them, offices out of them. Some people make like a shop garage. We've been lucky enough to get one of their containers and convert it into a mobile command center for the judges, the commentators, the priority judges. So you'll see this blue Mid-State container moved around from different events, and it's where we get all the numbers worked out for the scoring, the judges, all that jazz, and then we bring you the broadcast.
It's an easy way to drop and get it set up and pack it up quickly and crane it away. I like the shows with the containers, the teeny homes, that they, you know, put a bunch of them together and make amazing homes out of 4 of these.
Well, like I was saying, it's cool that they found a way to repurpose these, because once they're done with use, what do you do with them? So now they've found a way to provide, you know, like I said, garages, shops, offices.
Man, I don't know. I saw some video, and I don't know why it caught my eye, but it was a massive metal grinder, and they put a train into this incredibly huge grinding wheel, and it made the train look like soft butter and a masher. So I'm sure they could put one of these in there too and just grind it up like nothing. Repurpose the metal.
It's funny you mention that. Those crushing videos are oddly satisfying. It seems like the most silly thing to watch, but somehow you get locked in.
You're like, how is that possible that something so big can get turned into pulp instantly? Well, the matchup between our Ventura surfer and our San Clemente surfer, Hayden Rogers, out in the lead at the moment in the blue with priority, just under 6 minutes. There's been 10 waves ridden. Each surfer takes their 2 top waves, and that determines who wins the heat and who will be moving on into the semifinal tomorrow. Plenty of time on the clock.
Just look at how tight this heat is. Hayden Rogers has a combined total of 13.1. Jabe has a combined total of 12.7, so it's right there. It's tightly contested.
Well, look at that. Hayden, not flushed at all, said, I see nothing in this wave. I'm confident. Go for it.
That was pretty nervy stuff right there.
It really was. That shows some deep moxie.
5 minutes.
Well, this one, though, the water moved off the sandbar from that first wave. Jabe on his forehand, we know it's lethal at the finish, and there it is, blows the fins,
wowza.
Huge gouging layback.
He's got a lot of big scores this week on one-turn waves, and he got a turn before that finisher, so we'll see. It's up to the judges now.
Wow. And there we were just thinking about how Hayden did not even budge when Jabe paddled for the wave before, but it set him up for this inside one with less water on it. Oh, I thought it was a layback. It was more he drift the fins and put his front hand in.
It was a 2-for-1. It's almost like he went into a layback jam, but the fins released, so he put the hand down and pivoted around. So it was kind of a combo of two different things.
Wow, so he really powerful finish. The wave wasn't supplying a lot of energy.
Looking
good
for
variety,
a
right?
6.61, yeah. Well, Hayden had a quick up and down, which isn't going to count for much, but this is Jabe's score is the one right here that we're really looking for. So they're comparing on the replay his third wave, just for reference.
Yeah, so there's the replay, live and up and riding. Where will Hayden Rogers go? Up and out is where he goes, ladies and gentlemen. Did you expect anything different? He has that on lock.
And he has got a bonus inside double up racetrack for more action.
Well, talk
finishes it up. Wow.
Wow, Bud, what a wave and what a finish. We expect something big for this. Priority is with Jabe. Jabe, hang out. We'll wait and let you know what score you got on your last wave because it is looking healthy. And then what did Hayden get and where does it all flush out with 3 minutes to go?
What an end to this heat. Just back and forth. Hey, non-competitors, you guys up there on the longboard, we need you to go about 150 yards to the north, please.
All right, Jabe, your last right, a 7.25. That put Jabe in the lead. We do have the score for Blues last left, which we know is going to be solid, plus 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Red with priority. Jabe, you have a 6.5 and a 7.25. Hayden has a 7.5 and a score to come. Here's the replay. This is the finish of the replay. Big air reverse on the outside, and he hucked it to the beach, spun around with so much carry speed, flowed to the inside, and no doubt,
well, he's been
big points to come.
Yeah, he's been on a run lately. He's feeling confident. You could tell after he pulled the reverse, he had a little, you could tell he was happy with it. Then he looked over down the line, had a little bonus, got a finisher. So yes, this heat's really coming down to the wire. There's 2 minutes left.
Scores dropping in, so all I can say is there it is. Hayden Rogers, a 7.4 on that last left. Hayden in the lead. Jabe with priority. Jabe, you need a 7.65, and look at the size of this wave. A set on the outside for Jabe. Blasts the fins on the first turn, driving into this enormous man hack. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have a battle royale right now.
Heat of the morning right here. He got leapfrog. Hayden jumped to the lead. As we were announcing that, Jabe, the tallest wave of the morning, comes in. Here's the replay right there. Starts it off with a nice smack, and then here's the money. Booyah.
He couldn't have put much more into that finish turn. What a cool exchange going on. Jabe needs a 7.65, and right on cue, the wave stands up for him, and he did not miss a beat. Flexes towards the beach. Now out the back with just over a minute. Blue with priority. Where will this score go? Hayden must know that he's going to have to surf for it. A 9.0 for Jabe. Red goes back to the lead. There's under a minute. Hayden, you have priority, and you need an 8.76. Well, as fans of surfing, Bud, we can't enjoy it more, right? When it's just back and forth, hammer and tong, blow for blow in the box.
I'm sitting here doing a little deep breathing because I had to keep it under control right there. That was so exciting, the back and forth.
Mate, don't control it. It's finals weekend. Let it flow. Let it rip on the mic.
I'm smiling and having a good time just watching these dudes rip it up. So cool. Here's the replay. 20 seconds left in the heat, but here's the replay. Just so much.
And his foot was way over the leash plug, you know?
Well, we're
so far back on the tail. We're down under it. Count it out.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, what an amazing effort by both surfers. Unfortunately, only one can move on. Jabe, we'll see you in the semifinals tomorrow. Here's a nice bit of sportsmanship.
Wow, and what a matchup that's going to be. Luca Macinas and Jabe Swerkowski. That will be semifinal number 1. 2 form regular foots. Hayden Rogers, great result moving through this year. A first, a third, and now a 5th. Solid results at the the back end of the year going into Barbados.
Well, we're going to cut to a quick commercial, and the next heat will be on when you come back.
All right, guys, counting you in.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Welcome back, everybody watching online. Quarter 3 men. Sam Reedy, the Costa Rican in the red. Parker Cohn out of Newport Beach is in the blue. Mitch and Bud with you. Lindblad, Cassidy check in. Our final heat of the men's quarterfinals at the QS level. And then we'll go into the junior women's after that, Bud. Our first heat of the quarters will be Alana Lopez, Ava Wagester, Linnea Mons, and Lola Fleming.
Man, the action is just nonstop, and with these names you're announcing coming up, it promises to keep delivering. And for those of you who saw the last heat, action personified, high scores, exchanges, Jabe pulling it off right at the end. Just, I was beside myself. It was hard to contain myself. It was so exciting to watch. I've got to imagine their fan clubs are pretty hyped up right now, too.
I would imagine they're pretty hyped up. That was a great heat. 16:25 the heat total for Swerkowski. And then 14:9 for Rogers. So a strong heat for both of them. 23-minute surfers. No waves ridden at the moment.
The cool thing about that last heat is they both got their opportunities. They both got to take their swings. And nobody wants to lose, but you at least want to lose swinging and giving it your best. So, yeah. High quality stuff, top tier surfing right there.
Well, it's what we expect from the quarterfinalists onwards. So all quarterfinals today, Bud. Tomorrow we'll be crowning our champions, semis, and the finals on board. And here we go, potentially first wave of the heat. Who's going to have better positioning? It's Red, Reedy, the Costa Rican. And it's just a one stab on the backhand, Bud, but a strong one. Priority with Blue Cone.
Yeah, there was some open face on either side of that wave, but at the beginning of the heat without priority established, it's kind of tricky sometimes to hold the other guy off at the same time get the wave you want. So now priority is at least established. Red's going to have a score. Blue has priority. There's 22 minutes left. So now things will start to follow their normal order of priority and taking turns.
22 minutes, 3.75 Red. And first appearance in the quarterfinals at this level for Cone in the blue. Reedy's been on a heater the last few years in the regional QS.
Well, this might be his first quarterfinal, but it's a result, but you're never satisfied. You want to keep advancing like we've spoken about. A quarterfinal is a nice result, but once you're here, you're still hungry. Everybody wants to get to Sunday.
Absolutely, and especially with 6,000 points on the line over there in Barbados for the last event. You win that one and you're pretty much in on the challenger, so it's a major one and still 8,000 points on the line if you look at it. The 2,000 Red here for the champion and then 6 over there, Bud. And then potentially Red having a dig on the inside, Reedy, and a double up here.
Yeah, what a strong paddle to get into this, and there's a line ahead of him, so he's going to make the most of it. Vert, man, he's got a real nice way of getting that board straight up there. Real compacts his body, tight in the pocket, straight up vert. He got the 3.75 on the first wave, and he's got another score to come in at the 20-minute and 30-second mark.
The mullet mohawk is making a comeback here, bud. Reedy's last on screen with the Best Western replay.
Yes, he not only has a nice version of that backhand snap, but he's got the nice version of that Kentucky waterfall, the mullet.
Is that what it's called?
I've heard hockey hair. I've heard party or business in the front, party in the back.
Yeah.
Kentucky waterfall.
Yeah, I mean, if you can rock it and it feels good, you look good, you feel good. 5.5, Sam, it's your best. Your low score red, 3.75. 20 minutes. Next heat, Taj and Lucas. It'll be our last quarter of the men's QS. And then we go junior women's afterwards. Alana Lopez, Ava Wagaster, Linnea Mons, Lola Fleming. And then quarter 2, Victoria Duprat, Eden Walla, Avery McDonald, and Dea McCart. Well, I mean, it was cold this morning. Now, let me correct that, bud. It was freezing this morning. It's cold right now, but look at how beautiful it is in the sunshine. It came out, and it is just as beautiful as you could potentially get right here for the SLO CAL Open.
I'm going to go get a little bit of that sunshine and talk to the last heat winner.
19 minutes. So Reedy in the red with the 2 waves written, a 5.5 and a 3.75. Blue cone with priority. 25-minute heats for the QS and then 20 for the juniors. And there is a digital priority board up top of the mid-state container win right now. Of course, we do have a green and yellow disc as well. Green means more than 5 minutes. Yellow means 5 minutes or less. Do want to say a big thank you to all of our staff. It's the weekend right now on the beach. The pier is packed. So 18:30 to go. Priority blue. Red's low score 3.75. And whenever you're ready, bud, take it away with Jabe.
All right, I'm here with Jabe. Wow. We were freaking out in there. It was a back and forth heat. Hayden's been on a run lately. He was ahead of you. There's about a minute left. How did you feel when you saw that set rolling right towards you?
Yeah, I was stoked. I mean, there was a flurry in the beginning, and then it went pretty slow for that end bit. And I mean, Haydo's got to be one of the most, if not the most consistent guy in the QS right now. So knew he's going to go drop some scores. He's been surfing good. So yeah, kind of back against the wall. And like you said, not much time left and saw a set coming. And yeah, just tried not to get too excited and happy it came to me.
Finals day tomorrow. What do you got to do this afternoon to prep? Just lay low, hydrate, get some good food?
For sure, yeah. Pretty much all of the above. Support some of our friends that are coming up in the juniors. And yeah, just keep watching the waves. I'm just here with some buddies having a good time. So same routine. I mean, it's been working so far. So yeah, stoked.
Right on. We're enjoying your surfing. Anybody you want to thank? Any shout outs?
Yeah, obviously, boys at CI, riding that same epoxy. It's magic. Feels great. Family, friends at home, watching, supporting. And then, yeah, some of my friends came down to watch. And yeah, thank you guys.
He's had a lot of success here on this stretch of the coast. Jabe is in the finals tomorrow. We'll see you then.
Thanks, guys.
Back to you.
Thanks, bud. Congratulations to Jabe Swierkowski. He'll be in the semis tomorrow. So a quick one there for Blue Cone. And now we got the heat leader in red, Sam, going right for the first time in this heat. And is able to complete the blowtail at the end for the second one. 16:30 to go, surfers. So stand by the third of red, and this one the first of blue. Unfortunately, unglued right there for Parker. And then Sam was able to get, but could potentially improve on the 3.75 right here on the forehand. First time for him. And a solid combo right there for the Costa Rican. So priority reestablished by blue. Another look at Best Western replay here of Reedy, bud.
Yeah, big, tall, lanky, strong young man, and he does a nice job of, like I said, compacting and then expanding, you know, that weight, unweight, and he's fitting his board in some real tight spots, and he's got a 5.5 on the board as a high right now, waiting for another score to come in.
And next heat, Lindblad Cassidy. And watching the replay of Sam's second ride, which came in as a 5.5. So doing the comparisons right here. And then once again, his last wave, which was the right. The TP board looking solid underneath the feet right now. 15 minutes 20. And it's gonna replace the 3. It's a 5.25 red. So you have a 5.5 and a 5.25. Blue, you're needing a 9.75. Plenty of time, 15 minutes. And Bud, talking about the weather, once again, I mean, look at how gorgeous the day is. Plenty of surfers to the north outside of the comp area. We got the lifeguards on the beach, a ton of people already on the beach and the pier, and it is only 10:44 in the morning.
Yeah, this is one of those kind of days you want to be outside, whether it's at the beach here, you can see off in the distance, Avila Bay, Pismo Preserve above us. Granted, we're focused here because the surfing is just going nuts all morning. So, yeah, just the kind of day you want to get outside. Pismo Beach has produced. It's January in California, and we're in the sunshine. It's a beach day.
It truly is, and the subclimates here, the microclimates that we have right here in the region of San Luis Obispo County. I mean, just look at that drone shot right here.
Yeah, you can see Point Sal off there in the distance, Paradise Cove. If you can get out there, that's quite a crunchy beach break, but you got Oceano Dunes down there in the distance. There's the pier complex. You can see us in the little blue mid-state container right there. And yes, it's kind of, there's a little bit of everything down here. There's rooftop bars, there's the beach, there's restaurants. So yeah, Pismo Beach. Book your ticket now.
And of course, you gotta always take a sign with the world famous Pismo Beach sign right here too, right where the pier begins. It's a staple, Bud.
There's also the Big Clam. If you come into town from Highway 1, there's a Big Clam by Pismo Coast Village, or off the freeway, there's a giant oversized clam that you'll see people stop and, get their Instagram photos for.
Can you jump inside the clam? Is that a possibility?
I believe it's made of cement and is solid, so no, it's more just the outer shell that's, the big attraction.
That would be a cool photo. Jump in the clam and have it seem like it's swallowing you.
That would be amusing. There is a little whale right there on the right-hand side where that stair step is. There's a kid's playground. There's a little whale head that the kids climb on. You can sit inside. I don't know if I could fit in it, but it would be a fun photo.
13 minutes to go, surfers. Red, your low score in the lead, 5.25. Blue, with 13 minutes, you're needing a 9.75. Your only wave ridden, just a 1 Parker, priority with blue.
Ocean's taking a little breather in this heat. The last couple of heats had a lot more action. You've probably heard us speak about how often it'll be kind of 2 heats on, 1 heat off. The ocean goes through its cycles. The last couple of heats were real busy, so 12 and a half minutes left, only 4 waves ridden. Parker, he's got priority sitting out back. He's been patient. He hasn't identified the wave he wants yet, but just as I speak about this, some lions are starting to stand up.
Yeah, this is the heat leader, Sam. Inside wave, potentially doubling up here. Gets a little hung up on the second one. Some more wiggle room on the inside, and he's gonna slam the door shut on that one. And then outside blue, Bud Cone with a necessary answer here.
Yeah, he's looking to shake off that single wave score of a 1. And he knew there wasn't much in that one, so he kind of swung for the fences. But you know what? He's back out there. He'll retain priority. More than likely. I'm not the judge, so we'll see what they say. But he kicked out quick and knew he didn't want to waste any more room on that wave.
Yeah, looking at the best Western replay here of Sam. So he's caught 4 waves. Waiting on this score for red. See if he improves on the 5.25 or not. First crack solid. Little hung up on the second one though, but recovers well here at the end, Bud.
Yeah, you buttoned it up nicely. So like I mentioned, blue, Parker did retain priority, kicked out. 11 minutes, 10 seconds left. Waiting for a score on red. Priority is with blue right now.
And it doesn't improve, Sam. It's a 5.1. You're going to keep the 5.25 as your second best. Blue, you're still needing the exact same score, 9.75 or better. And with 11 minutes on the clock, Lindblad Cassidy will be our last heat of the round. And then we go Lopez, Wagster, Mons, and Fleming for our first quarterfinal of the junior women's. You think the dogs are enjoying their time on the beach here?
They are. We got that nice little guy on the screen right there. You know, why do dogs love seaweed? They love the stinky seaweed. They'll roll around in it. They'll smell it. But, you know, you can't blame them. The world's a better place with dogs. You see a lot of cool ones cruising on the beach here, too, so.
I mean, I love dogs. Are you going to be mad at me, though, if I say deep down I'm a cat person, though?
I won't be mad at you for anything, Mitchell.
Okay.
And the oddball thing is, I'm a cat person, too.
Oh.
The even odder thing is, I'm allergic to cats.
And you love cats.
Well, have you heard of the cat reader?
Red, 10 minutes, Sam. Low score still to 5.25. Your last was a 5.1. It did not improve. Blue still needing a 9.75 or better. Just under 10 minutes.
So on a little tangent, one day this cat waltzes in my house, just comes in and sits down, and my girlfriend says, "Do you want me to get rid of it? I know you're allergic." Left it there. It came back the next day. After about 2 weeks, we put a note out on Facebook. Turns out the cat lives 5 blocks away, no longer wants to live at its house because they got a new cat, and now it lives with me. So now the owners stop by once every 3 weeks and drop off a bag of food for her and just stop by and say hello. But they're cool with it, and she's stuck with me.
So they're still the owners, but you don't have to pay for anything, pretty much.
I've pretty much taken over. They leave me money for when I take her to the vet, but I buy her food. They understand. They stop by and say hi to her. It's a comfortable arrangement.
Sounds like a win-win scenario, honestly. Yeah. So 9 minutes. Quarter 3 out there in the water. Sam Reedy with a pair of 5s in the lead. Blue Parker Cone only has a 1 as his best, needing close to a 10-point ride for first, but there's still enough time to potentially get at least 2 more waves.
Yeah, he's got priority right now, so the next one that he likes the look of, he'll go on. But like you said, 8.5 minutes left. Likely going to have to do it in 2. He's capable of doing it in 1, but you got to, keep those options open.
You're more than likely going to try to split it up right here with the amount of time remaining. 8 minutes 20, and just looking at the past champions at the men's QS level, bud, 17, Corey Arambidi, the first inaugural champion. Leon Glatzer in 18. Then back in 2020, Kevin Schultz was the champion. John Mell in 2022. Jet Schilling in 25. And in 24 and 23, we had 2 regular footers, Taj Lindblad, Dimitri Poole. So it's pretty even when it comes to the regular v goofy right here on the south or the north side of the pier. And it seems like, especially with these waves on offer, could be the same thing in this case.
Yeah, it's anybody's ball game right now. These guys are just trying to get to tomorrow, and then we'll iron it all out about goofy versus regular. But you got to get through the quarterfinals first, and Sam Reedy is going to stay busy. He's looking to get rid of his low score of a 5.25, but that wave just doesn't stand up. Well, yeah, you started rattling off all those names, and they were all goofy foots, but then granted, Taj, regular foot, Dimitri, regular foot. They've been
7 minutes 20, Red? Yeah. Well, there's even things over at Morro Bay, too. I mean, Kay, who was up here a while ago, he won the event a few years ago.
John won it this year, so yeah, yep. Goofy, regular, goofy, regular.
Levi Slaussen's been able to win the juniors here as well, and we all know what he's been able to do on the Challenger Series so far. So it's been a great platform for a lot of these surfers within the region, bud.
Yes, and like I mentioned before, I know all the local businesses and the young up-and-coming surfers of the region have enjoyed it. Just last weekend, during the free surfs, Finn the Grom, one of the local surfers, I was asking him if he was going to go out and mix it up with, the free surfs are hotly contested. So yeah, he went out there and got in the mix with everybody, and that always raises the level of the local Groms when they see what professionals can come to their beach and do.
Is that what his name is, Finn the Grom, or is that his Instagram? Or
I believe that's his Instagram,
okay.
But we all call him that.
6 minutes, surfers. Blue needs a 9.75. Red, the heat leader, your lowest score 5.25. And priority with Blue at the moment.
Well, we have Finn the Grom, and then there was a Dom Grom, but Dom is now no longer a Grom, so I'm not sure. He's just Dom.
Is that Dom Arce you're talking about?
I don't know his last name. I just know his goofy foot style.
Here goes Blue.
Wait a long time, looking to get rid of just got 2 1s on the board. He's off to a good start. Looking nice on the inside. This thing is standing up. And he's got the board speed. So Sam Reedy is going to get his first score. Meanwhile, out the back, that's Sam Reedy out the back. And Parker Cohn just finished up on the inside. So 2 scores to drop, 5.5 minutes left.
Well, that was a huge answer back right there from Blue. At this point of the heat, he was needing that. And then Red right here with 5 minutes surfers, 5 minutes remaining. Looking at the Best Western replay, this was what Sam was able to do on the outside. He's looking to improve on a low 5 at the moment. And then Blue, his first real wave of consequence, as you said, but only had the 2 1s before that.
We talked about it's probably going to take him 2 waves to get to where he wants to be, so now he's going to have one of those scores coming.
So great exchange, standby, just under 5 minutes.
That was a cool shot right there. We had both surfers riding the wave in one frame on the replay. Thanks again to our filmers. They do a very fine job getting us all the angles.
7 points Red and Blue. Scores coming through right now. 5.7 Parker. So Red, you extend your lead. You have a 7 and a 5.5. Blue in second. You just got your best, a 5.7. You now need a 6.81 with 4 minutes to go. Priority with Red.
So Parker is now well and indeed in the heat, but Sam used that last wave to make his task just a little bit tougher. 4 minutes left. It's going to be real cool to see what happens. Can Sam hold on, or can Parker, in second priority, find a way to get the 6.81? He needs to find his way into the semifinals tomorrow.
4 minutes.
A little bit of texture starting to come on the ocean mid-morning. Just a little texture. Might add for a little more coping. Make some of those little high tide rollers have a chip in, make it a little easier to catch and get into.
Well, it's kind of seemed that way throughout the morning, but still been pretty glassy and very clean.
Yeah, a little puff of wind here, then it glasses off, then a little puff of wind there, then it glasses off.
And a little bit of wind never hurt nobody.
No.
3 minutes. Blue needs a 6.81. Red, your low score, 5.5. Next heat, Lenny and Lucas.
Well, yeah, just under 3 minutes left. Blue still looking for that 6.81, and Red looking to improve upon his backup, which is a 5.5. We've got action on the water.
Well, Blue going to force the issue and make sure that Red uses priority and commits to the paddle, so he does. 2.5 on the clock, and he's trying to improve on a mid-5. And good air right there from Sam. Potentially a bonus section, he'll get it.
So that was defense turned into offense right there.
Well, you can just tell by the way he's been asking for the scores and time and the way he's paddling right now. He's got a lot of energy. Best Western replay here, but outside, not a whole lot. And then the ramp here, good rotation, and got the bonus section right at the end, too.
Well, it felt like he took that wave to keep Parker from getting it, and then it turned into what very likely is going to improve on his low score of 5.5.
2 minutes.
So that's why I said defense turned into offense once he did that. Like you said, here's the replay. He gets a little bonus after that frontside air reverse.
1 minute 40, and scores coming through. Seems like it'll be your best, Red. It's a 7.35. Red, you extend. Your low score now is a 7. Blue, you're needing an 8.65 or better, Parker. 90 seconds. So Blue, you're needing a mid-8. Red, your low score is a 7. 1 minute 20.
Parker's having a look here. He needs that 8.65. He doesn't think that's the wave to do it. 1 minute and 10 seconds left to find it. He's got priority, so he's got his choice of the lineup. So now Sam's just going to sit there and watch him and see what happens. If he can find it, Sam's going to watch and see if Parker finds a wave, because it's up to Parker to take any wave he wants with that first priority.
50 seconds.
We had Jabe find that dream wave at the end of the last heat, so can Parker Cohn do the same thing here?
And he's going to be really deep on this one. Has the ramp, throws it up, and unfortunately incomplete. 30 seconds. So blue needs an 8.65. 20 seconds.
So it's starting to feel like the story has been written for this heat. Unfortunately, Parker couldn't get that wave he was looking for. We've got 10 seconds left. You watch the water. I will take care of the clock. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we're going to see Sam Reedy moving on to the semifinals tomorrow. Great effort, great contest for Parker. But Sam, we'll see you tomorrow. We'll go to a quick commercial break and we'll count in the next heat.
All right, 10 seconds. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that is the start of our last quarterfinal. Taj Lindblad red, Lucas Cassidy in blue. Quarter one for the junior women's check-in, Alana Lopez, Ava Wagester, Linnea Mons, and Lola Fleming. Welcome back, Jeffrey.
Oh, Mitch, it is firing out there. So many fun heats. Who will come?
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Catching a wave. It never gets old. The tide is meant for surfing, and your vacation is meant for memories. You'll enjoy both at Best Western Hotels in California and Hawaii. After all, life is just better when there's another wave and another vacay on the horizon.
Super competitive from the round of 64 onwards. Welcome back, everybody watching online. But this round, the quarters for the women on the QS side and then the quarters for the men, Lindblad, Cassidy out there right now have been outstanding, Jeff. A lot of great back and forth action so far.
Yeah, and again, a contrast in styles between these two regular foots. Taj, a little more, I don't know, just what would it be? He's a little deeper in the water on his turns, but Lucas Cassidy has been getting it done heat after heat, finding those big moments and punctuating on the lip.
Yeah.
That black sea eye of his. And Taj has those trusty mayhems under his feet.
You went Aussie accent there for like a second.
I was thinking mullet. I was getting all mullet action going back a bunch of years to Mikey Wright.
So,
right? Owen Wright's brother.
Yeah.
Pulling the mullets long ago, and a few of the other Aussies.
Might be the
Yanks finally caught up.
Might be the gnarliest hairstyle we've ever seen on the championship tour, but he rocked it. It worked good, and he got some great results with it too. So Lindblad, a former champion here back in 2024. Sister Sawyer also a winner here, but Taj, one of the few that's won in both areas here in SLO. Over at Morro Bay and winning here at Pismo too. He's looking to become a champion once again. And both of these guys, top 10 surfers when it comes to the regional rankings, Jeff.
Yes, and as it is, we just saw Hayden go down, and he was ranked there in the top. Luca Macinas ranked 6th, so the consistency showing as we're into quarterfinals Saturday. You know, the top surfers, the top seeds, continuing in their consistent run towards that final event of the year. Stop number 7 of 8 on the men's qualifying series, and all these guys vying to get into the Challenger Series, which Luca already in.
Yep. Yeah. Lucas right now, his first year on the CS. Taj looking to get there for the first time. And he's come close multiple times. Currently in a real good spot. I mean, you look at his ranking, number 4. Cassidy's at number 7. And he's still in the juniors as well, looking to do well in the double duty aspect of it. Jared Swerkowski, number 11. He already made it into the semis earlier on in this round. And then Dimitri Poulos, who is still ranked number 1. He's not at this event. He's already in preparation for the CS at Pipe that's going to start in about a week.
Yeah, because he and Levi, another juniors past champion here on the south side at Pismo, right there, ranked, I think, 11th and 12th. And that point spread between like 8 and 15 is so tight. Even Luca Macinas, who is 24th, going in with almost 10,000 points to the
20 minutes.
Event. So it's tight at the top.
Yeah, I mean, one big result makes a huge difference. Luca has a semi over there in Portugal, and I think when it comes to qualification for the CT, you still have 2 chances right here. There's people that are specialists at Pipe that are just licking their chops to get an event right there, bell riding, charging. And then you have the dangerous CTers that are in the event too, like Baron Mamiya, Leo Fioravanti also in the event. So right here at the regional QS level, you're looking for victories over there. If you're making the round of 16 better, that's typically a keeper result, Jeff. Here we go. First wave of the heat. Cassidy, Jeff.
Cassidy on that black CI that he has been loving event to event. That wave just got a bit soft on him. He knows there's so much time and not going to waste a lot of energy on that Taj Lindblad. This is where he's been sitting a lot of the event, picking his spot. The water drew off from that last set up and just, once again, like I said, he's deep in the water. Everything so powerful from rail to rail. Even this, you know, through the sticky spot and a big finish there, does not ride out. Tricky in section for Lindblad, so he'll get a score, but he'll want to reset. I'd like to give a shout out to my beautiful girl walking the pier. Hi, Kathy. Good morning. Happy to have you up here in Pismo. Priority with blue. Lucas, your first wave, a 2. Waiting on the score for Taj. There's definitely going to be some good points in it, although the finish didn't work out. I was thinking about the pipe event coming up. So for surf fans, how exciting. You've had a lot of events all over the world to tune into. This week you get to watch this QS and juniors event here in beautiful Pismo out in the World Wide Web. And next week you get to tune into the Challenger Series event at Pipeline. The second to last event on the Challenger Series, determining who will get out of that and up into the World Championship Tour. I was thinking Macinas has had a lot of time out there being on the Championship Tour before, now getting to go back and compete on the Challenger Series. So a little bit of advantage in time in the water over the last bunch of years. All right, Taj, your score comes in at a 4.0. Red, a 4. Blue, a 2. Priority is with blue. 17.5 minutes to go. And with that, we will go see what Sam Reedy has to say with Mitch.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. Sam, congratulations. A really good heat. You got the 7s right there at the end, too, but converting on that wave, turning defense into offense, how did that feel at the end?
Yeah, it was just a classic game of chess out there. I knew my competitor, Parker, he's a gnarly guy and can do some crazy stuff, so I knew I had to apply pressure and finish the heat off strong.
Yeah, and this is an event, obviously, where a lot of people that have won have gone on to do bigger and better things. Just looking at your motivation, your energy so far, what's the week been like for yourself outside of the water that has really turned on inside the water, Sam?
Wow, that's well, I've been make sure to stay busy and keep my body fit with JDT, who's a trainer from Australia. He's been really helping me out and eating well. So Lineage has been helping us with that, with good tallow and good protein.
And what about the experience of being with some of your best friends right here? It's not every day that you get to travel the world with some people that you consider your closest friends.
Oh my gosh, yeah, it's honestly really motivating to watch Nadav come back from the Philippines and get a second place. We had a phenomenal talk in the car, and he was really telling me about his experience there, and I really feel like it helped me here.
Felicidades. ¿Algo que le quiera decir a la gente de Costa Rica?
Claro que sí, un saludo a todos los ticos. Ahí vamos a semifinales ahora. Competimos mañana en el día de finales, and I want to send a huge shout out to my grandparents and my opa specifically, who helped me as well accomplish my dreams and are always there supporting me. And a big shout out to my girlfriend, Leah.
Gracias, Sam. Felicidades. Jeff?
All right, we love it. Great interview, Sam Reedy. Congratulations moving into the semis. And I'm going to say that's not quite a mullet. That's more of a faux hawk, but I'm digging it. Right in that interview, Taj Lindblad gets his second wave on the board, goes back to that attacking backside surfing. Finished very strong, complete redirect, looked chuffed. So that is going to be his best wave. He's going to have that 4 as his backup at the moment. Mitch flowing on the mic.
And Taj flowing in the water. 6-5 red. So you have a 6-5 and a 4. Blue with priority. You have a 2, Lucas. You're needing an 8.5 or better at this moment. 15 minutes to go. Calling once again Lopez, Wagster, Mons, and Fleming going into the junior women's after this. So once again, Taj, a 6-5 and a 4. Blue at the moment needs an 8.5 with priority, just under 15 minutes. How's the drone shot, Jeff?
Oh, it's gorgeous. Everybody out here on a Saturday morning, thanks for joining us. Another beautiful day in late January in Pismo Beach. Thank you to the camera crew, doing a great job bringing the beauty of this area to the world. Everyone tuning in from all over, especially we know that people are watching from down in Panama up to Canada, across to the East Coast in Maryland and Florida. I mean, the North American region is vast, and they all get to see what winter in California is like. So hey there, everybody. Thanks for joining us in the water. Taj Lindblad out in the lead at the moment, up against Lucas Casti from down in Mexico. Baja del Sur. His parents are in Todos Santos.
Yeah. I'm proud of you, Jeff. You've been doing a great job this week.
I'll roll those R's, baby.
Here we go. Linny, the heat leader on the inside. So the setup carve, getting some speed.
Oh boy, Taj Lindblad sticks it. You feeling me, Mitch? Come on, man.
Well,
don't hold back.
No,
Get
I
amped.
just, I'm a big proponent of making sure that, if you feel the energy and you feel a desire to claim, go ahead and do it, especially if it's something like that. Click.
So was he claiming or was
I
I claiming?
no, he pointed down at the end. He's like,
Calm down. All right, another nice wave for Taj Lindblad. 7.25 quickly into the score line. Taj out in the lead now with a 6.5 and a 7.25. Lucas Cassidy up against the ropes with lots of time in a combination situation, so he has to start. He just has the 1 2-point ride. No harm, no big deal. 13 minutes to go, and he has priority. And we know, digging into the reserves of how he's gotten here into this semifinal. Big event up in Morro. Doing great here in the quarterfinals. Let the surfing do the talking.
So blue, you're pretty much looking for a pair of 7s, Lucas. And red, your low score, Taj, is a 6.5. Just under 13 minutes, priority with blue. Well, we talked about the aspect of these events making a major impact when it comes to competing within the region, but more than anything, being a developmental stage for a lot of the surfers that have been on the Challenger and now on the Championship Tour, Jeff. Maybe something here. Priority with blue, needing a pair of 7s or better is Cassidy. He's going to let it go. And red, same thing for him.
I love looking out there and seeing the potential. We had the mellow tide swing today from our low at a 1.8 or so, moving to a high that's only going to be a 3.5-foot tide. It's definitely made the lineup very pleasing to the eye. Lots of shoulders out there, rights and lefts.
And maybe something here. Blue having a look.
Paddle, blue. Wow, hands the priority over to red. I think he tried to unpaddle, but priority judge saying it was a fully committed stroke or two into that wave. 11.5 minutes now, Taj holding priority. It was handed over and in the lead. Sometimes maybe that's a psychological boon. It just clicks in. Now, Lucas is free to get busy on the inside underneath Taj. Sitting with priority sometimes can be a head game.
And maybe something on the inside double up for Cassidy. Well, now he's up 11 minutes. It's the full wrap. He's got an air game too. He dropped a 7 and a buzzer beater yesterday. And brings a couple of hammers on that one.
And
what a heat.
Insane. And that's what I love it, Mitch. Getting the vibe out there. That's what I was talking about. Now, all of a sudden, he can just go, okay, I don't have to sit and wait for what I think is going to be the best wave. I'm just going to take off and surf, and look at this. So right back in the game, swinging for the fences. What a finish. I like that mid-turn, too. I mean, vertical attacking surfing. Mitch, I felt you.
This is back and forth action right here. And 7-1-5 blue back in the heat. 6.61 the requirement now, Lucas. And red, Taj, your low score is a 6-5. You have priority down to 10 minutes. So blue, you drop a 7-1-5, Lucas. You're now needing a 6-6-1. 10 minutes, priority with red. And we're just looking at least in my opinion, two of the best surfers that have come out of the region in the last decade and a half. You have people that have won events. And right now for Cassidy, he dropped 10 at the Challenger Series level over in Bolita with the full rotation air. Lindblad has competed in major events outside of the regional qualifying series before. It doesn't get much better than this, Jeff. And here we go, red using priority.
Here we go. I like it. Just swinging into these. And look at that. Tearing apart that soft whitewash midsection. Big layback. It's on. Will this better the 6-5 in Taj's scoreline? Putting a bit more pressure on Cassidy. Cassidy now out the back. 9 minutes left, surfers. Where will this score go for Taj? Does it up the ante, put a bit more pressure on Cassidy? Not that he's feeling it at all. Inside, he sees an opportunity. This one stands up with a lot of speed. And how much spray did he just throw? That felt good. And that's what we talk about, Mitch. When you're paddling back out, you never know what might just pop up in front of you. Took advantage of that short inside, impactful little left.
So still watching the replay of the previous one. So red owed a couple of scores. So Linnea was the carve, the foam climb, and then the layback at the end.
And an extended layback. He started it going up the face, which is technically very sound.
And then he got the double up left after that. Here it is, 8 minutes on the clock, surfers waiting on 2 numbers for red. So actually, I take this back. This is
an earlier wave. This was his opening 4, which vastly different than the last left that stood up vertical, short and sweet.
So stand by, surfers, waiting on numbers for red, 7 minutes 40. But before that, red in the lead.
That little tail drift, that second foam climb leading into that, showing the judges so much variety, different lines.
And wave 4, Taj, the right, it's a 6.6, so that slightly improves on your low score. That'll be a keeper for now. And now waiting on the last left, the double up, 7 minutes. We're watching it right now on the replay.
Ooh.
So shorter wave, inside, first turn, very impactful. Let's see if it improves on the mid-6 or not. 7 minutes. And he's just gonna keep on surfing here, Jeff.
Wow, just being that few feet inside, open opportunity. And can there be much more power going into every one of these turns? Now it's Lucas's turn. Big sweeping cutback, set himself up perfect for this. Air reverse, spins, gets stuck in the base of the wave. So you see him kicking and scratching. He wants to get back out in the lineup first and reestablish first priority with just over 6 minutes. It's critical for him. I don't know who's further out at the moment. It looks like red might have the gain. So the left came in for Taj on the inside left as a 5-5.
And then this one waiting on the score. So with potential to improve on the mid-6, priority goes to red. And then blues comes in as a 3, and at the moment, needing something in the high 6s. That's before the last of red, though. So 5 minutes 40. Red, you're going to drop your best score on your last with priority at the moment.
Ooh la la.
And it's an 8-5, red. So red first, 8-5-7-2-5. Blue, your previous score was a 3. We're waiting on your last, but you're needing at least an 8.6 or better, Lucas. Your second wave at the moment still the best. It's a 7-1-5. So blue needing at least an 8.6. Red, the heat leader, your low score is a 7-2-5. And we're down to 5 minutes. 5 minutes remaining.
Well, how interesting that whole mind game of priority versus non-priority. Lucas gets his high mark, the 7-1-5, just after he'd lost priority. Taj goes out and now gets that 8-5 under priority. Just being able to sit, it's a tricky sandbar, right? And maximizing. Taj Limbad in a secure position out in the lead with a 15.75 two-wave total. Cassidy up against it with 4.5 minutes, needing an 8.6.
And just for reference, blue, your last was a 4.3. The last of red was the 8-5, Taj. Priority with red, just over 4 minutes. Well, what a heat.
What a heat.
I mean, red's throwing away 2 6s, a 5-5, and blue with the 7-1-5. He's in the mix, and one wave will make a big difference right here, 4 minutes. And going into the junior women's after this, we got 4 quarterfinals. And then 4 quarterfinals of the junior men after that to conclude day 6, Jeff.
What a day. What a day, what a day. And thank you again to the ocean providing such pristine, good conditions, or lots of consistency. More consistent than yesterday for sure, with these kind of more moderate tides. Perfect for the sandbar. Every heat, the surfers are getting, you know, multiple waves, 6 waves each minimum.
Well, in this one, red's caught 6, blue's caught 5, and there's been a lot of moments of quality so far. Just over 3 minutes. Blue needing the best of the heat, an 8.6. Red, your low score in the lead, 7-2-5. And the scary thing about these two guys, Jeff, is that they're both equally as good going right as they are left. So
right.
They have options out there.
Fireworks on either left or right. Anything can happen, and that's what we love sitting back up here. You never quite know what they might do on the wave, how they're going to start or finish. I like it when we get surprises. Mostly the judges. That's when the big scores come.
Well, they're the biggest surf fans of them all. They want to be excited and feel those emotions coming out of a lot of these surfers and these great waves. A lot of it has to do with the way you present it, too, and we've just seen great presentation from both of these surfers so far in the heat. 2 minutes 20.
Well, and Taj getting it done on the rail and in the air.
And blue, he's up, so this wave up on the left now. Maybe a double up here on the inside for Cassidy. Down the line floater snap into the blow to reverse, incomplete. So he's still going to be needing the mid-8, 2 minutes.
It's so tough on that very inside when it gets that shallow landing and there's just really no speed in the flats.
Well, and at that point, knowing that the work on the outside was okay, but then here with the double up, you're needing to go huge to get something in the mid-excellent range, Jeff. 90 seconds. But every heat, I mean, Luca and Lucas, competitive. Jabe and Hato, real close. And then Sam and Parker, they both had good scores too. And now here, Lenny and Cassidy closing out the show in the men's quarters, 1 minute 10.
Well, and it's interesting where Taj is sitting. You wonder if he's looking over his shoulder, knowing that Cassidy's just far enough inside of him, possibly to chip into one. He's not going to let that happen. Or maybe he is. Cassidy gets another shot on his forehand. Will this right reform? He's going to carry a ton of speed to the inside. Flying through the lip, and again reverse. Oh! Seems that he had it made.
40 seconds. And watching the Best Western replay, blue's going to come in, so red with a strong performance will be moving into the semis. A great heat, blue, solid attempt, and a quarterfinal finish, which is a good result for a top 10 surfer in the QS. But Taj Lindblad, he'll be looking to get his second victory here in Pismo tomorrow morning. And we're going to count it out, Jeff, 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So it'll be Lindblad in semi 2 up against Sam Reedy tomorrow, and semi 1 established. Luca Messinas, James Swerkowski. We're going to take a quick break on the broadcast and be right back with junior women's quarters.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
The world has changed, and the workplace has evolved. The option to live free of the commute and busy work life is here. Midstate Containers specializes in custom remote offices ready for your new journey. Customizable in every way. Our team is ready to reimagine remote working with your specific needs. We are excited to help create the new workplace so you can embrace more of life.
All right, everybody, what an exciting finishing our fourth quarterfinal. Taj Lindblad moving on against Lucas Cassidy. A great result for our surfer from Mexico, Lucas Cassidy, a quarterfinal finish. Taj into the semifinal. He'll be coming up against Sam Reedy. That's all tomorrow. In the water right now, our women's junior quarterfinal. Alana Lopez in the red, Ava Wagster in the blue, Linnea Mont in the white, and Lola Fleming in the green. So a little shift. 20-minute heats, 4 surfers in the water now for the juniors. We just concluded the men's and women's quarterfinals. Semis set for finals Sunday. Bud Aquino, Jeff Baldwin calling the action. Our first surfer up, Linnea Mons on her backhand. We've seen these rights stand up through to the inside. And there's a nice finish. Good clean exit. A split peak outside. Lola Mons and Alana Lopez. She loves that turn. Alana in the red and green still up and riding.
So yes, indeed, we're picking up the pace. We had head-to-head competition all morning. Now we've got 4 in the water at a time. Replays showing first wave of white, Linnea Mons on the backhand. She got started right off the buzzer, and she's going to have a score to come in. So another replay, red, Alana Lopez. She likes that front side jam on the end sections. It's got her to this point.
Yeah, she really, you know, banks on that turn and has it figured out. A big backside whip with a clean little finish floater, and the wave continued on. I missed this part of it. Oh, wow, the wave gave our surfer in green, Lola Fleming, a bunch more. So this is going to be a nice opening exchange for all 3 surfers, getting it done in different looks. Now priority with our surfer in blue, Ava Wagster. Can't get over the bump. It looks like there's going to be a priority change. So we'll wait to see who has first priority. White with first priority.
White up and riding. Second wave already. Yeah, you're right. Wasting no time, Jeffrey.
So priority is now green, red, blue. Scores are dropping in for that first exchange. Priority is green, red, blue. 16 and a half minutes left. First score in for red. Alana, a 7-point ride on that right. Waiting now for Linnea's first and second wave and Lola's first wave.
Well, as promised, we got 4 surfers again, and now there's a lot of action, a lot of scores to break down. So just over 16 minutes left. We have that 1 score in for red. It's a flat 7. Priority is green, red, blue. So a couple more scores, a score. So Lola's first wave locked in at a 3.75. Linnea's second wave at a 3.9. So Linnea in the lead with a 4.75 and a 3.9. Alana in second with a 7. Lola in third with a 3.75. And Ava's waiting to get the ball rolling. Priority is green, red, blue. 15 and a half minutes left. And we have more waves coming. So like we mentioned, some of you that were watching earlier this morning, was head-to-head competition. Now we're in a 4-person heat, so a little more action happening all at once. We have a split peak here. Blue by the pier. And green had an up and down on the left, but no go. Looks like blue didn't get much done either there. 15 minutes left. Priority is red, then white. So just under 15 minutes left. We're saying goodbye to Kei Kobayashi. Nice job on the mic earlier, my man, and good luck in your future competitions. Super Pro Kei Kobayashi. So he was nice enough to give us some insight on competition and some of these competitors. But now we're into the Pro Junior Women's Quarterfinal Heat number 1. 14 and a half minutes. Linnea Mons in first, looking to replace her low score of a 3.9. Alana Lopez in second with first priority. She's got a 7. Lola Fleming in third with a 3.75 and a 0.5. Ava Wagaster in fourth with a 1.4. Lola needs a 3.26 to jump into second, and Ava needs a 5.61. 14 minutes. Priority red, white, green. A lot of numbers there, a lot of numbers to digest right there, but it gets the surfers up to speed. They know where they're at. We have to provide information to them first and foremost and describe what's going on to the viewers at home. So, well, we've got a moment here. We will cut down to an interview with last heat winner and Jeff Baldwin.
Yeah, I'm here with Taj Lindblad. Another amazing performance. The waves look really great. A 7.25 and an 8.5, and you were getting it done above the lip and with just power surfing.
Yeah, I tried to do everything I could. So I went left, I went right, I did airs. I don't know, I was, giving it my all. Yeah, Lucas is a gnarly competitor. I've never surfed against him, so I was actually pretty scared because he could. I mean, I gave him a little wave. He got a 7.1, and I didn't even think it was a wave. So, yeah, he's surfing really good, and I had to give it my all.
So how do you feel? We talk about having priority to non-priority, and sometimes which one flows better. In that case, both of you got your best waves under priority.
Yeah, I think how the sandbar is right now with the high tide, it kind of just, the ones that miss out the back and hit the inside are a lot steeper. I thought it was going to be the set, so I'd like wait, and then I tried to set, and I don't know, the midsection, you couldn't really do a turn on the midsection on the set, so I think that's why. But it's hard to see them when you're out there.
Well, and that's what it feels like. Obviously, we have the bird's eye view up here. It's easy to call it from our side, but it's worked out both times for both of you guys. Anyway, coming in here, ranked number 4, big goals, 7th event of the season. Obviously, you're in a really strong position going forward into finals day tomorrow. And goals for the year, obviously, are Challenger Series and on, and you're right there.
Yeah, I missed out like 4 or 5 years in a row, just like right there. So I've gotten the call up for a couple of Challenger events, and that's where I want to be and compete against those guys. I mean, like Levi won the U.S. Open. We always, and Jet and Cade and Cole. Like, I don't know, Crosby. There's so many. Taro. Yeah. There's a lot. Nolan Raposa. There's just so many. But, yeah, that's where I want to be with those guys.
Well, you will be. Think it, see it, do it. You remember that Rostovich movie? Anyway.
I'll do some research. I'll go watch it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Taj Lindblad into the semis tomorrow. Congratulations. And back to you, bud.
Yeah, nice performance there. He's familiar in these waters. He's won before. He's going to be there in finals day. And, yeah, Lucas Cassidy had been on quite a run, so Taj showing respect to his competitor and letting him know that he knew he had to pull out all the stops, but he got it done. But we're at the 11-minute mark in the quarterfinal heat number 1 of women's juniors, and we have some replays on the screen. So we have some scores waiting to lock. Priority is blue, then white. So we're waiting for scores for red, white, and green. We'll bring this to you shortly, but the judges are going through all the replays right now. There's that wave from Alana Lopez on the replay and another wave from her on the replay. So the judges are really combing over these replays and comparing the scores.
Boy, oh boy, yeah. It's great when you get back in the booth and there's 3 surfers to have their scores come in. Linnaeus comes in at a 5.75, quickly up into the lead, but that changes again because Alana gets a 5.9. Now Alana in the lead and waiting for that last score of Lola was a 4.8, so it's all settled in, bud. Alana, you're in first. Linnea, you're in second. Lola, your last wave was a 4.8. You're in third, needing a 5.71. And Ava, with priority, needs a 9.1. And we're halfway through the heat. There's 10 minutes go. The table's set. Priority is blue, white, green, red. Man,
Yes.
the froth levels are high.
Yeah, it's a definite shifting of gears, like we said, going from the head-to-head to the 4-person heat, not only for the surfers, but us and the judges. And, again, the judges, a thankless job. They are doing an amazing job here. They've seen the best of the world, and they know how to score it. So we've got a split peak with white on camera. That's Linnea Mons. She's goofy foot. She likes the left. Can't quite finish it up on that drone shot. She had a 5.75 and a 4.75 going into that. And then here's blue was on the other end of that. That's Ava Wagester, the regular foot. So she gets complete. And Ava only had a 1.4 prior to that. Her score is dropping in. Well, on the replay screen, the 805 replay, we're watching another wave of white. Can't quite get that ender. So Ava, your last wave, a 3.15. Linnea, your last wave, a 2.6.
Quick up and out for blue. And it looks like priority green, second priority red. Green using that priority on a nice looking left. This one following the sandbar in, this little French sandbar in Pismo. Lola was looking for a 5.71. We'll wait for that score. Hey, Bud, did you walk over and check out the book signing going on? Bob Vogelin, legend in this area.
No, but I will be shortly, because anytime you see Bob, you want to shake his hand and tell him thank you for the work he does, for the charities and for the events he puts on. And like we spoke about, he's a true story of inspiration. He's a cancer survivor, and now he's devoted his life to giving back to those who are going through the same thing. You know, he's got empathy as he's gone through it, and he is Surfing for Hope. Bob Vogelin is the man.
And so Surfing for Hope founder has just recently come out with a book, and he's doing a book signing right here on the pier just across from where the beach marshal is. The book title, Riding the Wave of Hope, Surviving Life's Challenges and Cancer One Wave at a Time. Surfing for Hope, the inception, the brain trust that was the partnership with the WSL since 2017. On the QS shortboard side, also on the longboard side, where there's an event in November, and they will still be a partner in that event. So a long run with Surfing for Hope Foundation. Thanks for all you do. And it's been wonderful over all these years meeting everybody on the team. Andy McKay, who ran this event for years up until recently, now opening the burger joint.
And
Low
Bob,
tide spot right up on Main Street.
Yep, and Bob is a true surf fan. I mean, even if you weren't having the book signing right now, he'd be down here watching, shaking hands, telling people, I love you, have a good day, patting him on the back. That's his vibe, is just happy to be living, man. Like, look at this beautiful beach day. Why not? Why not come down to the beach and share the stoke?
And I was lucky to sit with him many times in the booth for different, to share his story over the years. So I really got introduced to it. Got to go to a lot of Surfing for Hope Foundation benefits that they would hold during the events, meet a lot of the brass and the medical side of it and the people involved through Dignity Health. And what an organization.
Yeah, he's a true inspiration. So 6 minutes left. Alana is in the lead. Linnea in second. Lola in third, looking for a 5.71. Ava in fourth, looking for a 7.35. Priority is white, blue, red, green. 5 minutes, 45 seconds left.
Coming up next, Victoria Duprat, Aiden Walla, Avery McDonald, and Daya McCart. That will be quarterfinal heat number 2. 5.5 minutes surfers. Priority is white, blue, red, green. Alana out in the lead. Linnea in second with that priority. Lola needs a 5.71 and Ava needs a 7.35.
Yes.
And important too, the juniors even, so on the QS side, at the end of the year, the top 8 surfers move up into the Challenger Series. On the junior side, just 2 get invited at the end of the season to that World Juniors Championship that some of our surfers have just come back. Reed Van Wagner was just there, and Nadav Attar, who came runner-up on the men's side, who was the juniors champion here last year.
Yeah, so not only are these surfers trying to win the event, but there's also future qualifications, upping into the next league potentially. Like we said, this is stop. You go through the tour and you try to build a high average of finishes throughout the year so you can finish in one of those top spots and advance to the next level. Up and right in green next to the pier, that's Lola Fleming. Right there, comes out of the sun into the pier shadow, but she's found the bowl and she's staying busy. Kicks back out. You can see there's that little rip tide right there. So even though she rode that wave for a bit, within about 60 seconds, she'll be right back into the lineup. And at the 4-minute mark, we have another score coming. So here's a replay from Blue earlier. They're probably going to do some comparisons.
Well, a sign of good things to come. We're still, 2 hours away from the high tide. And look at the waves that the sandbar is providing, that right bubbling up for our surfer in green. Lola Fleming, she needed a good wave. A 5.71 is what she's looking for.
Oh, we've got up and riding off the pier green.
Again.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier. Once you catch a wave and start moving around the inside, oftentimes you stumble across some more like high quality waves in there, kind of where they're doubling up. And that's what the coaches were mentioning out there on the pier.
Yeah, and what Taj Lindblad was indicating too, because I was asking, hey, what did it feel like to hold priority or be under? And he was saying it's kind of hard to read, and the inside ones just tucked in, seem to stand up more. But so it's a mind game, especially in the head-to-head matchups with these 4 surfers now. They're scouring the lineup a little more. Let's see, where do these scores come in? Lola in second now. Your last 2 waves, a 5.10 and a 5.5. Linnea with priority now in third, needs a 4.85. So Lola got the job done. Those 2 quick waves helped her big time in advancing position at the moment.
So just like we spoke about, sometimes you sit out there and wait. She caught one. And then as she was on the way back out, just found the rhythm, stumbled into another one, and there she goes, second place for the time being. Just over 2 minutes left, and priority is white, red, green.
So the impact of the left, the vertical turns on the left, got her the bigger score of the 2. The right, a 5.10, and the left, a 5.55.
Ava, you have a 3.15 and you have a 2.8. You're in fourth priority. You're looking for a 7.45, and there is 1 minute and 50 seconds left.
Wow. So it took a while, but Green got it done. Now Linnea, with that priority, needing under a 5. White, you need a 4.85. Oh, check it out below us.
Oh, horse and carriage.
That's amazing.
Look
I love
at
the
that.
Central Coast. Dogs, horses, games, clamming, fishing, surfing,
You know what?
horseback riding, mountain biking, e-biking, wineries. What else can we do up here?
Too bad Taj wasn't right here by you. He could have told you what type of horse and what type of carriage that was.
I'm sure he could. Maybe maybe when he retires, he'll get into carriage racing and, just... Well, we know that we're psyched Taj is into finals day. He has the best ever chair up in the history of surfing.
Yep, that's that reference with the horse. His family's got the ranch up here just about 20 minutes north of here. So not only does he ride surfboards, but he also rides horses.
We're down, and he ropes, and he competes at roping too. So in the we were talking about technique and getting, shoulder heavy on your front foot when you're nervous. He said he felt the same thing when he was roping. He was realizing he was leaning forward. As soon as he leaned back, he found the slot, found the pocket.
It's all balance. It's all balance, motion, and body, like kinetic energy. So he's found a way to cross-train, and it's working.
Well, and yeah, he realized that forward energy was nervous energy, wasn't the way to be. We're down to 20 seconds here in this heat. Can Linnea find a wave with priority, needing a 4.85, and can Ava find a wave of 7.45 quality? 10 seconds.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So the end of that heat kind of just fizzles out, but Alana and Lola Fleming will be in the semifinals coming up tomorrow. Tomorrow, semifinals and finals all day long. So congratulations, Alana and Lola. Next heat, we'll count you in shortly, and we'll go to a commercial break.
She's riding the buggy in the water and everything.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
At 805 Beer, it's more than a label. While some chase followers, we chase cattle, waves, and good trouble. Trend-proof, time-tested, ice-cold. Long live cold beer.
So Duprat, Walla, McDonald, McCart in the water. Welcome back, everybody watching online. Quarter 3, check-in, Reed Van Wagner, Zoe Chait, Kylie Pulcini, and Maddie Stanton. Mitch here with Bud for the call of quarter number 2 of the junior women's. And then after this round, we go junior men's to conclude day 6. But live action up the beach, we got Duprat up and riding.
Yeah, she's been performing strong through the early rounds. That's why she's here. She's got that tall, lanky stance, but she knows how to compress. Unfortunately, that wave didn't quite work out. Not much time has gone, just about a minute off the clock. Like we mentioned, this is quarterfinal heat number 2. 2 of these surfers will be in the semifinals tomorrow. There's the replay of Red's first wave, gets that slash, but then it just kind of dissipates. She was looking for the inside, but it didn't really go into it. So we got one score on the board. Your first wave was a 3, Red, just a 3-point ride. Early stages of the heat. These are 20-minute heats, so a little more compressed considering the time is shorter and there are more surfers in the water. But like we saw in the last heat, that makes for a lot of action.
It does, and it means that you need to get busier quicker too. So 18 minutes, only one wave ridden. It's the 3 of Red. And I just saw the plaques that we're going to have for the champions and everybody making the finals tomorrow. They are sick. So extra incentive right there, Bud.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to seeing those get handed out tomorrow. 17:45 on the clock here, and seems like we got blue, wall up and riding going left, and potentially red on the right. Split peak, bud.
Wow, Blue has found herself a gem of a left-hander. She's already hit it twice, making her way to the inside track. And if earlier indications in the week have shown us anything, she knows how to finish just like that. So Eden Walla with a score coming in. Looks like red, as you mentioned, grabbed a second wave. Red already had that 3-point score on the board. Here's the replay. That's Victoria Duprat on the inside, riding a surfboard shaped by her mother, so pretty cool story there.
Yeah, longtime Seaside local, Victoria. And then the Best Western replay, Blue, this was the opener for Walla on the left.
I have to imagine the judges are going to eat up that early. She dropped in and went straight into the lip. They really like it when you go directly into the lip off the takeoff. And she buttons it up there. So there's a reason why she's successful, and that wave kind of illustrated it.
4.5, the second of red, Duprat. You have a 4-5 and a 3, Victoria. And now green, this is Daya up the beach, bud, in the green.
Strong. She got a nice section right there and made the most of it. And I have to apologize to Daya because earlier in the week I was mispronouncing her name. Coach Ryan sent me a text and got me squared away. So Coach Ryan Simmons is at home watching. So he's got a lot of surfers that he works with in this event. So always keeping a close eye on what's going on.
Blue, your opener, Walla, 7-5. And now waiting on the first, the green, McCart.
So just as we predicted, Eden Walla got a strong first wave. This is also a strong turn on the replay for green right there.
So 3.5 green. So blue, you have a 7-5. Red, you have a 4-5 and a 3, Victoria. Green, you have a 3.5, and white with priority waiting on your opener. 16 minutes. Next heat, Van Wagener, Chait, Pulcini, and Stanton. And Alana, when you're ready, but I'll meet you downstairs for the post heat.
Yeah, that's a busy surfer right there. Double duty, already surfed this morning. Already got a win this morning, so now another win.
2 for 2. So blue, 7-5. Red, your top score, Victoria, 4.5. You have a 3 as a backup. And green, Daya, your opener was a 3.5.
Well, 5 minutes down in this heat. We've already got a lot of action. Still waiting for Avery to get going, but she's got priority, and you know that that means she's in charge out there for when the next set comes.
And 4 real good friends out there that know each other quite well, and that's the thing about the QS and the juniors. Typically travel and see these people pretty much everywhere you go. There's a lot of times where you need to travel with somebody and end up calling someone and get to stay in the same place too. So just under 15 minutes. Alana, when you're ready. But I'll be downstairs to meet you for the post-heat interview.
Yeah, I think she's probably breaking down the heat, maybe talking to her coach. But yeah, we'll get a word from her shortly. She's spent a lot of time on the microphone, so it's second nature to her at this point. But we're in heat number 2 of the quarterfinals. Just over 14 minutes left. Eden Walla out front on the strength of that single 7.5. Victoria Duprat with a tied heat total, but she's got a couple smaller scores. And then Daya's got that 3.5.
Next heat, Van Wagener, Chait, Pulcini, Stanton. And then our final heat of the round, Tegan Mesa, Caden Persadock, Bailey Turner, Vela Madiv. So 7-5 blue, red, your top score 4.5 Victoria, and green, your opener was a 3.5 Daya. These junior heats, 20 minutes. And tomorrow we'll be crowning our champions, potentially new champions in all 4 categories, potentially some returning winners. And green has lowest priority, but just a quick one right there for McCart. So 13 minutes, take it away if you're ready, bud, with Alana.
All right, I'm here with Alana, 2 for 2. She was mentioning that she had one of the later heats in the morning than the first heats of the juniors. What'd you do in the meantime?
I went home, made a peanut butter jelly sandwich, and stood in the hot shower.
So refuel, get the body temperature back up, but now you've got another busy day tomorrow. How do you prep for it?
Yeah, I'm really excited to be in the semis for both the junior and the pro. I'm just going to go home, eat some food, maybe go surf, and rest up for tomorrow.
So who is coaching you? Do you have someone here, or are you calling up Dad? I'm sure he's watching, keeping an eye on stuff.
Yeah, I love Mom and Dad, but Auburn Hilly, she's my coach here today. That's my homie from back home. She's coaching me, and I'm staying with her and her dad. We're just having good times, trying to go out, no pressure, and just surfing.
Well, you seem like you've got a light headspace and you're doing well, so I'm just going to tell you good luck, and maybe we'll talk again tomorrow.
I hope so. Thank you so much.
All right, I hope so too. Take care.
All right, thanks, Bud. Nothing has changed. 12 minutes. Blue has the 7.5. Red with a couple of mid to average scores. And now Blue on the inside, trying to sneak away from everybody and get a backup to the 7.5 here. She will. And gonna close that wave out. So good job by Blue Walla, backing up the 7.5 right here, Eden. Watching the Best Western replay. Long roundhouse, and then was able to generate enough speed to be able to get the closer at the end too. Outside now, live action, McCart in the green. Gets the combo going, the Floridian. And potentially a couple more bounces out for the foam right there on the backhand. So 11 minutes, stand by the third of green and the second of blue. Scores coming through, Eden. Blue, 7 points. So you extend your lead. You have a 7-5 and a 7 blue. And now waiting on this last one for green.
Yeah, we've got that replay of green on the screen right there, and it gave her a couple extra bonus. She had the front side turn on the right, then looked over her shoulder and got to bank it off the whitewater a couple times going back the other way. So making the most out of what Pismo provided.
So scores coming through halfway through the heat surfers, just over 10 minutes. 4.25 green. So McCart, you're in second. You have a 4.25 and a 3.5. Red, Duprat in third. Your top score is a 4.5. You're needing a 3.25 for second place. And McDonald, you're needing almost an 8 for second at the moment. We got two surfers up. Nice attempt there from Blue, and we saw green on the inside. Priority white, red. Won't change anything for Blue. And stand by for green's fourth wave. Here we go, bud. Best Western replay of Dea.
Oh, that was strong stuff. That was impressive and progressive. Look at up and over, slides it all the way around. Nice stuff. That's green, Dea McCart. Yeah, all these surfers really impressing. Alana had just mentioned that it's pretty fun out there, so we thought it looked fun. They're performing. They're telling us that it's fun, and that's why we're seeing the scores we have. Like, you know, at the top, Eden, she's got those two. She's got a 7.5 and a 7, so the scores are out there, and these surfers are providing.
And green, you just dropped a 5, so that's your top score, Dea. You're still in second. Your low score now a 4.25, but that means red, Victoria, you now need a 4.76. And white, McDonald, you're needing a 9.25. Just under 9 minutes, surfers. Priority goes white, red, green.
Yeah, 8.5 minutes left. Looks like white, white just hasn't been in the rhythm quite yet. There is plenty of time so to get two waves. She's in first priority, so she'll have her choice. But that's one of those things where you're going to want to hope to get going pretty soon, although all these surfers have done mock heats of shortened amounts of time, so she's comfortable. She's been here before. And 8 minutes left, so let's see what the last third of this heat holds in store. There's a couple little bumps. You can see now there's a little bit of a breeze. It allows the surfers to see the waves coming from a little farther out. Sometimes with that real oil glass, it's difficult to see them till they're close up, but now you can spread out, see the wind chop, see the swell line coming, and they're starting to move around now. Up to the north, we have Green. Yes, that's Green on a look. Dea McCart up and riding. She just rode one of the last waves. White's also got a wave, so Avery got the ball rolling with a nice frontside jam. Dea finished one up behind her. They're far enough apart, so it's all fine and dandy. They both are going to get a score, and there's the replay on screen.
Well, White needed a moment right there, just the one turn, and priority goes red-blue. And blue right here, Eden, the heat leader.
She's probably going to go for it. She's already got big scores. You can tell she wanted to push really hard on that. She's sitting on a low of a flat 7, so she knew that to improve on that, it was going to take something pretty big on the inside. So no harm, no foul. She's still in the lead as of right now. We're waiting for a wave to drop for Green.
And the opener of White as well, so stand by. So I believe this is the 5 of McCart that we're seeing on screen right here, her second to last one. And now red, important wave here, but for Victoria with priority.
Yeah, she's been waiting for a little bit. She wraps it back, and she's already done some big turns earlier in the week, and there's another one. So red, she was sitting out there listening to us speak about the other surfers, and then we look up, and she gets a nice 2-turn combo. So we'll check that out on the replay. And then the busiest surfer as of late, Green.
Oh.
McCart with the rail turn.
In my eyes, this is definitely one of the best events I've seen Dea surf so far. And into the quarter, she's looking for a finals berth tomorrow. We got White. Her opener just came through. It was a 4.6, and she's up again. So gets a finish on that. So White, Avery, your previous one was a 4.6. We're now waiting on your second. 5.5 on the clock. Blue still first with a 7.5 and a 7, Eden. And we're waiting on a couple of scores for Green and one for White, as well as one for red. Just over 5 minutes.
Once again, another heat coming down to the wire. Not quite the wire yet, but really getting going in the second half.
Well, a lot of waves ridden right here. It's what you expect from the juniors.
5 minutes.
And this is the last of White, Avery. So she gets the 2 in, and now Green up and riding live action from McCart.
Yeah, she's found the rotation all of a sudden. She can't go more than 30 seconds, it seems, without catching a wave right now.
So 4 minutes 40. Red, your last Victoria, your best, a 6. Green's owed 3 waves. Green, wave number 5, which was the 2-turn combo going right, was a 7.2. And now Red up and riding. She got dropped down to 3rd again, needing a 6.21. And Blue outside, but the heat leader, Walla.
Yeah, Walla looking to improve on that 7-point ride. She was out front a long ways. There's still scores to drop, though, because a couple other surfers just got some nice work done. 4 minutes left. 4 minutes left. Right now, White has priority. There's the replay from Green. Yeah, she's really turned into kind of a busybody this last third of the heat. She found a rhythm, has been catching wave after wave. And then there's Red, kind of a similar situation. Victoria, in the last 5 minutes, has caught 3 waves. So here's her latest version. Get some nice slashing done on the inside and buttons that up as well.
So waiting on one more for Red right here, Victoria, and then we'll give you an update. But Green, Dea, wave 5, which was the 2 turns going right, was a 7.2. Your last two, 3.9, 4.1 respectively. 3 minutes. And red needing a low 6, bud. And it's a 5.3. Blue first, 7.5 and a 7, Eden. Green, you're in second. You have a 7.2 and a 5. Red in third, Victoria. You have a 6 on your third wave. Your last one came in as a 5.3. You're needing a 6.21. And white, McDonald, you have a 4.6 and a 3.3. You're needing a 7.6 white. 2.5 on the clock. Priority goes green, blue, white, red.
Well, as soon as you deliver all that information, more waves come, and that's going to get shaken up real soon here. Well, wow, that was interesting. That looked like it was for sure going to be a takeoff. But it seems like none of the surfers are getting a piece of this little set here. Priority change. Green, blue, red. 2 minutes left to go.
Red needs a 6.21. White needs a 7.6. Green, low score in second, Dea, is a 5. And blue, the heat leader, your low score, Eden, is a 7. 1 minute 50.
So the two in advancing positions right now have the top priority, which complicates things a little bit for Victoria and Avery. Victoria's got third priority and Avery's got fourth, both looking for scores. So it's going to get interesting to see how this last minute and 30 seconds plays out priority-wise. It seems like Green's kind of keeping an eye on the two of them. She's in second and advancing position currently. She's got first priority, so she doesn't want to let Victoria or Avery get, you know, the score it needs to overtake her. But it's hard to keep an eye on two people.
Well, and Red's breaking away. She's going left here. And Victoria has a chance. 1 minute, surfers. So 55 seconds. Red was needing a score, and now Green with priority, but she's up.
Yeah, she let Red get away from that wave, and now with priority, she said, I want to improve on my flat 5. And she gets a nice combo, sits into that last turn, and we'll see if she improved and made it tougher on red or white.
40 seconds. Before that, white needing a 7.6. Green looking to improve on a 5. And red, watching the replay, she needs a 6.21. Not enough, red. It's a 5.2. 20 seconds.
Is there time for one more wave to get ridden? It's looking a little bit grim on that. It's
10
seconds left to go. I will count you out. Quarterfinal number 2, because we're at 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So waiting for one more score to come in.
But that's for Green, and regardless if she takes the lead or not, she's going to be advancing. So it seems like it's going to fall short of the lead, Green, but it'll improve on your backup.
So yes, we're going to see Eden and Dea in the semifinals tomorrow. That's where it shakes down. Eden wins, Dea gets second. Next heat, we'll count you in shortly, and we'll go to a quick commercial break.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Yeah, Split Peak, welcome back everybody watching online. Quarter 3, Reed Van Wagenen red, Zoe Chait blue, Kylie Puccini white, and Maddie Stanton green. Mitch and Jeff with you for the call. So one more quarter to go after this. Tegan Mesa, Kaden Perslock, Bailey Turner, and Vela Madiv check in. So here's the Best Western replay, Jeff. What you're talking about, split peak.
Yeah, right on the buzzer and straight back to what she loves doing. On her forehand, racing across these flat sections and finding the finish in a tough situation. Buried the nose completely and rode out. It looked touch and go for a second there. And then the replay, the Best Western replay for Zoe Shate. Coming up on those lips getting a little more crumbly now as that onshore has just picked up a small amount.
7 points red and blue. It's just going to be a small score, Zoe, but you're going to get on the board. Seems like it'll be in the 2s, potentially touching a 3. 18 minutes. Priority 3 goes to blue.
Boy, oh boy, what a way to start again for our surfer in red with a 7. Cool in the interview, getting to talk with Reed. Her brother won the longboard event up here in November that I was working at, and because I had stopped him yesterday because he has this beautiful Takayama. We were talking about that, and love to get my hands on one of those. So well-rounded surfing family, as so many of these surfers are now, multi-generational. Mama, papa, the kids, the brothers, the sisters, everybody surfing, the aunties, the uncles. Like, I love it.
Yeah, and well, this is what surfing is all about, and what makes it different is that it's something that they can share and, you know, really do for the rest of their lives together too. 17 minutes.
Yeah, just like families go and golf together, you know, going and surfing together. How about go surf and golf together? Do it all.
2-5 blue, 7 points red. Well, don't they say families that surf together stay together too?
I hope so. Yeah, I asked if her bro was still here, but he had to take off and go. He had other obligations, so he's not here for finals weekend. But he was here supporting all the way through.
That's a busy brother right there.
Yeah.
You saw him shred a few on the south side yesterday, as you were saying, with the Takayama. But great school right here, Cal Poly SLO too. They have a great surfing program, so anybody interested in the event, especially the juniors, to want to maybe pursue college up here at Cal Poly SLO, got to get those applications in.
My nephew, well, they're all due around now, or they were due before. If next year's your start in the college career.
Yeah, good amount of former junior and QS competitors going to Cal Poly SLO. David Economos from San Clemente graduated there. And that's the cool thing about going to school on one of the coastlines, Jeff, including Hawaii, is that there's surf programs at the majority of these universities and community college even as well now too.
I wonder if UCLA has a surf
program.
program. Because Lily over there getting her bioengineering degree.
I think she actually started the surf club over there. So,
all right. So newly founded.
But even USC, they have a program now. Kaylee Gilchrist went to school there. She was making sure that they had a pretty, you know, solid fundamentals when it came to their surfing program. I know a lot of Cal State programs now have the same thing too. Of course, can't forget about UCSD and San Diego State. Two of the best in the nation when it comes to that.
And UC Santa Cruz. So yeah, up and down the coast, there's some solid surfing campuses.
And Westcliff University in Irvine, they've been recruiting a lot of people. And get in touch with Lucas Taub and Westcliff Surf on Instagram.
How about Pepperdine?
Yep.
They got the boo right there. Maybe they get the key to Zuma or the back lot. They get to go hang at Strider's. Up on her backhand now, Reed found another wave. Vertical, finishes, rides out. So Reed is going to back up her 7. Zoe has the opening 2.5, and Kylie and Maddie waiting to get in the mix as we were rambling on. Only 5 minutes off the clock, or just over. 14 and a half minutes to go here in this 20-minute battle. Quarterfinal number 3 here in the women's junior event, SLO CAL Open in Pismo Beach.
Yeah, second to last day. 4.5 red. So Reed, you're in first red. You have a 7 and a 4.5. Blue, the only other surfer in the heat so far that has a wave, and it's a 2.5 blue. Open priority between white and green, 14 minutes. So big thank you to Taqueria El Güero. Amazing stuff.
Delicious.
Yeah, just had the asada.
Fresh made chips and the asada barrito. Did you go beef? Do you know carne or
Yeah,
pollo?
I went asada, but they're half burritos, so I'm going to go half pollo. Yeah, mix it up a little bit. Yeah, it was really good. Even our production crew, our truck is saying some of the best food we've had throughout the event. Chow bowls yesterday, of course. Big thank you to Low Tide Spot. Here we go. Split peak, Jeff.
We are going blue for the quick floater, and the same with green, Maddie. That wave, the wind kind of giving that fluffy lip line, challenging to, you know, tack it the right, get the right section, get your work done. But Maddie got one nice turn off. We've got 13 minutes to go, and Maddie, straight away, a 3.0 in the heat. Now you need a 1.5 to advance, and waiting on...
Yes.
Oh, Zoe got a 2.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So red has a 7 and a 4.5. Blue, you have a 2.5 and a 2. And green, you have a 3. Priority goes white, red. 12 minutes 30.
Well, the Groms down in front on their boogie boards do not seem to mind the cold because it's sunny and it's beautiful and you're down at the beach. Enjoy. Ooh, green paddled, but she had fourth priority, so where will this go? I'm not quite sure. White has first priority, I know that. Red has second priority. So the priority is white, red, green, blue. 11 and a half minutes left. Reed, you have a 7 and a 4.5. Zoe, you have a 2.5 and a 2. Maddie, your first wave was a 3. You're in third place, looking for a 1.5. And Kylie, obviously, knows what she needs to do, but a 4.5 would get it done. Up into advancing on one wave. 11 minutes to go. And with that, we will take it down and away with Idamwala.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. Eden, congratulations. Really good heat, especially with the start. You went left, you got the 7, and then you eventually got the 7.5. Just talk about competing in a 4-person heat, especially after already having surfed the QS early this morning.
Yeah, it kind of feels like a little bit grindy sometimes, but I was happy to get a couple out there. It's for sure a little slow, but there's plenty of waves.
And you've been in this position before with the quick turnarounds. What's it like, especially having little downtime in between heats, too?
Yeah, I feel like when I was younger, I surfed a lot of NSSAs and primes, so it kind of prepares you just exactly for this scenario, having like 2-3 heats in a day. So yeah, I'm excited, and we'll see what tomorrow brings.
At this point in your mid-teens right now, how special is it to look back and just think, wow, I've come such a long way, and having my family by my side the entire time, too?
Yeah, even looking back, like last year, I feel so much more confident and comfortable with my surfing and myself. So it's pretty cool. I'm just happy to be here and excited for what tomorrow brings.
Congrats, semis in the juniors and semis in the QS. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Jeff?
Great job, Eden. And during that interview, we saw a split peak happen. Or it was, I think it was Kylie and Maddie, and then Reed somehow finds a gem amongst it. Priority rotation had gone to her. Big score about to come in for Rita and Wagner. She will get rid of the 4.5. Waiting on the scores for the other rides. Maddie, that was a 0.85, and Kylie, a 0.75. Still, though, Maddie, you need a 1.5, and Kylie, you now need a 3.75, regardless of this next score that comes in for Reed. There we go. Red, a 7.5. So somehow Reed in a rhythm in the rotation with priority and finding the waves that are suiting her for big scores, a 7 and a 7.5. And so second place is wide open at the moment. Priority is with blue, so Zoe wants to better her low of a 2. And then Maddie and Kylie needing small scores. Maddie at 1.5 and Kylie at 3.7.
And here's the Best Western replay, Jeff. So Reed has a couple of big numbers in the context of the heat, right? But outside of that, too, as you said, finding a rhythm. But both her and Eden were able to surf this morning first thing in the women's QS quarters. And it just doesn't seem like they ever lost it. I mean, look at the conditions. They're fun. They're contestable.
On that first wave, that finish turn was tough because she poked the nose but rode out.
But that's the thing about having the experience of being in multiple finals days, these moments where there's times where you think you need to be a bit more active and you want to pull back a little bit more. And realistically, less is more, right, Jeff? Especially when it comes to the judging criteria. I can't believe back in your day, there were some events that they'd count your 4 top waves.
Horrible.
Then they went down to 3, and now eventually down to 2. And especially when it comes to actually scoring the quality of the maneuvers rather than the quantity, too. They used to count turns towards the beach.
They'd count turns and distance and all this craziness.
I can tell you're
Plus
not very happy about that.
Oh, it was, can I just say it? Lame. Anyway, and the interference rule, it was ludicrous. You know, you could be 400 yards away and someone could take off in the whitewash, and because you were on the same wave at that era, it was interference.
I'm glad I grew up in the era that I did.
Yeah.
Doesn't
So,
sound very
you know,
fun.
Back in the day when guys would, or whoever, would have bad behavior on the beach afterwards, no wonder.
Just under 7 minutes. Blue in second. Your low score, Zoe, is a 2.
That's why Sonny needed so many surfboards in the boardroom. You know, you never knew.
Green, you're in third, needing a 1.5. And White Pulcini, you're in fourth, needing a 3.75. Priority goes blue, green, white, red. Well, and that's why so many board manufacturers did so well back then, because of all those broken boards, all the punches being thrown. Nowadays,
well, and the judges are much more protected. There's a buffering system. I remember some, you know, yeah, the athletes getting right up in their grill from the beach, you know, all that stuff. Now there's fines, and people are just way better off.
I'm glad to hear that, because it's evolved into what is now not only an Olympic sport. We have multiple different levels in order to qualify for the championship tour. Quick one for White.
Yeah.
And then Red, the heat leader down the beach.
Oh, there we go. So that is tricky stuff. Both of them, the wave getting the better of them.
Yeah, she pushed a bit harder on that one, though, knowing that she already had the 7s.
Testing her board and her fins.
Well, and her own abilities, too. Can I push harder? Could I complete it? How hard can I go right here? 5 minutes 20, and right by the pier, this is White Pulcini.
This could, for a second, it looked like it might have that open line that was going to give that first hooking turn. Again, she needs a 3.75, and she has 2.75. So whatever it is, it's going to build, and the requirement will go down.
In 5 minutes remaining.
And now that opportunity of being over there by the pier and that little right ripple, sometimes we've seen the surfers getting a quick rhythm.
Yep. Scores coming through, 3.05 White. You now need a 1.45. Green still needs a 1.5, Maddie. Blue, you're looking to replace a 2, Zoe. And Red in first, your low score's a 7, Reed. 4.5 on the clock, Jeff.
Boy, strategically, and I talked about it with Taj, at least during his heat, the Tide having priority versus not having priority. It was hard to be in priority and sit in the right place. Under priority was a little, you know, you could be a little more frisky. Zoe, with a 2.5 and a 2, sitting on that priority for quite a while now, doesn't need, you know, just needs something to safeguard that advancing position against the climbing Maddie and Kylie.
And that'll switch up priority. It'll go blue, red, white, green, 4 minutes. Well, at a beach break.
It's tough to guard the whole lineup, obviously.
In a 4-person heat, yeah, obviously man-to-man or, you know, head-to-head as we've seen so far today. You can work things in your favor just a bit more. But even here, sometimes it'll be the best thing ever to not have priority, not be thinking about that too much. So, you know, depending on where you're coming from and, of course, what position you are in the heat as well. 3 minutes 30. Green needing a 1.5. White needs a 1.45. And blue, the low score is a 2. Well, second place wide open at the moment.
It really is. We see this wind feathering on the lips of the waves. Will this one stand up enough for priority surfer Zoe Chait to get an opportunity, and it fizzles into the hole? Green gets it. Maddie, well, she's going to get one quick turn off, and it doesn't take much. She needs a 1.5 to go up into second. Mitch, you'd have to say that is close to the score or more.
Yeah, best
in the
Western
scheme
replay
of
right
it.
there. I mean, just in the context of the heat too, a 2 or a 3 is going to make a huge difference right here. So stand by, 2.5 on the clock.
I saw Brian Stanton, Maddie's dad, walking with her 2 boards earlier. Always cool to catch up with the parents. Wow. Is this blue? Is that Zoe?
Yeah, and last to green, 3.55. So green to second, blue down to third, needing a 4.05 or better here. And white Pulcini, you're needing a 3.51. 2 minutes. So once again, Maddie in green, your last score, your best, a 3.55. Watching the replay here of blue, Jeff, she needs a 4.05, and white's needing a 3.51.
Well, she got that set wave. She needed it. Oh, big driving cutbacks there for Kylie in the corner. So electing to stay over there on that rip bowl right. 1.5 minutes left. It seems like the short paddle. Will Maddie be out in the lineup? She is already back out in the lineup and with priority. So regardless of the scores to come in, at least she's in the position to surf her way out of it. Scratching for that wave, and it goes under her. Red with first priority now.
So everything's in. Red still first. Green, you're still in second. Last of white, 2.8. You still need a 3.51, Kylie. And blue, Zoe, your last was a 3. You need a 3.55. Down to 60 seconds. White needs 3.51. Blue, you need a 3.55. Green in second with priority. 50 seconds.
Coming down to the wire, and Maddie holding on. It was touch and go, wondering what the score would come in for blue on that set left or that bigger left. It just had a really crumbly top to it. Score in for Reed, a 4 on that last wave. We're down to 30 seconds. Maddie in green with priority.
Close eye here, Jeff.
Oh my gosh, there's waves all over and surfers paddling.
Told you, 3s are going to make a huge difference. We got 20 seconds, and blue and green up. Quick one, green.
Blue was up 2 down the way. 10 seconds. Boy, oh boy. Exciting finish. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So one quick turn for Zoe Chait. Looked like, and she rode out. She made sure she rode out. She needed a 3.55.
And it's going to fall short for blue. It's a 2.65. It'll be red first, green second, white third, blue fourth. We'll take a quick break and be right back with quarter 4.
Well, exciting.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
We just saw an exciting finish in that last quarterfinal. Heat number 3. Reed Van Wagner and Maddie Stanton jumping on into the semifinals tomorrow. Thanks for joining us here at the SLO CAL Open in Pismo Beach. Jeff Baldwin and Bud Aquino. We are into quarterfinal heat number 4. Bud, who do we got in this heat?
We've got Tegan Meza in red, Kaden Persidic in blue, Bailey Turner in white, and Vela Mativ in green. All surfers representing the United States of America. Looks like the surfer in green just finished up a ride as we cut to live action. So yes, over by the pier, Tegan Meza in red up and riding, but that's not going to go for much. Hey, quarterfinal heat number 4, man. It is so action-packed that I feel like I've blinked and we're already halfway through the day.
Or more, right? Because, you know, this is the final women's junior quarterfinal, and then we'll be moving into the men's junior quarterfinals. And this is the Best Western replay of Vela Mativ's opener in the green.
Yeah, she was actually earlier in the week one of the highlight makers, blasting some straight airs over here in the Pier Bowl. So that was her on the backside, a little different variation. Vela, your first wave came in as a 5. So green in the lead with a 5, red in second place with a 0.5. Just under 18 minutes, quarterfinal number 4. So we have, you know, 3/4 of the semifinalists decided. We're going to get 2 more surfers out of this, and then they'll be in the semis tomorrow with a chance to go to the finals and take the title.
Yeah, so our final Sunday will just be, yeah, semifinals on. Not a lot of heats, but it's going to be exciting stuff. So waiting for Tegan, Bailey, and Kaden.
Got to get through today to get through tomorrow, though, so that's why we're running this quarterfinal heat number 4.
Vela, your first wave was a 4. Green, your first wave a 4. So in the scheme of things, I mean, even though Reed had a 7 and a 7.5, the other 3 surfers were just scratching it out, you know, needing a 1.5 and a 3.5 and a 2, and it was really tight in that second position down. So you can't discount a 4 in these conditions at all.
Not by any means, because if history this week has shown us anything, the ocean will take a break once in a while. There'll be heats or moments with a lot of waves coming through, and then there'll be others where it kind of quiets down, and you want to make sure you get your chances. You don't want to be sitting at the end of the heat on one wave. You're just going to kick yourself in the rear if that happens.
And there's never the guarantee that you're going to be the one lucky surfer that's in that epic rhythm, as many of the surfers find themselves in that have those huge points totals against low ones. Up again, staying busy on the inside, not wasting time. Sea wave, ride wave.
Nice variety on the end there. Yeah, get busy surfing or get busy sitting, and surfing's what scores. So down on the other end, here's a blue Caden up and riding on the forehand. That little left bowl out section right there has provided a lot of scores this morning. That one didn't quite open up for her, but just over 4 minutes down in the heat. So a lot of time left. Priority is white, then red.
Well, so, yeah, sorry about that. I was thinking now that, well, both surfers are on these. Oh, this is Vela again. They were replaying her opening wave. She's on the blackboard. For years, she had those yellow boards. Like, that was her signature, the yellow. This composite can't come yellow, only comes in black.
Yeah. Consider that once upon a time, a black surfboard was an oddity. Now it's pretty standard, but
yeah,
that's just materials.
All right, there we go. Kaden now, I think that was her second wave, so the first wave kind of fizzled out on her, but that one, she gets a nice finish.
Well, Bailey in white also got a little wave,
on the right.
So on the right-hander. So we've got some replays to come and some scores to come.
I guess we'll just wait for all the scores to come in. Here is the Best Western replay. So there was just a quick one-turn section for Kaden Persidoc. And this is the replay of Bailey's opener. Nice.
Got a little turn done, realized it wasn't exactly what she was looking for, so she pulled the ripcord, got out of there, and got back in the lineup.
I'm impressed with you know, these kind of crumbly conditions, especially when you're taking off on a knee-high wave with no speed, you have to time it perfect. You have to get to your feet so fast, not stand tall, be compressed, and instantly throw it up there against the chop and the lump, you know, so that even though Bailey's wave was small, it ends up being a 2.2. What she executed in that little space,
it was impressive.
Right.
Yeah, you got to throw the board away from you, catch it with your feet, instantly be in the right spot, and already leaning into that bottom turn. Here's a beautiful drone view. That's we would call those the diamonds in Pismo. So were you taking off at the first diamond, the second diamond, or the third diamond? Today they're kind of taking off on that second to last one right there. You can see the surfers in the lineup. It's a beautiful refurbished pier. It was reopened October 20th, 2018. So still relatively new. And it provides, you know, we were talking about earlier, the coaches stand up there, the spectators, even the other competitors, and they take it all in and they assess the situation, then they go out and rip. 13 minutes left. Vela is in the lead. She's got a low score of 3.75. Caden is in second with a low score of 2.5. Up and riding, that was Tegan Meza. Prior to that wave, she just had a 0.5. Bailey, you're in third. You have a 2.1. Priority is green, blue, white. 12 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. Green, blue, white priority.
And did we deliver Vela's second wave and Caden's second wave?
Deliver it.
Oh, okay. Well, Vela, your second wave was a 3.75. Caden, your second wave was a 4.6. So as it stands, green in first, blue in second. Tegan, you need a 5.05. And Bailey, you need a 5-point ride. Priority is green, blue, white, red.
And just as you said, that green takes off. She gets a nice turn at the beginning, then bam, finishes strong. So that's Vela Mativ in the green jersey.
Well, that's going to be a great opener. That is going to extend her lead at the moment. Bud, I think I'm going to go check out what Reed Van Wagner's got going.
Yeah, let's get up to speed on the conditions out there and see what she has to say. So on the screen, we have the replay for green. That rhymed, pretty cool. Vela Mativ, 2-turn combo, finishes it up. 6.75 green, your last wave was 6.75. You are now in the lead. Your low score is a 4. Caden, you are in second place. You have a 4.6 and a 2.5. Tegan, third place, a 2.05 and a 0.5. Bailey has a single wave score of 2.1. There's 11 minutes left, and priority is blue, white, red. So almost halfway through this heat. Green out in the lead, 6.75. She's got the single high score and the combined high score. Caden's got that 4.6. So second highest single wave score of the heat. She's looking to drop the 2.5. And Tegan just with the 2.5 and the 0.5. Bailey with the 2.1. And we have a paddle, no go. So this is a perfect time to go downstairs to listen to Jeff and Reed.
Yeah, because we're getting cozy up in here, Reed. You just keep making more and more heats into another semifinal now on the junior side, finding sevens somehow easily against your competitors that are like scratching for 2s and 3s.
Yeah, it was definitely tricky out there. Just super lucky that the waves kept on coming to me. Just hope that keeps happening. Yeah, it was definitely windy and choppy and hard to find a good section, but just happy to find a few.
Well, a quick start like you've been doing on that left, almost poked the nose at the end, got the score, and then when everybody's moved out, you have priority, and the one wave of that type comes your way.
No, yeah, I was totally so stoked. Just happy to show my surfing and finally get on the good waves and feeling good about my heat strategy, which is a first in a long time. So definitely feeling good and just can't wait to keep going.
Well, in the rankings on the pro junior side, you just came back from the Philippines. You obviously were in the top 2. You get invited for the North American region. That another goal this year coming?
Yeah, definitely. I love the Philippines. If it's back there, that'd be amazing. Just the contest is so cool. Like, so many people from other countries come, and we all get to meet each other and have a blast. So, yeah, hopefully that's the goal, to make both finals and see where it goes.
Well, we're looking forward to that. Congratulations in moving into finals day. You got, again, multiple heats, so rest up, eat some food, and give your friends say hello to your family.
Yeah, it's my grandma's birthday back home, so happy birthday, Grandma. I know she's been watching every one of my heats, so super lucky to have you. Hope you have the best day, and I miss you. Shout out to Whit. I know he's probably watching too, and big shout out to everyone who's helped me throughout the years, and can't wait to keep going.
Carlsbad Pipeline, that's right, throwing out Wit. All right, back to you up there, bud.
Big story about that interview. Happy birthday, Grandma, watching at home. Family support's a cool thing. We had one wave ridden by White. We're waiting for a score to drop in. We're at 8 minutes and 15 seconds. Priority, blue, red, green, white. And Reed, one of those surfers like Alana, like Eden, doing the double duty. You know, all three of those surfers have advanced to tomorrow in both divisions. So busy bodies, those three. And Reed was the latest to do it, so that's who we're talking about, and we'll see her tomorrow. But back to the water. Waiting for a score for Bailey Turner still. 7 minutes, 40 seconds. Vela's in the lead, followed by Caden. Vela's low score, a flat 4. Caden's low score, a 2.5. Tegan has a 2.05 and a 0.5. Bailey has a 2.1, and we're waiting for her last score to lock in. Priority is blue, red, green, white.
All right. I know the lifeguards are down there, but they might be coming in, but the surf camp, if you guys can just move north a bit, because some of the lefts are finishing right where you're in the whitewash on the shore.
It looks like the lifeguards are picking up on it right now, and they're probably going to go have a word with them themselves. So
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they have time to move, but just be aware. The current pushes the surf school down into that area where the left from the competition area ends, and they're definitely standing right in that area.
not to interrupt you, Jeff, but Bailey, your last score locked in at a 4.25. That bumps you into third place. So Bailey is in third, looking for a 2.86 to advance. Tegan, that knocks you down to fourth. You're looking for a 5.05. There's 6 minutes and 20 seconds. Priority is blue, red, green, white.
Well, just like Reed in that last heat, Vela sitting out the back before, got that one set wave that got the 6.75, the high mark of the heat so far. 6 minutes left, surfers. Good thing we got the priority light box up top. Priority is blue, red, green, white. And I think all the surfers know exactly what they need at this point. Cool to catch up, like you're saying, with Reed and her giving her grandma a shout out. Happy birthday, Grandma.
Yeah, happy birthday, Grandma. I can't stress that enough. I mean, we're a little older. I'm not lucky enough to have any of my grandparents around anymore, but you got to love them while you got them, because they are really an inspiration. They help get you to where you are now.
Mate, we're old enough we can start being grandpappy.
Valid point, valid point.
Although I am not yet, but yeah.
Your day will come.
My day will come. I got 3 daughters, so no doubt. Time check, 5 minutes and 10 seconds. So that's what it is. Thanks to all of our partners. We got a great list. Visit SLO CAL, Vespara Resort and Hotel Sandcastle, the Sea Venture Hotel, Best Western, Peak Wi-Fi, the City of Pismo, 805 Beers, Low Tide Spot, Mid-State Containers.
Well, there's also, did you get Taqueria El Guero?
That's what I was looking
Beach and
for.
Biscuits?
I didn't.
Chowa Bowl?
Well, Chowa Bowl, that was delicious yesterday. The Beach and Biscuits, that was this morning, correct? Was that Beach and Biscuits, or was that Low Tide Spot? That was Low Tide Spot.
I haven't eaten breakfast, so I'm not an authority on that, unfortunately.
I just smelled it. I didn't eat it either. Thank you to Crave Mini Donuts for posting up. Yes, I ate too many. I feel good about it, though.
Thanks to Bob Vogelin, he's over sitting by the beach marshal once again. He's signing his book, Riding the Wave of Hope. He's a cancer survivor, and now he spends a majority of his efforts giving back to those who are going through the same thing, raising money, raising awareness, setting up programs. I know the WSO longboard event has been tied in with that. They put together quite a nice gala, black tie affair that they have. So if you...
I brought my tuxedo for every one of them, man.
Nice.
We've got just under 4 minutes. Bailey, you need a 2.86, and Tegan, you are looking for a 5.05. Priority is blue, red, green, white.
It's starting to feel like they know there's 3.5 minutes left. They're starting to stir around a little bit. I mean, only Vela with a 6.75. Otherwise, every score is underneath the 5. But, you know, it doesn't really matter what the scores are. It matters if you have the 2 best ones at the end of the heat.
It's all that matters. Right now, Vela out in the lead with a 4 and a 6.75. Tight heat between Caden and Bailey. Tegan hasn't really gotten a jump yet, needing that 5.05.
So your tuxedo, cummerbund or vest?
Oh, I was going vest, tie, kind of classic style.
Yeah, the cummerbund was kind of an 80s, like, fluffy thing.
Yeah, I'm not down with that. Vest and different ties.
Traditional, classic, handsome looks.
In one of my other lives, I actually make cravats and, like, gentlemen's neckwear.
Here we go. Bailey Turner on the forehand. Goofy Foot's like the left. Nice turn. Her low score is a 2.1 prior to that wave. So if she can get a 2.86 out of that, she'll jump into second place. So smart surfing right there. Just above 2 minutes left. Priority is now blue, red, green. So here's the replay. She knew she needed a small score, so she engaged.
Well, she scratched out of that. Scratched it out. We'll see where the score goes. Crucial. She got a 3.
She got it. That was smart surfing. Bailey, you got a 3. You're into second place. Caden is looking for a 2.65. She's got first priority. Tegan looking for a 5.2 in second priority.
Oh my gosh, with these sets rolling through, who's in the lineup and where are they? Nobody could get onto that funky looking right. 1.5 minutes left, bud. Caden, you have first priority. You need a 2.65, and Tegan, you have third priority. Here's Tegan on this left. It's looking good. It's soupy. We got up there in the first turn. The sort of second half of the wave wasn't giving her much option.
She had to go. She had to go. There's not a lot of time left, but could she find a rebate on the inside?
That was really what it was going to look. That's what it seemed like she was looking for. Now Bailey up again on her backhand with just a minute. One quick backside jam. Priority is green, then blue. 50 seconds left. So another score potentially changing. There's a 3.3 for Bailey. So Caden, now you need a 2.95, and Tegan still needs a 5.05. Ooh la la.
Ooh la la, indeed.
And look
just
at
over
blue.
30 seconds. Yeah, look at blue.
Scratching. Inside for one turn. Sharp. Good finish. Needed a 2.95. Well, the judges have been given some scores for those one turns because that's what the surfers are really, that's what they can find. We got 15 seconds left. Will this be enough for blue to take back second from white?
So another nail biter. We're in the countdown. I'm going to count you out, surfers. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So right now we're going to go on a brief hold, you guys. We got a score to drop, so brief hold.
Yeah, because the judges are going to have to go back and look at Bailey's, you know, 2 waves, frontside and backside. She got the one turn each way. She got a 3 and a 3.3. It's a 4.4 for Caden. Caden, buzzer beater, gets the score.
Welcome back, Cotter, or Caden to be exact.
Wow, so right on the button. She gets the score, one turn. Moving on through to the semifinals, Vela Mativ and Caden Persadoc. Congratulations. Next heat, hold your positions where I will count you in here right now.
And we'll go to a quick commercial.
Yes, all of that. 5, 4.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Catching a wave. It never gets old. No matter how many times you've done it, the tide is meant for surfing, and your vacation is meant for memories. You'll enjoy both at Best Western Hotels in California and Hawaii. Our coastal locations make every getaway unforgettable. So go ahead, binge the beach. After all, life is just better when there's another wave and another vacay on the horizon.
Commercial break, so welcome those of you at home. This is quarterfinal heat number 1 of Pro Junior Men's. Will Dean in red, Timo Simmers in blue, Laird Lavick in white, Benji Lang in green. So Pro Junior women have been decided, the semifinalists for tomorrow. QS men and women semifinalists have all been decided for tomorrow. And now we are looking for Pro Junior men. We've got 4 quarterfinals. We're going to take, the top 2 from each of them, and they will be coming back tomorrow for a chance at the title.
So Will Dean, last year's regional junior champ, he was the top seed from North America going into the World Pro Juniors. We've had 3 junior events here in the past, not including this one, Bud. And Levi Slauson in 23, Kai Kushner in 24, and Nadav Attar last year winning the event was able to qualify for World Juniors himself.
Yeah, he just got that runner-up at this year's World Juniors a couple weeks ago in the Philippines. You've heard a couple of the surfers talk about how they were coming back from the warm waters of the Philippines to jump in the crisp, cool waters of the Central Coast here, but they've all transitioned nicely and adapted well. 17 minutes and 30 seconds left. No waves ridden yet. So, yeah, these surfers, they have to do it in wetsuits at beach breaks. They have to do it in trunks at, little reef breaks, and everything in between.
Next heat check-in, Rex Hennings, Teo Grani, Tomas Patanay, Kepa Mendia. That'll be our second quarterfinal. And then quarter 3, be on standby, Quade Farian, Logan Rad, Ellie Timpety, Ethan Hollander.
Running right through the day. This is day 6 of 7. We started out here Monday on MLK Day, so we recognized that and had a lot of nice people out here at the beach enjoying the sun on that holiday. So it's been a great week, but we've still got some titles to decide tomorrow. You've got to advance to today to get there and have the chance to do so on finals day, Sunday. I'm going to go down and see what the last heat winner has to say. I'll be back.
Yeah, Vela Matev down there, going to talk to Bud. So no waves ridden at the moment in this heat. 16:30 on the clock, surfers. Next heat, Hennings, Grani, Patanay, and Mendia. To our 3 hotels putting up our staff. The Vesfera Resort right on Pismo Beach. Sandcastle Hotel also beachfront. And the Sea Venture private hot tubs on each balcony. Also, big thank you to Taqueria El Güero, who provided lunch this afternoon. Amazing stuff. And, of course, the city of Pismo Beach. 16 minutes. Dean red, Simmers blue, Lavick in white, and Lang in the green. And, Bud, if you're ready, take it away with Vela.
Yeah, I'm down here with Vela. She just won her last heat, and she's moving on to finals day. How you feeling right now?
Yeah, I'm stoked. It was kind of tough out there, but I'm just glad to get a couple and make it through.
Yeah, it's a little tough with that wind breeze. Did you have a set plan going out there, or kind of an idea, or did you just kind of go out there and see what pops up?
I just went out there with the plan of just taking waves because a lot of the heats there were really long lulls, so I just wanted to get started early.
Now, us in the booth, we're really impressed. You have a lot of variety on your maneuvers, and you can see right here she's waxed to the nose. That means she does aerials, so variety. That's something you're working on.
Yeah, for sure. I've just been like working on new things, and I'm stoked to be able to do them in heats now. It's super fun.
Yeah, we had a good time watching it, and you've got a couple stickers on your board. So who do you want to shout out that's been supporting you?
Yeah, I want to shout out Channel Islands. This ECT is going so good right now. And Sex Wax for always getting me wax, and just everyone who supports me.
Now, what's this sticker? Is that what's that one? That purple one?
That's actually still frothy. Walt, he like sponsors a bunch of people and like helps with like payments and stuff. So big shout out to Walt.
Walt Cerny, also known as the mayor of Pismo Beach. So good job. We'll see you tomorrow, and good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
All right, back to you.
Thanks, Bud. Live action, split peak. Green going left, and white, we saw Lavick on his opener going right. 14 minutes. And the opening exchange of the junior men's right here. Open priority between red and blue. And remember, surfers, digital priority board up top. If you don't see your color up there, it means keep paddling. Best Western replay. White Lavick, he went right. Got the combo, did Laird. And then Benji on the left. Surfer out of Florida. Former member of the U.S. junior team himself. And he gets a few on the forehand as well. 13:30 to go. So priority 3 goes white. Waiting on the number, surfers, stand by. They're coming through.
Yeah, so it looks like a couple scores I wasn't able to see. I was talking to Vela because she's going to be in the finals day tomorrow, but scores are locking in, Mitch.
Here we go, 5-2-5 white. And going to be really close, whether it's just under or right above for green. And it seems like we have some lookers here. Green up and riding again, his second ride. And Benji gets one. So green, Lang, your opener was a 5. White, Laird, your opener was a 5-2-5. Now we're waiting on the second of green. So just the one on the inside, Bud, but he's going to get a backup real quick.
Yeah, it feels like the heat's a little slow start, so at least he's in the game now. He's got that 5, and now 2.75, that last wave Benji. So Benji, 5 point and a 2.75, you're in the lead. Laird, second place, 5.25 for the single wave score.
12 minutes, priority 3 with white. Next heat, Rex, Teo, Tomas, and Kepa. And then quarter 3, Quade, Logan, Ellie, and Ethan. Quarter 4, rounding out the round, Cannon Carr, Tanner Sandvik, Lucas Cassidy, Dane Libby. What a stacker.
All stackers, all rippers, and all want a chance to get to finals day tomorrow for points, glory, bragging rights, and just to feel good about their campaign that they put on this week.
So potentially here, maybe some waves. White up, Lavick, and then green, Lang.
So Lavick and Lang are the ones that are finding at least catchable waves. Timo and Will, I mean, we're almost to halfway through the heat. We're about 40% through the heat. They've yet to get a score on the board.
So quick ones, quick in and out for green, Lang, and then Laird had a 1-point ride going right, 11 minutes. And most of these kids, I mean, they've competed at high levels since they were young, Bud, and big difference right now, the last, decade and a half maybe. Computer scoring has made a huge difference when it comes to integrating experience with priority, as well as Blue Simmers, his opener. It's going to be a quick one for Tim, so that'll establish priority. It'll go red, green, white. And here we go, Bud. Will Dean, first wave for him.
Yeah, he's been looking for a score. He's got a turn done already, and he's got another section, so waited a while, but now he's going to have some points on the board. 10 minutes, 30 seconds, priority green, then white. So now everybody has a ride. Timo's last wave, just a 1.1. Laird's last wave, just a 1. But Benji right now setting the pace with that 5 and that 2.75. There's the replay right there of Will's opening ride. Got some nice work done. So We'll see where that fits into the scale. And here's another replay. Here's a replay of Laird, probably his first wave that they're going to compare it to. Whoa. Benji got a wave right there on the inside and didn't quite bring it down. Now Timo, no, excuse me. Reverse that. That's Benji. Timo was on the inside, and that was Benji on the left.
Yep. Lang, the only goofy footer out there right now, the surfer in green. 9.5 on the clock. And we got White having a look. Laird, a fast one, but he's able to fit a turn in going left. So Blue just has a pair of ones, waiting on the third of White. And Red, your opener coming through right now, Will. It's a 5.2. And here's the replay of the last of green, Benji.
So he had already found a 5 on those lefts, and he replaces his low score. Benji, your last wave, a 4.5. We'll let them duck dive. Benji, your last wave was a 4.5. You're in the lead with a 5 and a 4.5. Looks like Will's taken off in red. He's looking for a 3.31, and this wave's got some open face on the backhand.
Oh, and unfortunately, comes unglued right there at the end. 8.5 on the clock. So before the last of red, White, you dropped a 3.25. Green, you dropped a 4.5 on your last. And now we're waiting on the last of red. See if this makes a difference or not when it comes to the situation. 8 minutes. It's a 2.7. Green first with a 5 and a 4.5 on your last, Benji. White, Laird, you're in second. You have a 5.25, and your last was a 3.25. Red, your opener, 5.2, Will. You're needing a 3.31. And Blue, Tim, you have a couple of ones. You're needing a 7.3 or better. Priority goes Blue, Green, White, Red. Just under 8 minutes, bud.
Yeah, so once again, another one that's going to come down to the end. I could just feel it. It's trending in that direction. Laird's got that 5.25 as a high score. Benji's got a 5. Will's got a 5.2. So all three of those guys with their high score in the same range. Timmy's a little behind right now, but he's got first priority. And from what we've seen earlier in the week, he can get up in the high score range, but he's got to get an opportunity to do so. He's got 7 minutes and 15 seconds. So we'll see how it plays out. But
Yeah.
Go ahead.
That's more than enough time for all four of these guys, too. I mean, even guys that are 1 and 2 at the moment, but they could replace their scores in pretty much a minute or two. Paddle back out is relatively easy this afternoon. It is 1:01 p.m. Red third, needing a 3.31. Blue fourth, with a single wave, you're needing a 7.3, Tim. White in second, low score Laird is a 3.25. And green in first, your low score Benji, 4.5.
Yeah, plenty of time to get 2 waves if needed, let alone the scores that Will and Timo need on a single wave. We've seen a lot of high scores come from one big impactful maneuver earlier in the week, which it kind of feels like a lot of these waves have been turning into one-turn waves. I mean, a couple guys have found some open face, but there's been a lot of kind of take off, have a pump, and then make one turn count. So they know what to do. They know how to do it. They've got 6 minutes left to figure out how to do it, and I'm here for it.
And the World Juniors for a good number of years was in Narrabeen over there in Australia. Jordy Smith becoming a champion over there. You had Kai Barger, the great goofy footer out of Maui, also winning his maiden World Junior Championship. Of course, the OG one was Andy Irons, and since then it's been moving around back and forth. A couple years where there was a tour, there were 3 events. Bali, you had Brazil, and then concluded over at Burley Heads. And now the last 2 years over at the Philippines in La Union, a fun wave, but not easy at all. So this is actually good preparation for them heading into an event like that. But just over 5 minutes, surfers.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier, but it's truly an international sport now. You might be surfing here in Central California one weekend. The next event is in Barbados. You talked about them in the Philippines. Yeah, you really, there's some stuff in Mexico. I mean, there's really an international feeling now to surfing. It's always been everywhere, but now, I mean, in every corner of the world, there's established competition, and it's pretty cool to see.
5 minutes remaining. Priority goes blue, green, white, red.
Fourth priority, but Will finds a way to sneak it away from those guys. He's got a little projection, finds the double up on the inside, so had to put in a lot of effort, but he found the open face. He's sitting on a low of a 2.7.
Yeah. Nothing will change right here. When it comes to the priority, but we're waiting on the last of red, who needs a low 3. And it's going to be right around there, Will. 4 minutes. Maybe yes, maybe no. Not enough. 2.8. Green in first. White second. Red still needing the 3.31. And blue, you're needing a 7.3, Tim. 3 minutes 40. Priority goes blue, green, red, white.
Yeah, just over 3.5 minutes left. Time is dwindling away. Quarterfinal heat number 1. 2 of these surfers will be in the semifinal tomorrow. Who will it be? Benji, Laird, Will, or Timo? Looks like Timo with priority will engage with this right-hander. Gets a nice, well, started a nice turn, couldn't bring it down. He's kind of having a bit of a shocker. Just got 1.1, 1.2, and now 1.05, so tough go for blue at the moment. 3 minutes left to go. Priority is green, red, white.
Yeah, uncharacteristic of blue so far, but everybody else taking advantage of these opportunities. But blue might be getting a rebate wave. Double up potentially here, but he's up. And it's going to be another quick one for Simmers. So red third needing a 3.31. Blue still needs a 7.3. White in second, low score Laird 3.25. And green, the heat leader, low score 4.5. 2.5 on the clock.
Couple lines starting to pop up, and we'll see if that's going to change anything. Who can make the move? Who can get the score they're looking for? We've got a couple paddles. Camera's on white. And then green was going left but didn't get much. White really putting in the effort to maximize this score right here. He wants to get rid of the 3.25 that he's sitting on. Ooh, danger zone. Up the beach. Timo got a little left up the beach, but right now we're making sure that White is all right with that pier interaction.
Yeah, going to let him paddle back out. Seems like he's okay, though.
Let's see this on the replay. Yes, he's working as hard as he can. There's an extra little double up section right there. He looks over his shoulder, tries to get to the left, and then, oh, scary. Good thing it didn't get his head. That could have been dangerous.
Yeah, no, he made sure to break the fall right there. And live action, blue, Simmers.
Fighting hard. Nice job with that little wave. So Timo needs a 7.3.
Well, here we go. 1 minute 10. Green up and riding. In first. One minute, priority with red at the moment. Waiting on a score for white, one score for blue, and now one for green.
It was a real strong effort from both green and white on those Pier Bowl rights. They want to ensure their spot into the finals, so they're fighting tooth and nail to improve on their low score.
Blue, 2.6 and 3.9, your last two. And now here's red. He was needing a score before the last exchange between green and white. Green's going to get the best of the heat so far. 5-5 green. Benji, that's now your high mark. Your low score is a 5. Blue, your high mark was your last, a 3.9. Last of white, 3.25. It doesn't improve, Laird. And now we're waiting on the last of red, down to 10 seconds.
I will count us out. We are now at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Quarterfinal heat number 1 is in the books. We're waiting for a score from Will Dean to see if he got the 3.31 to advance over Laird into advancing position. Next heat, stay on hold. We're going to let the score lock in. So Will Dean in red looking for a 3.31.
And they're looking at some different waves. The one we're watching on screen, the 5.25 of white. So doing some comparisons. Heat 2, we're on hold. And then this is red's opener, the one we're watching, the 5.2. So green, safe in the lead. And watching white's third wave. So this is the 3.25. This is pretty much the biggest comparison right here. Is it just above that? And then this one, the last of red, Will. So heat 2 on hold.
A little bit of a nail biter right here, waiting for it to drop. Everybody's interested. Laird, Lavick's camp, and Will Dean's camp both wondering who's going to get the nod. Got the 2 heat winners on the beach right there, or excuse me, the heat winner, Benji on the beach right there, waiting to see who's going to join him.
Scores coming through. It's enough. It's a 3.65. Red to second, white third, blue fourth, green with the victory. We'll take a quick break on the broadcast and be right back with quarter 2.
That was pretty good stuff today.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Out there right now. Welcome back, everybody watching online. Quarter 2 junior men out there. Rex Hennings red, Teo Grani blue, Tomas Pathanay in the white, Kevin Mendia green. We got live action. Pathanay here, Jeff.
Pathanay. It's amazing because we've been able to watch them in the QS and the juniors. So many heats in a row, you know. It's great to see him. We saw Benji Lang and Will Dean getting the jump in that final seconds of that last heat. Laird Levick. Disappointed. Didn't quite get through there.
Really close stuff right at the end. Everybody's needing 2s, needing 3s. One turn can make a difference.
And that's how it was in the final one of the women's side, too. Caden Persidock getting the score she needed right on the buzzer.
So saw the replays there of both Hennings and Pathanay. And then Mendia, a quick one for him. So priority will stay blue-red, 18 minutes. White, your opener, 4.5, Tomas.
Rex, your opener, a 3, and Kepa, a 1.5.
And here's Teo on his opener, quick in and out. So 18 minutes. White drops a 4.5. Red, you got a 3. And then for green and blue, it's just going to be small scores, 18 minutes. Next heat, Quade, Logan, Ellie, and Ethan. And Benji, when you're ready, we'll meet you downstairs for the post-heat.
Green, Kepa, wait, what are you asking? You got a 1.5 on your last wave at the moment. You're in 4th priority. There's just over 17 minutes. Priority is red, white, blue, green. Oh boy, look at Rex paddling. He's got that inside position. He has priority. And it looks like he's swinging on this. Gets in. Taller wave, chunky lip to deal with and navigate some bumps, but he does well on that second section, and it runs off. So to back up his 3, Rex will get a good score in the books. First priority is with white, Damas Patane. Quick up and down there for Red. I missed how, we'll get it on the replay. I don't know how far he rode. I was looking at my monitor and saw him kicking out. So it must have been short because it's coming in at 0.3. Priority white, second priority blue. Looks like blue over by the pier, and green far up the beach. He has 3rd priority. Teo with blue has higher priority going left towards him. Nice 2-turn combo there for Teo Grani. Green will get a quick score, even though he had to acquiesce and kick out there. First priority with white. There we go. Rex, your previous wave, the good one, a 5.10. Red, a 3 and a 5.10. Waiting on the last few rides for our other colors. Priority is white, red. So judges looking into Kepa's score and Teo's score, the last waves that they rode. White up and riding, Thomas. Backing up the 4.5, drifts the fins. That's going to be a clean, quick score for him. Teo, your last wave was a 5.25, and it looks like he's just busy surfing. Nice. So he's going to get another score in the books. Rides out clean. Teo Grani in the blue from Panama. Tomas, you have your opening ride was a 4.5, and now we have another score coming in for you. Teo goes to the lead, a straight up 7 on that last left. Blue, you have a 5.25 and a 7. White, you have a 4.5 and a 4. And here we go. Kepa on his 3rd wave comes unstuck again. So funky stuff going on there at the moment for Kepa. Yeah, let me just give everyone the scores and the priority. Teo, you're in the lead right now. Your last 2 lefts, a 5.25, and your last wave, a 7. Rex, you have a 3 and a 5.1. You're in 3rd place. You have first priority. You're looking for a 3.4. Tomas, you're in 2nd place. You have a 4.5 and a 4. And Kepa, your last wave score is almost in. It's going to be your best. Hold on. It's a 3.6. So Kepa, you have a 2 and a 3.6. Red needs a 3.4 to advance, and green needs a 4.9. Priority is red, white, blue, green. Just over 13 minutes, and now I can kick it down to Mitch.
All right, thanks, Jeff. Benji, congratulations. Back and forth right there, but it was really the start. You got the 5 after waiting for a while, and then the 3 afterwards. Especially under priority, how important is it to use the entirety of the lineup out here on the north side?
Yeah, for sure. I was just like, I've been watching all my heats back and just seeing what I did wrong, and was being too patient with priority. So I was just like trying to get a quick start and like kind of command the lineup and get my first wave, and so I kind of eased the pressure a little bit, and got that first wave, and then was just trying to get a backup from there, and worked out pretty well.
How much does it help, if anything, watching the QS heats first, especially when they're only head-to-head, now into the 4-person heats? How can you make your adjustments yourself?
Yeah, those guys are way more experienced than me, so just watching them and seeing what they're doing, and that's why they're making heats. So just kind of take what they're doing, put your own little twist on it that works for you, and yeah, trying to do that same thing.
Short-term goals, long-term goals, Benji, for yourself into 26 and 27 as well?
Goals for me are a little funny because I always, if I think too much ahead, I kind of mess myself up. So trying to take it one step at a time. Like every year, I always come in, want to do this, this, and this, and then get too in my head about it if I don't accomplish that. So it's kind of just taking it one heat at a time. And luckily, this one, like, did that same thing in the QS, and it didn't really work out. So took it to the junior and just been not really thinking about it and focusing on myself, and it's worked out pretty well. So best result so far.
Congratulations. See you in the semis tomorrow.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Jeff?
Thank you, Mitch. Congrats, Benji Lang. Moving on into final Sunday. We've got a lot of stuff going on in the water right now. Tomas Patane up on his forehand. On the inside, this one standing up. Finishing section. Blasts it off the roof again.
So 11 minutes, Jeffrey. Nearly halfway through the heat surfers.
Yeah, we've had some action. Teo Grani got a 5.25 and then found another one and got that 7. Now we are waiting on these last 2 scores for Rex, who was riding during the interview, and then Tomas. Tight heat between these bottom 3 at the moment. It gets redundant saying that, but it seems like it's true. There's always one surfer that, you know, just jumps away and feels safe somewhat up there in first, and then it's that rotation of second, third, and fourth.
It shouldn't be one-sided at these events. Everybody's too talented and too experienced, as we've been talking about. Best Western replay here, the last of white. So waiting on this score for Tomas. Found a clean runner on the inside, Jeff. And the last one, whoa.
He's going to benefit. He's reaping the bounty.
And then green had to give way to blue. Teo had higher priority in this instance. And as you said, he already had a 7, but that's just going to be a quick one for Teo. And then we did see Rex also get a wave. This is the Best Western replay here, Jeff, the one that you were talking about.
Well, this is the one that was during the interview, yeah. So it...
Just waiting on the last of red. 10 minutes. Last of white, 7-5. And last of red, 5 points. Blue first with a 7 and a 5.25. White, you're in second, a 7.5 and a 4.5, Tomas. Red, Rex, you just dropped a 5. That is your second best. You're needing a 6.91 red for third. And green, Kepa, you dropped a 3.6 on your last, the left. You need an 8.4 or better, Mendia, in green. So green needs an 8.4. Red, you pretty much need a 7 Rex, a 6.91 or better. White in second, low scores a 4.5. And blue, the heat leader, low score 5.25. Down to 9 minutes.
Just past halfway in this heat. Quarterfinal heat number 2. 2 more after this, Mitch, and that concludes the day, and we are set and ready for final Sunday after that.
Yeah, we'll get the order of what we'll do tomorrow shortly.
Priority is green, red, blue, white.
But we'll be crowning our champions tomorrow. The plaques look really sick too. They're locally made right here in SLO County. And red needs a 6.91. Green, you're needing an 8.4 Kepa. White, Patanai, your low score in second is a 4.5. And blue, the heat leader, Teo, your low score is a 5.25. 8 minutes. And priority goes green, red, blue, white.
So a bit of a separation. Red way up the beach. Who do we got here? Is this white? Is this Patanai paddling and still paddling? Full effort on the paddling. He had fourth priority, so nothing changes there. Out the back, we see green scratching Kepa Medina, needing an 8.4 with priority. Red is way up the beach. I saw that. So it's both surfers going left. I can only look so much. Green goes over the handlebars. Rex finds a finish. That is going to be a potent wave for Rex Hennings down the way. And Green, Kepa was on his way to something good too.
Yeah, 7 minutes now, and this exchange is going to be crucial to the heat right here. So stand by for the last of red. And let's see if Green is able to improve at least on the 3-6 as well. So this is the one you're talking about. Way up the beach was Hennings. He broke away from the pack, Jeff.
And he found a good flow with the wave, and it just got steep and clean the whole way through.
So that's the main thing, the flow on that one. And then Kepa had some work before the fall, the setup. And then unfortunately for him, goes down at the end, and a quick one for White. So priority goes blue, white, green. 6 minutes, waiting on red's 5th wave.
And it's not going to better for Kepa, so Kepa will still need an 8.4. Green, that last wave was a 2.15. Rex, we are still waiting on that last left. That's one of the nice waves of the heat so far.
Well, they're watching White's 3rd wave, which is the 7.5. You had, a slow start to the wave, but then a moment of brilliance right here, right at the end. That is a quality turn for how it is right now from White. And Green, a quick in and out. So 5.5 on the clock, surfers.
Yeah, they're comparing to the high waves for sure, because the left of Rex offered all the goodness. Steep face, lots of drive, carried the speed, power, and flow.
Gonna be really close. 6.75, just under. Red, you're now needing a 5.26. And Green, you're needing an 8.4. White still in second, low scores a 4.5. And Blue, your low scores a 5.25, down to 5 minutes, 5 minutes remaining. Here we go, up the beach.
I was so wanting to do it, and you got it away from me. You were there too quick.
My bad. Well, priority's gonna switch. It'll go blue, red, green, white. And now it'll switch again. So it'll go blue, green, white, red. 4.5 on the clock. Red needs a 5.26. Your last red was a 6.75. And green, Mendia, you're needing an 8.4, Kepa. White second, blue first, Jeff.
Blue first, Teo staying tight to both white and red. Blue with that first priority, just over 4 minutes. Teo Grani wanting to protect, wanting to also better his 5.25. He wants to stay in the lead and get himself into the semifinal. 4 minutes left. This thing closes out. Red taking off in the whitewash from way deep.
Well, not a whole lot there for red, and green got a strong snap off on the forehand.
Well,
3:45 on the clock, Jeff.
Yeah, he'll better the 2.15, it feels like, but still going to be searching for something big. Here's Teo Grani on a groomed one, carries the speed. I like that he went for that more explosive tail drift instead of going above the lip. Keep it cool.
So green with potential also to improve on his top, which is the 3.6. And we saw blue right there. He's looking to improve on a low 5. Green, 4.5, Kepa. You now need a 7.51 or better. So green, 4.5 on your last. It's your top score. You now need a 7.51 or better. And watching the replay of blue, you like this, Jeff.
Well, you saw how he spread his feet like he was thinking, get going, launch, and I don't know if it was just right at the last minute he decided just slam it.
Well, real good adjustment. 2 minutes 40. 6.15, blue, 6.15. That's now your backup. You extend your lead. White second, red third, needing a low 5, and green, you're needing a 7.51 or better. And we got red and white here to the north.
Well, that was wild. White had the higher priority. Red, we will see where this goes. yeah, that was a little confusing. White had the higher priority. Tomas and Rex took off also. Teo with second priority in the lead. Teo, your last wave was a 6.15. Kepa, you have first priority. There's 2 minutes left. And at the moment, you need a 7.51.
So that's what you're talking about on screen right here. 1 minute 50.
Yeah, they were on different sections. Anyway, we'll see where this all shakes out.
90 seconds. Green, you're needing a 7.51, Kepa. You have priority. Red was needing a 5.26. So priority interference is called. Red on white. So that means that red, his second best, will not be counting, and that wave that he interfered on will not count either. So he's out of the heat right here. Green needs a 7.51 with priority, Kepa. White in second and blue first. 1 minute to go, surfers.
We're under a minute, surfers. Priority is with Green. Can Green find a wave? He's looking for a 7.5.
And now White in second. Tomas. He's looking to improve on a 4.5 and just might. 40 seconds. $25 seconds.
Oh my, coming down to the wire. Ken Kepa with this priority. Can he scratch into a left and find some magic out there?
Well, it's his last chance. Gets 2, incomplete on the second. 10 seconds, Jeff. Do the honors of the countdown.
Counting you boys out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Teo's gonna surf his way in regardless. Victory lap or whatever you want to call it, or actually I don't know because I didn't get to watch White's last wave.
Yeah, might be taking the lead. We'll see. So waiting on a few numbers. The heat's over though. Heat 3 getting into position, but we are on hold. And this is the Best Western replay, the one we're talking about from Tomas.
I did get to watch it. It was the one that Teo gave him.
So either way, it'll be blue and white advancing. Just depends on the order.
So Panama and Costa Rica moving on through.
Yeah, great surfing in that heat. 5.3, the last of white. So you'll stay in second, Tomas, and taking away the victory will be blue, Teo Grani. We'll take a quick break on the broadcast and be right back with quarterfinal number 3.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
All right, we are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
Catching a wave. It never gets old. The tide is meant for surfing, and your vacation is meant for memories. You'll enjoy both at Best Western Hotels in California and Hawaii. After all, life is just better when there's another wave and another vacay on the horizon.
Thanks for joining us right on the button. We have surfers up and riding here. Quarterfinal heat number 3, Jeff Baldwin and Bud Aquino calling the action. We had an exciting finish to that last one. Teo Grani going through in the lead and Tomas Pathane in second place. So our Panamanian and Costa Rican surfers into the semis tomorrow. Up and riding now. We've got, who do we got?
Well, in red, we've got Quade Farion, and blue, Logan Rad. In white on this on the screen right now, that's Ellie Temperi, and green's Ethan Hollander. So we see the replay of white right there finishing it up. That's Ellie Temperi. And this is quarterfinal heat number 3. We've already got 4 of the 8 semifinalists decided. So we need 2 more from this heat and 2 more from the next heat to join them tomorrow. This is the QS men's quarterfinal heat number 3. Good to be back, Jeff.
Yeah, good to be back. And coming up next, Cannon Carr, Tanner Sandvig, Lucas Cassidy, and Dane Libby. So that'll be exciting too, because Lucas Cassidy went out in the quarterfinal heat this morning. Cannon Carr went down yesterday, and I talked to him after, and he's like, well, I don't know. Is what it is.
Yeah,
just not in rhythm.
Yeah, those guys doing double duty in the pro and the pro junior. But as of right now, 18 minutes left in the heat. White, Ellie, your first wave came in at a 5. Ethan, your first wave was a 1. And that's where we're at right now. 2 of these guys will be joining the other surfers tomorrow. Last heat, it was Teo and Tomas. So,
well, I like that wave that Ellie was on. It just kept giving. You know, I thought it had run out of energy on the right, and then he found the inside and got 2 more turns on the inside left.
That looks like
this is blue, Logan Rad. Or that was a replay of Logan. And here's Tim Perry again, finds another. He has been working on his surf game, blows the fins. Will you ride out? Yes, he does.
So he already had a 5-point ride. Just as of right now, only 3 minutes have gone by, and now he's going to have another score. The only other score on the board right now is Ethan's 1, and Logan's going to have a small score, it looks like 2. But as of right now, White is getting the best of the bunch in this early part of quarterfinal heat number 3.
And I think he's on the Timmy Pattersons too. I know he's on them. They're looking good under his feet, so we'll wait on that score to come in. Second for White. You had an interview with him the other day, and you asked what the flag was. So he's surfing for Finland for quite a few years now.
Yeah, pretty cool stuff. We talked about it earlier. Surfing is on every continent around the world, every corner of the world. Surfing is appreciated and seen as a legitimate sporting activity now. Up and riding, Quaid. Oh, digs the nose. That's a little scary. Was there?
Yeah, there was a lot going on all at once. I mean, Surfer and White was just paddling out, duck diving, and the wave, Quaid's wave, got him there. And then second score of White, a 6.75. Ellie, your second wave was a 6.75. We've got that green. Ethan Hollander had a really nice one, and now Quaid's wave. And Logan's one, he went kind of, or either he had to cut out or.
Well, that was the first one. Then this is Logan's second one. No. All right, we got to catch up. We're bouncing back and forth between
yeah, the replays.
Oh,
just
no.
Let's watch it live, Ellie.
And then that was scary, too. So much it's kind of bedlam thus far in the beginning of this heat.
Yeah, to be honest, when I'm doing it, I like to just watch it live.
Yeah.
You know, and catch up the replays. Unless they're synced up. Yeah, I hope Tim Perry's okay. That board's, boom, sketchy stuff.
All right, things are settling in. Just over 15 minutes left. Priority is blue, red, green. Ellie's last wave was a 6.75. He is in the lead right now. He's up and riding again. Perpetual motion for White. So White, your last wave was a 6.75. Priority is blue, red, green. So as of right now, Ellie's in the lead. Ethan's in second. Ethan, you have a 4 and a 1. Quaid, you have a 2.5. Logan, you have a 1.1. Priority, blue, red, green. 14 minutes, 20 seconds left. Blue up and riding. That's Logan Rad with 2 Ds. So the camera is on blue. He got a nice slash. Again, that's Logan Rad. Finishes it up on the inside, and he has a 1.1 prior to that, so now he's got a score on the board. 14 minutes left. Just under 14 minutes. Red's last wave, just a 1.15. Green's last wave, just a 0.5. So now we're waiting for one more score on Logan Rad. He got the long left-hander, got a lot of work done. 13 and a half minutes left. Once we get that score, we will know where everybody stands. Judges are watching some replays. There you can see on the screen at home the total breakdown of the scores right now. However, blue has one more score to drop. You can see that priority is with green, then white, then red. You can see that there's 13 minutes left on the clock, so those at home are up to speed, and so are the guys in the water. However, we're still waiting on one score for Logan Rad. 13-minute mark just passed by. At this moment, Ellie, you've got a 6.75 and a 5.75. Ethan's got a 4 and a 1. Quaid has a 2.5 and a 1.15. So they're still doing some comparisons here to lock in Logan's score. 12 and a half minutes. Red with a quick up and down. Still deliberating. Let's go ahead and get down there with the last heat winner, and then we'll come back. Well, real quickly, Logan, your last wave of 5.65, that puts you in second place. Ethan, you're in third. You need a 2.76. Quaid, you're in fourth. You need a 4.26. 12 minutes on the clock. Priority is green, white, blue, red, and we'll take it downstairs for an interview.
All right, thanks. I'm with Teo Grani. Coming on through that quarterfinal heat, you said it was grindy, but I was thinking it didn't look grindy. You were on the best waves, and you made the most of them.
Yeah, it's super fun out there. It looks kind of tricky when you're out here looking at it from the pier and stuff, but once you get down there, you can kind of spot those little ripples coming in, and it's the funnest thing ever. So, yeah, psyched to put two waves together and moving on.
Hey, well, your first year on the QS and, you know, in this juniors thing, and to be making a mark like this already into a final Sunday has got to feel like you're chipping away at that goal.
Yeah, I was kind of bummed to go down yesterday morning in the QS, running at 32. Now my main focus is definitely on the juniors. I want to take it out. I want to do my best for myself, most than anything. But, yeah, psyched to be here. Stoked to be going to Hawaii tomorrow, after tomorrow. So warm weather, just really grateful. Down here with the sick crew. Hogan, Kay the Cars, and my brother. So, yeah, stoked to be here, really.
Yeah, you guys got a good crew, man. It's fun that you get to travel with not only a mentor like Jimmy, but, you know, your homeboys that you guys support each other and dig deep and find, you know, like, hey, I made a mistake or whatever it is, but you pick each other up. I know Cannon had a hard heat yesterday, but now he's going to come up here in the next heat.
Yeah, so it's just like a rivalry going on with the boys. It's so funny. We shit talk all day. So I really want to heat with Cannon. Had a heat with Keppa. Sucks that he couldn't make it. Love that guy. But, yeah, that little rivalry's there. The fire's there. And, yeah, I want to beat all my boys. So, psyched.
Well, I know you need to shout out everyone at home back in Panama and in Costa Rica.
Yeah, shout out to my mom, my dad, my brother, my other brother here that's watching, my crew that's down here supporting me. Yeah, just been having a fun week. Stoked to be down here. Love all you guys at home. And, yeah. Semi's next. Let's go.
Congratulations. Back to you, Mitch.
Well, we're going to see Teo tomorrow. Sounds like he runs with a pack that all pushes each other. While we were down there doing that, red, green, and white all have scores to come in. Looks like white score came in. Ellie, your last wave came in at a 7.5. That puts you in first place. 7.5. Up and riding right now. That looks like blue, Logan Rad. So right now in the lead, we have Ellie with a 7.5 and a 6.75. Ethan in second with a 5.3 and a 4. Logan is in third, 5.65 and a 2.1. Fourth place, Quaid, 2.5, 1.15. Logan is looking for a 3.65. Quaid is looking for a 6.80. Priority is red, green, white, blue, and there are 9 minutes left to go.
I love doing the interviews. It's so cool that you get the insight, right? And if you can find the right questions and extract the good info. But we'll get back to that because our heat leader, Ellie Temperi, building in this heat, surfing large, another beautiful wave. Will he better the low of a 6.75? And behind him, Quaid Farion, who needs a score, needs a 6.8. Well, these waves are hopeful on the insides. They offer way more than they seem to look like. We saw that yesterday as the tide starts to drain, and the days before, it's redundant to say, but something changes an hour after high tide, 2 hours after high tide, and
Yeah, it felt like about an hour ago the lineup couldn't make up its mind. We had a couple grindy heats, but the last couple heats, well, the last one grinded too, but the lucky or the fortunate are finding these little double-ups like this on the inside.
How was the pop that Ellie just got on that replay? He like air ollie floated or something. So much speed into the next turn, and here's Quaid.
Yeah, all these guys just somehow find the speed on these flat sections, both skill and equipment playing together, but yeah, they're doing stuff that mere mortals wish they could. Here's the replay of White. So White, your last wave, it's a 6.65, so you did not better. You still have a 7.5, and your low is a 6.75.
Riding again.
Yeah.
So finding the Lovejoy on the inside.
And a score dropped in for Red. It was a 4.75, so Ellie's still in the lead. Ethan in second, Logan in third, looking for a 3.65, and Quaid in fourth. He needs a 4.56. 7 minutes left to go. Priority, green, blue, red. And I agree with you. It's cool to ask them questions, and when they start to spill, you know, you get them to open up a little bit and get inside their heads.
Well, I left that interview thinking, I remember those days where all I did was pack up and go from event to event, and it's, you know, so Teo and Kai Gale and Jimmy Hogan and Cannon Carr and the whole crew, their little posse that they're traveling together with, and I'm sure it's even bigger than that, off to Hawaii in 2 days.
Yeah, I heard that bit, and I was a little envious. I gotta wait. I gotta wait about 4 weeks before I get over there. But
well, that's good to know. You're going over there.
I got to go see Mom in Hilo.
There you go.
Yeah, pretty lucky to get to visit family and vacation at the same time
on the Big Island.
Yeah, good stuff. 6 minutes left. Just over 6 minutes left. Ellie's still in the lead. Ethan's still in second. Logan looks for a 3.65, and Quaid, he needs a 4.65 with 6 minutes left to go. Yeah, these guys we talked about, they're international. Some of them were in Philippines last week. They're on the Central Coast. Quite a few of them will be jumping a plane in the next couple of days to get over to Hawaii. A few of them are entering the Challenger. Some are just want to go chase some of the big North Shore swells.
Yeah, they just want to be a part of it, get in the mix. So White up and riding again with that fourth priority. I think he's just vibing on his board. He's in a rhythm, so why not keep surfing in priority, out of priority? Ethan Hollander up in second with priority. Green sitting on second, or sitting in second with priority. 5 minutes, just over 5 minutes. Logan Rad, second priority, needing a 3.65, and Quaid Ferryon needing a 4.56. So it's tight there between second, third, and fourth.
Well, like you said, Tim Perry's on a bit of a run right now in this heat. So, yeah, if you've got the momentum, keep riding it 5 minutes. You want to keep riding it. If you kind of break your train of thought, downshift consciously or whatnot, that could break the stride that you've had going. So he's out there going about his business like he has. It's working right now. 4 minutes and 40 seconds left. He's got a low score of 6.75, and he's looking again. Energizer Bunny.
Yeah. Well, that's his, you know, that wasn't much of a wave, but it was his 8th wave. It's his 9th wave, actually. Set rolling through, 4.5 minutes. White in the lead, Green in second, holding priority. Surfers below him, blue and red, do not need much.
Semifinal spot on the line right here. The top two will surf tomorrow for the semis.
Oh, it's a split peak.
It's a split peak.
So Green on the left, definitely bettering or getting a better ride than Logan was getting. Logan came unstuck or cut out on the right. Green could better his 4-point ride.
Well, there's the replay. He gets a first snap and then finds the inside and gets a nice whip. So, yeah, Green looking to get rid of a 4. Whoopah!
Whoopah! The whip.
And then there's Logan Rad with 2 Ds, just up and down. Not going to mean much, just a small score. But so Green, your last wave came in at a 4.7. That puts you in the second place. So Ellie in the lead, Ethan in second. Ethan, your low is a 4.7. Logan in third, you need a 4.35. Quaid, you're looking for a 5.26. We're just over 3 minutes left, and priority is Quaid, Ellie, Logan. Well, as soon as I say that, they just get busy again. Split peak. Camera is on Quaid down there. Gets that nose pick reverse on the backhand and more. So Quaid down in 4th spot, gets a good wave, looks for a 5.26. That'll get him into advancement. Now Logan Rad up and riding. On the forehand, lanky, goofy footer, covering some range. Gets that inside. He likes the feel. You can see in the body language. So we've got scores to drop in from red, white, and blue. An All-American, a patriotic bunching of scores coming in. Red, white, and blue, all with scores to come. So the judges are watching replays right now. Priority is with Green. Ethan out the back right now, kind of waiting to hear what everybody else did.
Well, a quick turnaround. He's back in first priority after getting that 4.7, which seemed like just a second ago.
A lot happened right there in a short amount of time. We got the replay of Red right there on screen. Finished it up. You can tell he likes it. He gives a little nonchalant, no claim. And then here's the replay of Blue, Logan Rad. Gets that snap. He's been making the most out of these kind of interesting lefts down there. He likes the feel. Double fist pump.
Well, and that, you know, he had to put those fists up. He knows it's a small, it's not a big score that he needs. He already has a 5.65 in his score line, needing a 4.35. Could this be the wave? With a minute and 20 seconds waiting on scores. Well, White just got another 7.5. So big air reverse for Red. Quaid Farion making waves.
Yep.
He does not want to be in the basement at the end of this heat. He needed a 6.26. That wave comes in, or the wave before, a 7.15. Quaid in second.
Here goes Green. Hollander on the backhand. Strong kid right there with a power base. Is he going to get around the section? No dice. 40 seconds left. Waiting for a score of Red to drop in, and then we'll know where things are at. White is the heat leader. That's Tim Perry right there, and that's why he's the heat leader right there. So
what a heat. He wishes he could bottle that up. 20 seconds. Eli with a pair of 7.5s in the lead at the moment. We got some scores still to come in. That previous wave with 10 seconds to go are all going to come in after I count it out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So there's a whole lot happening here.
So I feel like Ellie's pretty dang safe. It's going to depend on these scores for Red and Green because Logan Rad was in second place. Quaid needs a 5.05. And Hollander right there. Tell it to us, Jeff.
Well, yep, it ended that way. Quaid gets the score. He needed a 5.05. It comes in at a 5.3. He goes into second in the end of that heat. Quaid Farion does the job. Ellie Tim Perry taking the win. Both those young men into the semifinal tomorrow. And we're going to just roll right into the next heat. And we're going to take a quick commercial break and bring back the final heat of the day.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL. where life's too beautiful to rush.
From lowers to Oz, from small swells to the heaviest breaks, every mile, every moment leads to here.
At 805 Beer, it's more than a label. While some chase followers, we chase cattle, waves, and good trouble. Trend-proof, time-tested, ice cold. Long live cold beer.
Line, Mitch and Bud with you for our last heat of the round, our last heat of the day. Cannon Carr red, Tanner Sandvik blue, Lucas Cassidy white, Dane Libby green. Good afternoon, Bud Aquino.
Good afternoon to you. Good to be back here. Hard to believe that this is the last heat of the day. It's been so much fun. There's been so much action. But once this heat is over, all of Sunday's semifinalists will be decided in that last heat. Ellie Temperi went through along with Quade Farian. And in this heat, will it be Cannon Carr in red, Tanner Sandvik in blue, Lucas Cassidy in white, or Dane Libby in green? Tanner, your first wave was a 3. Dane, your first wave was a 1.5. There are just over 18 minutes left to go in this quarterfinal heat number 4. So this is the junior men's, the pro junior men's. We've already got through the QS men, QS women, and pro junior women earlier in the day. All those semifinals are decided, and we have 6 of the 8 semifinalists waiting for 2 of these surfers to join them.
Yeah, and all heats tomorrow. The semis will be 25 minutes, and all finals will be 30 minutes. So 7:30 a.m. call for a potential 8 a.m. start. Just under 18 minutes in the heat surfers. Priority 3 with green. Blue, you opened up with a 3, Tanner. And green, your opener, just a 1.5, Dane. So second to last day, Bud. Obviously, a lot going on today in terms of the rankings, too. We'll have a better idea once we actually finish the event, how everything shifts up and down for certain people, too. But this is the second to last event for both the QS and the juniors as well within the region. And we are talking about the best surfers within the region here. Under the age of 20, up and riding Cassidy, his first one, Bud.
Yeah, he's got a lot of understanding of this lineup. He surfed a lot of heats this week. Like we've said, we started last Monday. A lot of these surfers have done double duty. Lucas being one of them. Unfortunately, he was eliminated from the QS earlier this morning, but he's still alive in the juniors here. And he's got a score now on the board coming, or he's got a score coming now that we'll bring to you shortly. It's 16 minutes and 30 seconds left. Priority is red, green, blue.
And watching the best Western replay here of Lucas, his opener. The 1-2 punch here on the backhand at a Baja Sur in Mexico. So priority established. It goes red, green, blue surfers, 16 minutes. And scores coming through white as we see green up the beach. Just a quick tag there for Dane Libby. .5 white, 4.5. And then the second of green, it's going to be another quick one, Dane, 2.25. And we got red up the beach, Carr. And not able to get into it, so priority's going to switch. It'll go blue, white, and red third. So white, your opener, Lucas, 4.5. Blue, your opener, was a 3. The second of green, Libby, 2.25. And we got red having a look inside, so he'll go down to 4th priority. .15 minutes, and Bud, if you're ready with Ellie, take it away.
Yes, I am here with Ellie. You booked your way into the finals day. How you feeling?
Feeling pretty good, yeah. I was stoked to get the ball rolling early in that one. Feel like, yes, the other day kind of had a late start to the heat, so just wanted to get things going. Stoked I got into rhythm in that one.
Well, that's kind of what we picked up on. You started early, and you kind of got just like on a rotation. You never went more than a minute or so without catching a wave. So that was kind of your plan. You said you had a slower heat the other day.
Yeah, it was just like I was pretty rattled the other day. Starting the heat that way, but yeah, the waves have been kind of similar the whole time. So I'm just happy I got the ball rolling early in that one and was finally able to get into rhythm in the heat.
Now, Jeff and I were really digging the way your surfboard was looking. What are you riding, and is it a stock model or is it some of your own dimensions?
Oh yeah, this is something new I've been working on with Taylor. It's a SB1. It's a little bit different file I've been working on, but yeah, I'm stoked how this thing's working. Been working really well through the flat sections and carries a lot of speed. So yeah, I'm stoked. It's nice when you have a good poly to work in small waves because epoxies can sometimes be a little sketchy.
Yeah, we do know that's going to be the decision that's tricky when it gets a little breezy like that. So nice job. We're going to see you tomorrow. Anybody else you want to thank? Sponsors, families, friend?
Oh, yeah, thanks to everybody watching back home. My parents, my sister, my brother, hopefully watching. I don't know if they're watching, but yeah, thanks. Daryl, Taylor, Sharp Eye. Yeah, thanks.
You chose a good athlete to support in this young man. We'll see him tomorrow in the semifinals. Good luck.
Thank you.
Back to you.
Thank you, bud. So white your opener, 4.5. The third of green, Libby, 5.5. And now waiting on one for red. His opener, Carr, 13 minutes. And watching the Best Western replay right here. Cannon had a couple going left. So priority goes white, red, green, blue. 5 points red, 5 points. So green, you have a 5.5 and a 2.25. Blue, you have a 3.05 on your second and a 3 on your opener. Red, you have a 5.0. And white, you have a 4.5. And up the beach, green, and right in front is red. Libby. And now Carr.
Nice job on that ender for Carr. He got a nice body whip and got the board up vertical. So a lot of turn for a little bit of wave on the inside. Here's the replay.
Yeah, so this is Cannon's full wave. Really just a small touch at the beginning, and then the one that you're saying, the whippy snap at the end, and then Libby, well, he's looking to improve on a low 2.
Kind of a similar thing, like you said, the small touch, but that first small touch gives you just a little burst of speed that allows you to set into that bottom turn, which in turn allows you to get the board up vertical. So doesn't look like much, it's subtle, but that shoots you a little squirt of speed.
12 minutes. And we got somebody looking here. This is White Cassidy with priority, bud.
Yeah, he's been having a lot of afternoon heats, so he understands what to do once it gets bumpy out there, and there's a 2-turn combo and about 10 feet of space, so impressive stuff.
So last of red, 3.85. Last of green, 3.5. Watching the replay of white, and now live action, blue, Sandvig. In complete reverse right there, so it's the wave of white that'll be a difference maker here. And now green using priority, but going right.
Yeah,
Libby.
This looks nice. He's got a good section, bang. He agrees, and he delivers. Now red, non-stop action, Cannon Carr. He just got that 3.85. He wants to improve upon it. Big turn, kicks the tail up and over. Kicks out, and now a little bit of a, not quite a paddle battle, but all 4 surfers heading back out, looking to establish priority. As of right now, Lucas Cassidy has first priority. And then we'll see how the others shake out. 10.5 minutes left, and we've got a score coming for red, green, and white.
Yeah, watching the replay here, we saw green with the 1 turn, and then red pretty much the same thing. Halfway through the heat, 10 minutes, and then winning on this one for white.
Did a good job of getting that last one up there on the replay. You can see. So Dane Libby on the backhand, zooming along, gets the second turn done. Oh, maybe a little bonus on the inside. It tried to double up for him.
So just under 10 minutes. Green, your previous was a 4.3, Dane. Red, your last was a 4.7. And the last of white, 5.7. So 9.5 on the clock. White, you're in first with a 5.7 and a 4.5. Green, Libby, you're in second place. You have a 5.5 on your third ride, and you have a 4.35 on your last. Red, in third. Carr, your opener was your best, a 5. You're needing a 4.86 cannon. And blue, Sandvig, you have a 3.05 as your top. You're needing a 6.8 or better for second. 9 minutes, and here we go, bud. White gonna let it go and potentially towards the pier. Red, maybe a double up here.
This looks like a pretty nice line on it, and he's already proven what he can do on these lefts, so 2 turns. Red was looking for a 4.86 prior to that wave. And then there's Lucas Cassidy, and White behind him can't bring the second one down. So yeah, Cannon Carr and Red got that wave. He was looking for a 4.86. Probably get a replay here in a moment. 8.5 minutes left. Blue has priority, and here's the replay. Gets a nice check and then finishes it up. So Cannon's sitting on a low score of a 5 right now. We'll see if that can surpass and improve.
Well, it came through, and Red, your last score, a 5.3. It's enough for the lead. Red, you're in first now. Your low score is a 5. White, you're down to second. Your low score, Lucas, is a 4.5. Green, you're down to third. Libby, you now need a 4.71. And blue, Sandvig, in fourth with priority. You need a 7.15. Just under 8 minutes. Priority goes blue, green, white. Once again, Red, you now lead. Your low score is a 5 cannon. White in second. Low score, Lucas, is a 4.5. Green in third. You're needing a high 4, a 4.71. And blue, you're needing a 7.15 with 7.5 on the clock.
A lot of really consistent scores. You see the top end scores in this heat are 5.7, 5.5, 5.3. So everybody kind of in the same range. You figure Cannon in the lead has a heat total of 10.3. Third place, 9.85. So still right there. And even Tanner, who's at the bottom looking up, he needs a 7.15, which is easily attainable for the firepower that he has. It's just a matter of getting a wave that opens up for him.
Oh, maybe a wedge here for Red. He's just going to have a peak on the inside.
Yeah, he was in fourth priority, so a little paddle's not going to hurt him at all. He'll make his way back over towards the rest of the guys and see if maybe some waves come, so he bumps back up to the front of the rotation. It's 6.5 minutes left. I spoke of the rotation. That priority order is blue, green, white.
And up the beach, potentially White. He's going to go on this one right here. Cassidy, who was in the lead a good portion of the heat. And now Red, quick in and out for him, and White not a whole lot, so that won't change the situation at all.
The only thing that has changed is now there's 6 minutes left, and priority is blue then green, so those two waves didn't affect the score lines of either of those surfers, only the priority order, and the clock continued to tick away.
And now green, Libby, he got dropped down to third, and he's needing a score, a high 4. And throws the 180. Can he pull it off? Yes, he can. So solid work right there.
And behind him, Red's up and riding. Cannon Carr gets a first snap. Lanky regular footer snaps it hard on the backhand with that section coming at him. So Cannon Carr, he's already in the lead. Can he make it tougher on everybody else? That's the question.
And now White behind him as we're watching the Best Western replay on screen, but Cassidy in the white going to town as Libby on the replay got a really solid job done with the one turn on the right. 5 minutes remaining, and here's the wave that we're talking about, bud.
Yeah, you were watching the replay. I was watching this, and he gets it done too. That's his second turn, and he finishes here. So Lucas Cassidy was in second place, looking to drop a 4.5. Now the judges have 3 scores to digest, and with Tanner up and riding, they're soon going to have 4 to work on.
And then Green got up real quick next to the pier, too.
Just under 5 minutes, you guys. Just under 5 minutes to go in this last heat of the day.
And here's Carr, red. Throws the cool spinner.
That was cool. He just pushed it up and over. There wasn't even a lip, and he made air, so impressive stuff. Whether it will improve on his score, I'm not sure, but it was cool to watch.
4 minutes. So priority will go to blue. And waiting on multiple numbers. Green. The 180 Dane was a 4.35. It's not enough for second at the moment.
Priority blue, green, white. 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Still multiple scores coming in, so we don't really have a clear indication of what's going on. We know there's 3.5 minutes, and we know that priority is blue, green, white, red.
And scores coming through for white. It'll be your best, Lucas. Once again, red up and riding. Trying to catch anything that breaks, that offers up some sections.
Well, talk about surfing up a wave. That was impressive stuff right there. That was a little crumbly wave, and you got 3 whips on it. 3 minutes.
So this is the replay here of Cannon. So blue Sandvig, you might improve on one of your 3s, but you're still going to be needing something better than that. And blue up and riding Sandvig, the goofy footer out there.
He's found himself a left with some room to work with. Double up wedge on the inside. That's one of the waves he's been looking for. So Tanner was on the bottom looking up, but he already had a score waiting to lock. So multiple scores, just over 2 minutes. 2 minutes left, you guys. Priority green, white, red.
And the previous are red, 7 points. So wave 7 red, 7 points. Wave 9 red, 6.2. We're still waiting on wave 5 for both blue and white. And also wave 6 of blue. Priority green, white, red. Wave 5 blue, Tanner, 2.6. And the last of white, 6.9. A minute 10. 5 points blue. Red first, a 7 and a 6.2 Cannon. White, you're in second. You have a 6.9 and a 5.7. Green, third. You need a 7.1 with priority, Dane. And blue, Sandvig, you just dropped a 5. You need a 7.6 or better, Tanner. Red first, white second. Green third needs a 7.1, and blue in fourth, needing a 7.6 or better. Priority goes green, white, red, blue, 40 seconds.
So Dane and Tanner both looking for 7+ rides. They've got 30 seconds left to find them. As of right now, Cannon and Lucas. But here we go, blue, Tanner. Big layback jammer, but does not bring it down.
Well, it's the only way he's making it out of the heat, something like that. 20 seconds. 15 seconds. Green needs a 7.1, blue needing the 7.6.
Green is on the paddle. He sees a little bump. He's hoping. He's got 10 seconds. You watch him. I'll watch the clock. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You saw that splash of water. He didn't catch it. So moving on in first place, Cannon Carr, Lucas Cassidy. We will see you tomorrow for the finals day. We'll go to a quick commercial. We'll come back with the post-show highlights, And then we'll also get an interview with heat winner Cannon Carr, so stay tuned.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
We start each day with one goal. With our state-of-the-art network, we provide reliable, high-speed internet to the Central Coast, with no contracts and no limits. Visit peakwifi.com for plans and coverage of our rapidly expanding network.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush. Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Catching a wave. It never gets old. The tide is meant for surfing, and your vacation is meant for memories. You'll enjoy both at Best Western Hotels in California and Hawaii. After all, life is just better when there's another wave and another vacay on the horizon.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Welcome back, everybody watching online. Day 6 done and dusted here at the SLO CAL Open at Pismo Beach. We just finished with the junior men's, Jeff, and what a way to finish off the day. You saw some big performances. Most of the heats were really close, and with 20 minutes out there for these junior men's and junior women's, very active stuff. You'd probably be thinking on average catching 6 or 7 waves per heat. But at the 8:05 post show, we got our top highlights of the day. Starting off, a 7.5 from young Eden Walla out of San Clemente.
Yeah, and I think this was a score she needed. Or no, she was out in the lead, but these long lefts running down the sandbar, mid-morning. Eden Walla, the trophies will just continue to stack up for this young woman, a 7.5. And then this was a critical moment, a 9-point ride with 10 seconds to go. This wave came in, Jabe had priority, and he went to town. Surfing like that determines a 9-point ride. This was Hayden Rogers.
During the same heat,
yes,
too. Hayden was able to drop a 7.5 combination of maneuvers as well. Ended up going down, but still a member of the top 5 currently within the North American QS rankings. And then behind him, you got to really see the sportsmanship right there. But Taj Lindblad, winner here in 2024, he dropped an 8.5 en route to at least a semifinal berth tomorrow, Jeff.
Yeah, he just, and this was under priority again. His that last wave, Reed Van Wagner.
Yep, 7.5 for her. And this in the juniors as well. So Reed double dipping. She's into the semis of both categories. And Tomas Pathanay, this kid rips out of Costa Rica, 7.5 for him, Jeff.
Well, such a joy to watch all these young men like go into power surfers, right? And that's where we're about to come into Eli Temperi, who had one of the best heats I think I've ever seen him surf. Surfing very strong, not surfing like a boy anymore. That was a 7.5 on his backhand, and this is a forehand wave. I think this is a 7.5 also. You know, just navigating the lumps and the chunk and the bump and finding power pockets all in that really confusing wave. Sharp Eye looking good under his feet, working with Taylor Clark. So a great wrap up, the 805 post show for today's action. That was just some of the high scoring waves.
And those were the best scores of the day. And we got our final heat winner, Cannon Carr. He's downstairs with Bud.
Cannon Carr, last heat winner. He's going to be tomorrow on finals day. Now, you mentioned, unfortunately, you lost out in the other division yesterday, but you learned something. You applied it today. You got the win, and you're going to be on finals day. What did you learn?
Yeah, being last heat of the day yesterday, I mean, it was just like super fun waves kind of all day and the day before, and I had a really good heat plan, and it played out the other heats. Then the end of the heat yesterday, or the end of the day when I had to surf, wind came up gnarly, and the waves kind of turned like super chattery, and I realized, I was like, well, I didn't really give myself a chance to surf at all yesterday. I waited. I was like, oh, I got to wait for a wave that I could, like, good start, and I never even saw it, and then didn't really end up giving myself a chance. So today I was like, well, I'm just going to take what I had yesterday and put it into today. So I just gave myself a bunch of opportunities to surf. I know I could surf up waves, even if it's pretty bad like this. Me and my boy Hayden, we live for this. We drink coffee and surf this all winter long. We love it. So, yeah, stoked. I gave myself some opportunities, and yeah, on to tomorrow.
So cool stuff. I've been hanging out with you and your dad and your coach. You got a little crew. Sounds like you guys get together, travel together, and push each other. What's it like to have a nice support group like that?
Yeah, it's great. I love my crew right now. It's me, Teo, Kai, and Jim, and I got my whole family came up here for this one. They have, yeah, Uncle Shar, Baldwin. Love all you guys. They haven't been to a comp since Outer Banks, so yeah, stoked they're here, and just stoked to put on a show for them.
So with a little bit of fun, at its core base mantra, what is the Big 20 Hammer message?
I love Big 20. Yeah, I've known him forever. I don't know where he's at, but shout out Big 20. I think he had a long night last night, but yeah, he's psyched somewhere.
He's kind of like the energy provider for you guys, right?
Yeah, he's the mascot.
All right, well, good deal. Nice job. Give me some knuckles. We'll see you tomorrow. Good luck.
Thank you. Let's go.
And that's it for the day. Come back tomorrow for finals day. Pismo Beach, SLO CAL Open.
Yeah, thanks, Bud. Well, Jeff, we saw the highlights on the 805 post show. Tomorrow, the roll will be junior women's, junior men's, women's qualifying series, and then men's qualifying series starting with the finals. 7:30 a.m. start for potential 7:30 a.m. call, excuse me, for a potential 8 a.m. start. Anything you're looking forward to where we are going to crown our champions, potentially some new ones too?
Well, the new ones, I love these juniors events, and on the QS side, some of the performers, the top ranked surfers are all in there. Who's going to take away these points going into the final of the season? And like Luca Macinas, who's here just practicing, and he's in the semifinals. So there's so many storylines happening. Like I was saying, I saw that last heat of Eli Temperi was the best heat I've ever seen him surf. It would be great to see him go on. Cannon Carr, who was like a giant killer 2 and 3 years ago, and now look, he's no longer the Grom. So a lot of these subplots happening, playing out, and the best of the best rising to the top. I guarantee you I'm going to show up with my best game tomorrow.
Oh,
Mitch.
you always do, Jeffrey. So on behalf of Jeff Baldwin, Bud Aquino, and the rest of our incredible production crew, we'll see you bright and early for day 7, our finals day, at the SLO CAL Open at Pismo Beach.